Under the pouring rain, the soldiers of the Holy Knights were scouring the pitch-black forest, hunting for their prey. Amidst the crashing thunder and lightning, young Dirt grabbed the vampire by the neck like a chicken, mocking his half-year of hiding. He flashed a sick smile, praising the wretch for killing enough people to impressively smear mud on the knights' faces. The creature coughed up blood in fear upon hearing the verdict that its act was over, that God no longer had the patience to tolerate it. Slash. Young Dirt swung his sword in a clean strike, proudly bestowing upon himself the title of Vampire Slayer. The sinner collapsed into a pool of blood, miserably listening as the victor recounted the sins of deceiving the church that he had committed. The knight smirked, preparing to reveal a shocking secret to the dying man, to open his eyes. The vampire's pupils constricted in horror upon learning the truth. He hadn't been caught from the start because they had intentionally let him loose. Young Dirt confessed that he had joined the pursuit late to allow the prey to run wild a little longer, exactly as planned. It turned out to be nothing but a trick. They needed an old vampire as a scapegoat to draw attention and intimidate infidels. The vampire screamed desperately as he realized the cruel truth. This world was only for the strong to survive. He fled for his life, knowing his weak status, but young Dirt lunged after him with terrifying speed. A sharp sword strike split the monster's face in two, ending his life of hiding in an instant, accompanied by a painful groan. All efforts to survive were in vain, as that merciless sword light completely extinguished the defeated one's last shred of hope. Young Dirt glared down with contempt, judging his existence to be a disgrace that sullied the church's pure image. The vampire's blood-soaked hand reached out into the hopeless darkness, secretly wishing for just one more chance to redo his life. Surprisingly, he shot up, panting heavily, sweat pouring off him, his face dazed as if he had just woken from a vivid nightmare. He slumped onto the familiar cave floor, utterly bewildered, wondering what the hell was happening around him. The vampire screamed in shock. He clearly remembered the sensation of being split in two, yet now his body was perfectly intact, without a single scratch. He stared at his bandaged hands, firmly asserting that he had just died a miserable death by that sword. He glanced around the dilapidated tent, immediately recognizing it as the rat hole he used to hide in before being hunted down and annihilated by the Holy Knights. Looking at the numerous tally marks carved into the wall, he quickly calculated and realized he had returned to half a year before that monster hunting squad began its operations. Eugene stood frozen in the tent, his face dazed, muttering in disbelief at the sheer luck that he had truly traveled back in time. His bandaged hand clenched into a powerful fist, the cracking sound of his joints confirming this was reality, not a fleeting dream. If this was a chance to redo his life, then he was in the secluded forest near Broadwin village, a god-forsaken map where no one dared to set foot. He recalled the humiliating past of the name Eugene, a pathetic vampire who could only hold his breath and hide day by day because he was too weak. Even if he tried to suppress his instincts, one small mistake would be enough for the mercenaries and the Holy Knights to sniff him out and swarm him like ants. No matter how deep he burrowed or how well he hid, the tragic end of being dragged into the light always awaited him, like fate. For 12 long years, he lived miserably like a sewer rat, curled up in extreme fear, only daring to drink animal blood to sustain his meager life. Eugene burst out of the forest with eyes blazing with determination, vowing that this time he wouldn't run, but would level up to become so overwhelmingly powerful that no one could ever kill him. Under the cold moonlight, Eugene stood tall in the deadly swamp, deciding to abandon his cowardly stealth playstyle and switch to a full-on, bloodthirsty vampire combat approach. The cheat mechanism of this race was simple. Just by drinking blood, one could absorb power, and the stronger the prey, the more terrifying the experience gained. His eyes behind the protective goggles gleamed with greed as he discovered a juicy target hiding beneath the mud, muttering that the area boss was right here. The ground shook violently as the master of the forest, a gigantic monster, emerged, roaring a display of power that violently rattled the surrounding space. Eugene twisted his body, narrowly dodging the attack as the monster's deadly bite tore through the air exactly where he had just stood, creating a terrifying whistling sound. With his abysmal HP and current pathetic body, Eugene fully understood he was just a small fry, forced to continuously spam the dodge button if he didn't want to be wiped out. However, he didn't intend to keep running. His sharp eyes calculated that just a small scratch on the monster would be enough to turn the tide. The monster furiously lunged, biting with its jagged teeth, but Eugene's mind was solely focused on how to taste its nutrient-rich blood. Eugene leaped high, pouring all his strength into his sword-wielding arm, completely discarding the stealthy assassin mindset that had held him back for so many years to fight fair and square. He roared in fury, then swung his sword down, accepting an all-in gamble against the boss, because his hiding playstyle would lead to a dead end anyway. Eugene screamed in utter despair, pouring all his desire for power into a desperate chop down on the enemy's head, hoping to turn the tables. But the trashy sword immediately betrayed him, draining all color from his face, and he stammered speechlessly as the weapon was about to break in two against the steel-hard skin. The swamp monster merely flicked its tail, generating enough terrifying force to send Eugene flying like a cheap toy. His pathetic body slammed hard into the murky black water with a resounding splash, water spraying everywhere, signaling an ominous omen. Eugene coughed up a lot of fresh blood, his eyes wide behind his goggles, as he realized his HP bar was plummeting uncontrollably after the impact. The monster's maw full of sharp teeth lunged like death itself, making Eugene wonder if he had been too delusional about his strength to solo it. These roaming monsters were true wild predators at the top of the food chain, not some dungeon creeps for him to easily farm. Although he knew the mana crystals within them were more precious than diamonds, and crucial for upgrades, the power gap between him and it was like heaven and earth. The monster glided across the water with terrifying speed, proving that Eugene had made a grave mistake by daring to provoke an entity far beyond his reach. A Forest Lord-level monster could easily one-shot Eugene before he could inflict any damage upon it. A column of water shot straight up into the sky, like a death sentence for the weakling who dared to challenge nature. Eugene was battered, his face covered in blood. He questioned himself, wondering if he was relying too much on his revival ticket. The answer was no. Even when crushed by the swamp monster's razor-sharp teeth, he kept a cool head. Staring directly into the death god's yellow eyes, he recalled his entire previous life, crawling at the bottom of society like a worm. He had once held his breath, endured every piece of garbage, and done anything just to survive day by day. But times had changed. Eugene furiously sank his teeth deep into the monster's flesh, deciding to fight fair and square for his life. The runes on his back glowed brightly. He braced himself against the pain to counterattack from inside the enemy's mouth, asserting his fierce will to win. A crimson aura enveloped his body. He understood that if he didn't win this battle, it was game over. There would be no next time. Dashing deep inside the enemy's crimson body, Eugene searched for the energy core to turn the tide in this precarious situation. His ambitious hand reached out decisively. He screamed in his mind the command to seize it at all costs. Amidst the pile of disgusting organs, Eugene locked onto the glowing life core with an intense desire for survival. The blood-red crystal shattered into 1,000 pieces, a testament to the immutable law that the strong always rise from the blood of the weak. The entire swamp fell into a deadly silence under the moonlight, unaware that a true monster was about to be born. With a terrifying boom, the water's surface exploded as an overwhelming surge of energy tore through the monster's body from within. The gigantic corpse of the predator was now just a floating mass of shredded flesh, paying the price for daring to swallow a madman. Looking at the messy wreckage, Eugene recalled his vow to never tuck his tail and run, but to fight to the death against any foe. Emerging from a shower of gore, Eugene revealed his muscular body, covered in glowing magical sigils as if forged in hell. With blood-red eyes filled with killing intent, he arrogantly declared that he would claim all the fresh blood and glory belonging to the victor. He stood tall amidst the desolate swamp, savoring the sweet aftertaste of absolute power under the cold moonlight. Eugene looked down at the tattered rags, realizing he had inadvertently absorbed the prime mana crystal of this wandering monster. Eugene activated the power from the mana crystal, transforming the flesh on his arm into sturdy black scales, hoping to block the deadly sunlight. He recalled the scene of the swamp monster easily devouring a group of mercenaries when its territory expanded with the flood season. It was only by daring to drink the blood of the injured monster amidst the chaos that Eugene gained enough strength to deal with the mercenaries and successfully escape. Although he had grown significantly stronger, Eugene knew he was not yet powerful enough to directly confront Young Dirt. Young Dirt possessed an incredibly powerful monster and undead tracking skill, so instead of fleeing in vain, Eugene was forced to level up to counterattack. The rising dawn forced Eugene to postpone testing his strength and retreat to a safe haven before being incinerated. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice rang out, speaking of the pathetic death of the imposter who once usurped this beautiful lake region. Swirling water enveloped Eugene, and the stranger declared thanks to him, but still demanded a blood debt for daring to defile the sacred land. Marin, the true guardian of the lake, revealed her true form with magnificent water wings and arrogantly asserted her territorial sovereignty. With her face contorted with rage, Marin vowed to curse and tear Eugene's body into 100 pieces to avenge the enraged nature. The tiny spirit fluttered in front of him, mockingly calling him a bald, deaf vampire, while he merely coldly asked for the opponent's identity. They stared at each other blankly. He was bewildered. And the spirit was also surprised that he didn't react as expected. He brushed aside the nonsensical rambling, patiently asking again who this glowing, flying thing actually was. Miriam hesitantly asked if he could see her, and upon receiving a confirming nod, she was startled to realize he had heard her entire scathing insult. Changing her attitude immediately, she bowed and introduced herself as Miriam, the water spirit, once the mistress of this place, before being enslaved by that wretched swamp monster for 15 years. She glossed over the master-servant relationship as a strategic partnership, claiming the monster needed clean water to lure prey, then smiled widely, thanking him for sending the swamp monster to its demise and purifying the lake. Miriam wondered about his transformation from a bald old man into a muscular heartthrob to deceive the monster, but he paid no mind, busy examining a tattoo on his chest that had suddenly faded. Seeing him ignore her, she switched to flattering his glowing tattoos, calling them artistic, but he himself was clueless about their meaning, as he'd had them since birth. Memories flooded back. He recalled being born a vampire, with 10 fiery sigils deeply etched onto this muscular body. He had completely lost his memories of his early days, only knowing a life of hiding, a humble scavenger, unaware of his true power. He suspected the fading tattoos were due to a broken seal, so he coldly instructed Miriam to guard the forest, then turned and left. Miriam frantically flew after him, lamenting her loneliness over the years, and trying to hold him back with the excuse of the unfinished swamp purification. Seeing him unyielding, she resorted to flattery, inviting him to drink the spirit's divine water to restore his pale complexion. Miriam enthusiastically spewed forth a stream of water right in front of him, but only received a look of disgust and a direct dismissal. Ignoring her, trailing behind, insisting on peeing water for him to drink, and calling out the title Nightwalker, he continued to walk silently without looking back. A few days later, a silent night enveloped the village of Broadwin, nestled in the valley. A frantic young man rushed into the village chief's house, sweating profusely, reporting bad news. The red-eyed monster had appeared. The village chief and the men stepped outside, everyone's face clearly showing extreme astonishment at the sight before them. Instead of slaughtering, the monster left a mountain of animal carcasses, piled high with wild boars and deer, enough for the entire village to hold a celebratory feast. The villagers were both happy and scared, wondering why the red-eyed monster broke its routine, bringing food 2 weeks earlier than the usual schedule. The legend of the red-eyed monster living at the foot of the mountain was actually just Eugene carrying his hunting spoils back as gifts. For 10 years, he had never harmed a single soul. Instead, he diligently brought animal carcasses as tribute every 2 weeks, on time. Eugene stood in the bushes, politely asking permission to enter the village, making the common villagers, though unable to read his thoughts, tremble as they invited him in. Although his masked appearance looked quite dangerous, since he was their main source of meat, the villagers turned a blind eye. The village chief and the young men were sweating profusely, stammering polite greetings as they watched him carry a pile of provisions into the center of the village. Eugene smirked slightly, announcing that after a long period of training in the forest, he had cured his strange illness. He affirmed that he had received great help from this place, and decided to return and repay them fairly. Eugene delivered a fatal blow with his exquisite good looks and a promise of lifelong protection, ready to appear whenever the village faced trouble. The villagers were dazzled by his handsome aura, crying out desperately, unable to believe that the monster was actually a true heartthrob. In the eyes of the crowd, Eugene now shone like a deity, making them confusedly speculate if he was a demigod or a noble traveling incognito. The old village chief froze, utterly shocked to realize that the mysterious masked man possessed such absurdly exquisite good looks. Miriam pressed her face close, interrogating him. She couldn't understand why he would generously give all his hunted game to the villagers instead of keeping it. Despite Miriam's nagging about his species' bloodthirsty and destructive instincts, Eugene walked and explained that revealing his face was the most trustworthy move in the human world. The spirit girl angrily yelled, questioning why he intended to befriend them instead of devouring them, while claiming he was about to leave for another place. Eugene slowly put his black mask back on, his eyes growing serious as he realized he couldn't just stand by and watch the upcoming events. He dropped a bombshell. A group of mercenaries was about to raid and wipe out this entire village, leaving Miriam dumbfounded upon hearing it. The true purpose of those butchers was to search for and kidnap a boy to offer him to Lord Tierwin of this region. To cover their tracks, they wouldn't hesitate to slaughter the villagers clean, and if Eugene didn't intervene, the Holy Knights would soon come to destroy his lair. Miriam still seemed skeptical. She frowned, wondering how he knew such details, and found it hard to believe they would dare to wipe out an entire village. Eugene maintained his cold, inscrutable demeanor, asserting that he needed to gain the villagers' trust to create a harmless facade before the tragedy unfolded. Miriam was flying smoothly when she had to brake sharply in midair, almost nose-diving to the ground because Eugene had suddenly stopped. The spirit girl tapped the air as if knocking on a door, muttering complaints about why Eugene had suddenly frozen in the middle of the road. Miriam, with a bandage on her nose, wore a bewildered expression, completely unaware of the imminent danger. The reason Eugene stopped was looming right before them. A squad of heavily armed mercenaries marching through the forest in the twilight. The mercenaries halted, seeing a long-haired man blocking their path. They squinted, scrutinizing who this audacious person could be. After a moment of observation, they concluded Eugene was just a lost villager, judging by the tattered clothes he was wearing. They began to whisper and discuss, lamenting their surprise ambush plan being exposed, and making snide remarks about Eugene's somewhat handsome appearance. Seeing their lone, unarmed prey, they decided to finish him off right there to prevent him from screaming and alerting the village. Without a word, the mercenary wearing a red scarf, wielding a giant battle axe, soared into the air, determined to cleave Eugene in two as a preemptive strike. Miriam screamed Eugene's name in extreme panic as the deadly axe blade was about to descend, while Eugene stood there, cold as a stone statue. Eugene's eyes flashed with deadly red. A sword strike as swift as lightning made the mercenary's head fly off in an instant, before he could even comprehend what happened. While the bearded mercenary leader was still processing what had happened, Eugene had already finished calculating his plan to eliminate them all, to perfectly play the role of a good person in front of the villagers. Miriam gasped in surprise and flew backward, witnessing the headless corpse collapse to the ground, blood gushing like a fountain. Eugene revealed his bloodthirsty nature with fiery eyes and a bloodstain on his cheek, coldly declaring that he would send all these mercenaries to hell. The mercenary captain, his face drained of all color, realized he had poked a hornet's nest as he watched his subordinates being cut down so swiftly. The corpse crashed to the ground like a stern warning, making the surrounding air thick with the stench of death and fear. With a deathly smile on his lips, the vampire reaffirmed his cruel goal, to leave no living witnesses. Screams echoed through the forest as the soldiers realized their opponent was a blood-sucking monster, not a mere human. A foolish soldier, instead of fleeing, swung his sword and charged, deluding himself that he could capture Eugene alive to claim a generous reward from the church. The dry clang of metal rang out as Eugene caught the sword blade bare-handed, his hand having transformed into a powerful, pitch-black demonic claw. The mercenary broke out in a cold sweat, still clinging to the hope of the massive bounty even as death's blade pressed against his throat. A sharp sword stroke sliced through the air, and Eugene sent the greedy man to meet his ancestors. Fresh blood, splattering everywhere. The remaining mercenaries screamed that he was no ordinary foe, but their greed blinded them, making them still charge forward, demanding his corpse. The soldier who had just loudly declared he would take Eugene's head was swiftly passed by him and cleanly finished off with a thwip. The bald man wielding a spiked mace charged in like a moth to a flame, screaming madly, ignoring his comrades' warnings. He poured all his strength into a 1,000-pound blow, vowing to crush his enemy into dust. Metal shrieked piercingly as Eugene blocked the thunderous strike with his bare hand, his hand now a demonic claw harder than steel. The bald man trembled violently, sweating profusely as he realized he had just kicked an impenetrable iron plate. Eugene coldly announced that the sun had set, his glowing red eyes signaling that the true hunt had begun. With a single, devastating shadow dash, Eugene tore through space and sent the bald man to his demise in the blink of an eye. The desperate screams of the mercenaries echoed through the forest, as they realized they had poked the wrong hornet's nest and were being completely annihilated. The village chief and the torch-wielding youths arrived, their faces pale as they cried out, "Oh my God," at the sight of blood and severed heads, like a living hell. The spiked mace lay abandoned beside a pile of mangled flesh, the last remaining trace of a bloody massacre that had just concluded. The old village chief broke out in a cold sweat, stammering as he turned to ask Eugene if this brutal scene was his handiwork. Eugene stood leaning against a tree with his arms crossed, a nonchalant expression on his face, vehemently denying it, and fabricating a story that he had merely stumbled upon the corpses while checking his traps. He pointed at the chaotic mess, firmly assuring everyone that these soldiers had been ambushed by someone else on their way to Broadwin village. A pile of huge black wolf carcasses appeared under the torchlight with heavy thuds, turning Eugene's lie into undeniable ironclad evidence. Eugene continued to manipulate the crowd, recounting how he had bravely charged in to kill the wolves as they feasted on the corpses, and warned that danger still lurked. A blond young man screamed in horror upon discovering claw marks on the corpses, confirming that these were the traces of wild beasts, not humans. The villagers eagerly chimed in, confirming the wounds, completely falling for Eugene's overly elaborate staging of the scene to conceal his true power. The village chief bowed profusely, apologizing for having doubted his benefactor, while Eugene played the role of a magnanimous hero with a face that couldn't have been more fake. While the old man discussed taking the bodies back to the village for burial, Marin hovered behind, secretly despising Eugene's deceitful mouth that spouted lies like water whenever he opened it. The spirit knew the script perfectly. Eugene had exploited the appearance of the wolf pack after the massacre to legitimize the deaths of the mercenaries. He had used the head of a dead wolf as a tool, deliberately imprinting teeth and claw marks on the corpses to deceive the eyes of mere mortals. Miriam tilted her head, wondering why such an overwhelming individual would bother maintaining a clean image, instead of simply walking away scotangent-free. Her eyes lit up when she saw Eugene reach into his clothes, realizing he was planning a much deeper move than simply covering up his crime. Eugene held out a blood-stained letter taken from a corpse, his tone serious as he asked the village chief to check if there were any clues to send to the victims' families. The old man took the letter and examined it, his face instantly changing color, as he recognized the bright red wax seal as the powerful insignia of Lord Tierwin. His pupils constricted in extreme horror, and he broke out in a cold sweat as the contents of the letter revealed some shocking truth beyond his endurance. The village chief screamed Felad's name and rushed off in a panic, leaving the bewildered villagers behind, still unaware of the calamity about to befall them. Felad sat eating nonchalantly, completely oblivious to the fact that his illegitimate bloodline from Lord Tierwin had made him a hunted target. Eugene smirked as he pieced together the clues, realizing that these mercenaries had come here solely to take the life of that young noble. The mercenary captain stood rooted to the spot, his face drained of all color, as he witnessed his comrades being butchered right before his eyes. Eugene moved like a high-speed phantom, his deathly blade sweeping away the minor soldiers so quickly that the naked eye couldn't follow. The cannon fodder soldiers trembled, reassuring each other, deciding to risk their lives fighting rather than fleeing and being executed by their superiors for desertion. Relying on their numbers, they shouted and charged, attacking him en masse, believing that even if Eugene had 3 heads and 6 arms, he couldn't withstand an all-around encirclement. The captain gnashed his teeth in despair, his limbs so weak he couldn't even lift his feet to escape from this monster. He let out a desperate cry and swung his sword wildly at empty air, trying in vain to stop the approaching death. Eugene closed in with blood-red, murderous eyes, unleashing a thunderous punch directly into his opponent's stomach, making the captain instantly cough up blood. The powerful blow sent the captain flying backward like a broken kite, his body slamming hard against a tree trunk with a shocking thud. Eugene landed lightly yet powerfully after the devastating punch, his posture exuding the arrogance of one who had just finished cleaning up trash. The battlefield now resembled a slaughterhouse, with mercenary corpses strewn everywhere. Those still clinging to life could only groan and beg for mercy in vain before absolute power. The captain lay flattened on the ground, panting like a dog off its leash, trembling in extreme confusion as he wondered if Eugene had laid a trap for them from the very beginning. The captain broke out in a cold sweat, trying to explain that they were just doing a job to earn a living, but he immediately flinched when Eugene menacingly stomped his foot right next to his face. Eugene stood tall like a malevolent deity with glowing red eyes, coldly declaring that this village was under his protection and forcing his opponent to reveal the details of their mission. The captain, scared out of his wits, profusely apologized for not knowing this was Eugene's territory and affirmed that they had no intention of hunting his kind. Cornered, he spilled everything, revealing that their true target was the illegitimate child of the Tierwin family, who was hiding his identity and taking refuge in this village. Eugene maintained a cold, skeptical expression, exposing the absurdity of mobilizing an entire large legion just to capture one fugitive and forcing his opponent to reveal their true objective. Eugene pressed his face close, questioning if they intended to wipe out the entire village, causing the captain to frantically deny it, but then hesitantly admit to a part of the truth. The truth was revealed through the letter bearing the family crest. The masterminds who hired them were not the clan head, but 2 individuals named Kamara Tierwin and Verl Tierwin, with a dark conspiracy. The captain prostrated himself on the ground, begging, and confessed that they were merely expendable pawns hired to kidnap the illegitimate child due to the political struggles of the nobility, and they brought many men to guard against unforeseen circumstances. Eugene gritted his teeth when he heard his opponent mention Verl Tierwin's name, an old enemy who unexpectedly resurfaced in his mind, filled with hatred. In his memories, Verl Tierwin appeared as an imposing figure, the infamous commander of a vampire hunting squad, who, along with young Dirt, had once hunted him to the brink of despair. Watching the captain repeatedly kowtow, Eugene deduced that the order to massacre the village was a self-serving act by the greedy mercenaries, as a knight like Verthel wouldn't do such a thing. He shivered, recalling the painful past when he was captured by the Holy Knights, simply because the disappearance of a village had alerted them, so this time he had to be more careful. The captain broke out in a cold sweat, his face drained of all color, trying to explain that he was just trying to earn a little extra on the side and wouldn't dare provoke a tiger if he had known Eugene was hiding here. Eugene turned his back and walked away coldly, leaving a chilling warning for the man to be careful of the wolves on his way back, leaving him bewildered. The captain had just joyfully thanked him profusely, thinking he had been spared, when his head flew from his neck after a lightning-fast swing of Eugene's hand. Accompanied by a sharp, wind-slicing sound, Marin flew along, questioning this cruelty, but Eugene knew full well he couldn't let anyone who knew his vampire identity survive, so that rolling head was the price to pay. Furthermore, Eugene smirked, looking into the darkness where dozens of glowing yellow eyes of hungry wolves eagerly awaited to clean up the headless corpse. The village chief confirmed to the villagers that the mercenaries who had just been wiped out were the guards sent to escort Felid to the lord's castle. Everyone was in extreme panic when they realized the escorts were all dead, and the mercenary leader's head lying haphazardly on the ground made Felid's situation hopeless. Eugene stepped out with an air of charisma, calmly fabricating a story blaming wild beasts, then volunteered to escort the boy through the forest, thanks to his formidable survival experience. The old village chief's eyes welled up with tears, and he tremblingly asked again, unable to believe a stranger would so generously act heroically. He unleashed his masterful acting skills with a knightly line that even Marin, beside him, was speechless at his concrete-piercing thick skin. The little spirit was so bewildered that her face froze, her mouth agape, unable to process the crazy script he was painting before everyone's eyes. The villagers' eyes widened in awe. They began to believe him completely, and whispered among themselves that this butcher, reeking of blood, was indeed a noble knight. Marin shrieked in alarm when she saw him about to publicly reveal his true identity to everyone, fearing that his mouth would bring him harm. Eugene flashed his signature, lethal smile, apologizing for the delayed greeting to gain the absolute trust of the innocent lambs. He thumped his chest, introducing himself as Jean Eugene of the esteemed Eugene family, while Marin wailed in despair at his exaggerated boasting that no one could counter. The old village chief and the commoners froze for a few seconds, stammering as they repeated the knightly title he had just uttered. Eugene wore a triumphant smile while Miriam's jaw dropped, almost dislocating, as she stammered his name in utter bewilderment. He continued his deep act with his signature smile, politely apologizing for the somewhat delayed self-introduction. Eugene placed his hand on his chest, proudly declaring himself Jan Eugene of the esteemed Eugene family, ignoring the spirit wailing in despair behind him. The crowd began to murmur, immediately changing their attitude and reminding each other to address him as Sir Eugene, as was proper. Marin was annoyed, thinking he was exaggerating, but Eugene merely scoffed, asserting that these country bumpkins would never know what a noble's face truly looked like. He ate while calculating in his mind, gloating that this fake noble title was more than enough to fool the naive village, with no one suspecting a thing. The villagers crowded around, asking all sorts of questions, inventing reasons for his 10-year seclusion, whether it was for training or healing. Eugene added a tragic story about cutting ties with the mundane world, which made the crowd gasp in admiration for his formidable sword skills and survival talent. The old village chief apologetically explained their dire poverty, creating a golden opportunity for Eugene to finalize his request to stay the night to rest. The old village chief clasped his benefactor's hand, inviting him home to rest, while Eugene smiled, playing the friendly knight until the very end amidst the crowd's cheers. The next morning, the chirping of birds outside the wooden shack heralded a new day, where the monster was hiding in human guise, preparing for the next act. He began to activate the black scale transformation ability he had just extorted from the forest's master. A layer of rough, pitch-black scales began to cover his right arm. His crimson eyes flashed with killing intent, and his hand completely transformed into dark, demonic claws, scraping hard against the wooden floor with a threatening rustle. This layer of black scales was not just for show, but also an extremely effective UV shield, allowing him to walk in the sun without worrying about turning to smoke mid-road. Marin sat perched on his arm, grumbling and mocking the illiterate vampire, who dared to boast of being a noble knight who could read and write. Eugene sat cross-legged, completely at ease, flatly declaring that he would slip away before being exposed, so there was no need to worry about the fake identity. The spirit still wouldn't let up, scoffing and wondering why someone who usually hid in the forest would suddenly decide to make friends and take on tasks for mere mortals. Before he could answer, the respectful calls of the villagers echoed, and Eugene smirked triumphantly, immediately showing off the status he had tricked them into believing after just one night of deep acting. He concluded with a brutal lesson in psychological manipulation. People would rather believe in a false label of power than 1,000 flowery lies. With status, you have everything. Eugene flatly declared that he would turn this lie into truth because cunning nobles were much harder to fool than commoners. The village chief joyfully handed over a letter of introduction as if it were a quest item, entrusting young Master Felid to the world's #1 deceiver. Felid adjusted his backpack with a hopeful expression, bowing to Eugene and hoping for guidance on the path ahead. Eugene introduced himself as Jan Eugene with sharp eyes, having already planned to exploit the boy's usefulness to climb higher. The two left the village amidst the warm farewells of the crowd, officially beginning their journey to whitewash his identity. Two small figures moved through the majestic wilderness, leaving behind their safe zone to venture into danger. Felid looked at the signpost and confidently confirmed their next destination was Brahm's village in the distance. Eugene's eyes widened in surprise when he saw the boy could read, and Felid happily explained it was a legacy of knowledge left by his mother. The boy recounted that his mother, despite her humble status, had been taught to read by her lover, a detail reeking of past romantic drama. Eugene realized that lover was Lord Tierwin, while Marin chuckled, telling him to seize this opportunity to ask the boy to teach him to read to avoid embarrassment. Felid innocently asked Eugene to teach him to read, making the illiterate vampire sweat profusely, having been hit in a humiliating weak spot. The boy unintentionally rubbed salt into Eugene's pride when he wondered why a knight couldn't read, forcing him to fabricate a story of his family's decline to cover it up. Eugene spun a grand tale that he survived by the sword, not by letters, making Felid believe him completely and sympathize with his benefactor's tragic circumstances. The two travelers continued their journey under the blue sky, one acting deeply, the other innocently and pitifully falling into the trap. Deep down, Eugene scoffed with a cruel philosophy. When belief is strong enough, all lies become solid truths. Marin couldn't help but laugh, floating mockingly at Eugene's superb acting skills with a look of amusement. The water spirit continued to tease, warning that if he boasted too much, he would eventually expose himself to everyone. Contrary to Miriam's worries, Felid clutched his chest, deeply moved, his eyes sparkling with admiration, proving the boy had completely taken the bait. Felid regretfully confessed that he had once suspected Eugene was a monster, as rumored by the villagers, but now he felt truly sorry for judging him wrongly. The boy deluded himself into thinking that a great warrior didn't need to read, while Eugene silently enjoyed the results of his brainwashing, and Miriam burst out laughing behind him. Felid smiled brightly, whispering a promise to secretly teach his benefactor to read so he wouldn't be embarrassed in front of others. While the young master was still daydreaming, Eugene's eyes flashed red as he sensed the killing intent from an incoming arrow. He deftly caught the arrow with his bare hand, while Felid was still chattering away, oblivious. Eugene stood still, blocking the front, and only then did Felid realize the group blocking their path in the distance. Two bandits appeared with sinister smiles. The one holding a crossbow turned to scold his accomplice for ruining the sneak attack. Felid broke out in a cold sweat, his face drained of color as he realized they had encountered the forest bandits. The bandits laughed heartily and smugly, confirming their prey's suspicion was correct, and promising to deal with them quickly. The bandit leader ordered them to strip all their belongings, threatening that if they delayed, they wouldn't keep their lives. The reply to the threat was a crimson sword slash that tore through the air. Eugene moved so fast that the naked eye couldn't follow. The bandit's head flew off his neck, tumbling in the air, making his henchmen scream, while Felid froze completely. Eugene muttered with satisfaction that his body moved swiftly and precisely as he wished. The one-eyed bandit roared curses and lunged with a pickaxe, but he didn't know he was facing death itself. A sharp sword slash cut through the wind, fresh blood gushing, as Eugene sent his enemy to their demise in an instant. The remaining bandit's face was devoid of color. He stumbled back in panic, weakly calling for his life to be saved. Eugene gave the enemy no chance to breathe, coldly plunging his sword into the opponent's chest, leaving the bandit only enough time for a desperate cry for help. Amidst the battlefield strewn with corpses, Eugene walked calmly, while Felid sat on the ground in shock, exclaiming that he couldn't understand. He looked down at the hand, gripping his sword, and wondered why humans always enjoyed robbing and killing those weaker than themselves. Eugene delivered another cruel sword strike to finish off the enemy, simultaneously questioning whether seeing someone weak gave one the right to torment them. He turned to ask Felid with deadly innocence if, after learning to read, he would understand this bizarre human logic. Felid's face turned pale, looking at the blood splattered before him, his mouth stammering, unable to speak in response to his benefactor's profound question. Felid covered his mouth, nearly gagging, his eyes wide with horror as he heard Eugene reiterate the oath that bound him to witness the cruel truth of this world firsthand. Eugene, with his glowing red, murderous eyes, affirmed the opponent's freedom of belief, but concluded with a cool statement that he would protect the boy, so not a single drop of blood would touch him. The two left the deadly forest and set foot in a bustling medieval city with undulating tiled roofs nestled at the foot of majestic mountains. The noisy, bustling market welcomed them with the shrill cries of a cunning shopkeeper, exaggerating about bundles of rare, exorbitantly priced herbs. The merchants fiercely competed for customers, mercilessly undercutting rivals and claiming their own goods were genuine to extract money from everyone. While Marin flitted about, delighted by the unfamiliar human world, Felid seriously warned Eugene to be careful not to get scammed while shopping in this chaotic place. The young master complained that he had accompanied the village chief here several times and witnessed how brazenly the merchants would hike prices and swindle buyers. Memories flooded back of the poor village chief being spun around by the merchants, arguing red-faced and purple-eared for a refund, but in vain. Eugene pondered deeply, but the core problem troubling him wasn't whether he'd be scammed, but that he currently had no money in his pocket to spend. He told Felid to wait outside, then quietly stepped into a blacksmith's shop, where the clang of hammers echoed. To figure out his financial situation, Eugene slammed his bandaged hand onto the counter, coldly demanding a price for the pile of animal hides he had just hunted. The shopkeeper's eyes widened in surprise, recognizing these as rare black wolf hides in quantities never before seen in this place. He squinted, assessing the mysterious cloaked customer, his shrewd mind already calculating how to maximize his profit. Seeing Eugene's ragged appearance, the cunning shopkeeper sneered triumphantly, thinking he had found an easy mark to bully and extort. He began to disparage the quality of the hides, trying to drive the price down to a paltry 18 silver coins in front of Eugene and Felid. Eugene didn't bother to haggle, instead silently radiating killing intent, which extinguished the smile on the shopkeeper's face and replaced it with tension. The cunning shopkeeper broke out in a cold sweat, utterly terrified as he saw Eugene's blood-red eyes staring at him as if he were a corpse. He stammered, trying to justify the rarity of the goods, searching for excuses to dispel the suffocating atmosphere pressing down on his chest. Eugene's killing intent flared violently, making the shopkeeper want to scream in his mind. Say something instead of just silently threatening me. He forced a laugh to hide his fear, hastily raising the price to 23 silver coins to appease the grim, reaper-like customer. But Eugene only snorted coldly. The shopkeeper was drenched in sweat, his voice trembling as he voluntarily raised the price to 25 silver coins, hoping to soothe the opponent's killing intent. While Felid was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening, the cunning shopkeeper panicked on his own, desperately increasing the price to 27, then 28 silver coins. Eugene's glowing red eyes were like a blade at his throat, making the shopkeeper scream in his mind, wondering how much longer this bastard would try to bleed him dry. The merchant clutched his head, settling on a final price of 30 silver coins in agony. Only then did Eugene nod in agreement, leaving Felid utterly shocked. The scene shifted to a quiet night by a flickering campfire, illuminating handwritten words lying solitary on the ground. Eugene picked up the paper to examine it, but had to helplessly admit that even after Felid's basic lessons, the jumble of words still looked like squirming worms to him. He contentedly donned his newly acquired leather gear, though not the usual aristocratic silks seen on vampires. Its quality was well worth the money. Eugene innocently praised the market's generosity, while Miriam sneered sarcastically that it was because the seller was too cowardly and easily bullied. The spirit's eyes gleamed like coins, regretfully chiding Eugene for missing a golden opportunity to force the cunning shopkeeper to cough up more money for fine silks. Eugene bluntly declared that mere sun protection was enough, infuriating Miriam, who criticized him as a homebody lacking life experience. Miriam painted a rosy picture of aristocratic vampires, living in luxurious castles and savoring fresh blood like fine wine to impress Eugene. Back to the harsh reality by the fire, the spirit began to boast about the golden words of wisdom she had overheard from successful elders in the spirit realm. Miriam lectured him that he needed to learn everything because he lived as long as a leech, but Eugene calmly admitted he was completely illiterate, leaving her speechless. Scorned by the spirit for only knowing how to create water, their conversation was suddenly cut short when Felid woke up with an utterly bewildered expression, calling Eugene's name. The boy broke out in a sweat, looking around nervously, then tremblingly asked Eugene who he was talking to in this eerie forest, as he couldn't see the spirit. Eugene vaguely claimed he was muttering to himself, while Felid bowed his head, apologizing for his embarrassing bout of vomiting earlier while preparing the rabbit. It turned out that the morning's bloodshed, combined with processing the rabbit carcass, had caused Felad's weak stomach to violently protest against Eugene's cold composure. Eugene reassured the boy not to worry too much about his weakness, asserting that he still had plenty of strength, and the night was still very long. Hearing that, Felad immediately regained his spirits, smiling brightly as he picked up a brush and offered to teach Eugene how to write until he got tired of it. Under the silent night of the forest, a notorious killer and a frail boy sat together, studying by lamplight in rare tranquility. Eugene casually asked if learning to read was really as easy as this, making Felad only able to marvel at his lightning-fast comprehension. Felad explained that ordinary people took a whole year to finish, but Eugene coldly dismissed the compliment as somewhat ridiculous compared to reality. Eugene sternly reminded him that merely being able to read haltingly wasn't enough, as the boy was about to transform into a nobleman's son overnight. Felad sadly confessed that his mother had never told him details about his father, so everything remained as vague as a dream. The boy forced a smile, his face flushed, then timidly said that he didn't even dare to dream of being welcomed by Lord Tierwin. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by the sound of heavy footsteps, making both of them startle and turn to look at the group of strangers approaching the firelight. A man with a long scar on his face offered a forced smile and greeting, then used the excuse of difficulty finding a campsite to approach the two naturally. Eugene's eyes quickly assessed the opponent's equipment and orderly formation. Then his hand subtly rested on his sword hilt, full of vigilance towards these professional mercenaries. The mercenary captain squinted suspiciously when he saw the child in the group, then casually inquired which direction the two were heading, his tone full of doubt. Recognizing the professional, gunpowder-laced questioning, Eugene decided to launch a psychological attack by directly stating their destination, Lord Tierwin's castle. The mercenary captain offered a forced smile and invitation, using the excuse of heading to the Lord's castle to ask to join their group, promising generous shares of wine and meat. The new soldier, Raban, stepped forward, acting as if to force them to share space, causing Eugene's eyes to flash with glowing red killing intent behind his mask at such rudeness. The mercenary captain quickly played the good guy, profusely apologizing and excusing Raban by saying he was new and didn't know the etiquette, trying to defuse the situation. When the captain asked for his identity, Eugene, with a poker face, fabricated the name Knight Jan Eugene, leaving Felad frozen in shock at this deception. Raban guffawed scornfully, criticizing Eugene for not even having a horse or a piece of armor, yet daring to call himself a true knight. The young soldier, Raban, aggressively leaned close to Eugene's face, his voice full of challenge, pressing him to admit he was bluffing about his noble status. He forcefully poked Eugene's chest with his finger, confidently asserting that he had never heard of any family with such a name on the map. Raban flashed a twisted, malicious smile, his eyes rolling wildly as he deliberately tried to expose and corner his prey. Eugene coldly seized the finger, poking him, his blood-red eyes signaling that his patience had run out with this brat. Eugene fully understood that these mercenaries were just looking for trouble, and if they pushed any further, he would eliminate them all immediately. Eugene narrowed his red eyes, filled with killing intent, behind his mask. He coldly assessed the enemy's numbers, confident he could make short work of them all, if necessary. A rough hand unexpectedly landed on the hilt of his sword, producing a sharp, metallic clang, signaling a timely intervention before Eugene could unleash his slaughter. The mercenary captain swiftly lunged forward, grabbing Raban's shoulder. His eyes flashed a warning, instantly freezing the bewildered subordinate in place. Without a word, the captain used his overwhelming strength to hurl Raban away like a sack of sand, witnessed by Eugene's cold gaze and Felad's extreme panic. Raban's body slammed hard against a tree with a resounding thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. He was in excruciating pain and realized he had just made a foolish mistake. While Raban lay sprawled on the ground, looking dazed and disoriented, the captain quickly bowed deeply, profusely apologizing to Eugene for the new recruit's ignorant disrespect. Eugene maintained his aloof demeanor, waving his hand to accept the apology, and ordering the mercenaries to find another spot to camp, out of his sight. The captain looked as if a 1,000-pound weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He bowed even lower, thanking the mysterious knight for his feigned magnanimity. Eugene clicked his tongue, contemplating. He knew suspicion would persist, so he resolved to play the role of a genuine knight as convincingly as possible to avoid trouble. As night fell around the quiet campfire, Raban, who had been unconscious, suddenly shot up with a piercing scream, his face drained of all color, as if he had just endured a terrifying nightmare. Raban scrambled to his feet, still looking dazed, unable to process why he was lying on the ground. The captain roared, full of killing intent, cursing his foolish subordinate for daring to challenge a knight without valuing his own pathetic life. Before the new recruit could fully recover, the captain delivered a thunderous slap to Raban's head, yelling that they had all nearly died because of his stupidity. Raban clutched his head, muttering complaints about Eugene's shabby appearance, but was immediately taught a lesson by the captain about judging people by their looks. The captain pointed, explaining, and asked his dim-witted subordinate if he could guess how much that tattered cloak was worth. He revealed it was a high-end item made from premium werewolf hide, costing an exorbitant sum equivalent to 3 months of Raban's salary, making the new recruit break out in a cold sweat. Still reeling from shock, the captain delivered a final blow by reminding Raban that Eugene could read, proving his identity was far from that of a common nobody. The captain firmly asserted that if he hadn't intervened in time, they would all be dead, making Raban tremble as he asked how the captain knew that. The captain's eyes were sharp as knives. He growled, criticizing Raban's arrogant ignorance while death was already at his throat. He exposed Eugene's deadly combat stance, with his right hand ready inside his cloak and his left foot pulled back, prepared to send them all to their graves in an instant. The captain recalled his opponent's perfect swordplay, describing how the body's center of gravity moved in terrifying synchronicity with the blade's trajectory. The commander affirmed that if he had been a beat slower, Raban's head would have been severed, making the new recruit nervously ask why the captain hadn't stopped him from the start. Looking at his naive subordinate, the captain sneered and asked if Raban truly understood the terrifying meaning of the word knight. He began to explain about those born into luxury who wielded wooden swords from childhood, dedicating their entire lives to honing professional killing skills. These were the madmen who plunged into dark dungeons, facing the fear of death to impale monsters without hesitation. Not stopping there, they also had to bathe in blood on the battlefield, slaughtering their own kind to accumulate achievements and catch the eye of the nobility. Only those who had stained their hands red with blood were qualified to kneel and receive official titles and appointments from the royal family. Returning to reality, the captain emphasized that impersonating a knight was a serious crime, so anyone daring to claim such a title was certainly no ordinary person. He asserted that for someone over 20 years old to openly declare themselves a knight, their swordsmanship must have reached a supreme level to survive. Raban, scared out of his wits, asked if his opponent was stronger than the captain. The captain admitted he was, and concluded that they would meet again as they shared the same destination, the Lord's castle. Thanks to his superior hearing, Eugene overheard the captain's entire lecture and realized that the knight label carried far more weight than he had imagined. He secretly observed and assessed these mercenaries as professionals, wondering why the Tierwin family had hired those previous scumbags instead of regular troops. No longer bothering to hide, he stepped out of the bushes with an overwhelming aura that made the young Raban turn pale, stammering, unable to speak, thinking he was about to be dealt with. Flashing a calculating, polite smile beneath his mask, he spoke, confirming that both parties shared the same destination, Lord Tierwin's castle. Eugene launched a powerful psychological attack, extending his armored hand and politely suggesting they join forces, playing the role of a friendly yet authoritative knight perfectly. Dazzled by his handsome aura, Raban immediately nodded in agreement, making the captain beside him dumbfounded by his subordinate's lack of resolve. The entire convoy of people, horses, and carriages bustled into Martella territory, where the streets were much more crowded and lively than the impoverished village they had just left. Pulling his hood low to conceal his triumphant smile, Eugene was pleased that the mercenaries had taken the bait, believing him to be a knight, creating an excellent opportunity to extract confidential information along the way. As he was engrossed in planning his next dangerous moves, the water spirit Marin suddenly appeared, calling his name in a sweet, flattering voice. Marin materialized, reporting that she had eavesdropped on the mercenaries as ordered, eagerly waiting to see if her master could glean anything interesting from the chaotic information. Marin reported that Lord Tierwin was on his deathbed. Looking at his skeletal appearance, he was probably about to log off the server. A brand new dungeon had appeared, promising a mountain of money. But where would this dilapidated family find the troops and funds to claim this delicious pie? Hearing about the dungeon made his eyes light up, but Eugene kept a cool head to analyze the situation with the water spirit hovering beside him. Marin wondered about the fate of the boy Felid, fearing he would become an orphan again as soon as he arrived if the old man passed away immediately. He coldly declared that his life or death had nothing to do with him, leaving the spirit Agape at her master's cold-blooded cruelty. Eugene painted a grim picture where the boy could be slaughtered by his own siblings, like a stray dog in a bloody power struggle. Felid sat in the carriage with a melancholic expression, still naively thinking the old man had called him back just to see his illegitimate son one last time before closing his eyes forever. His red eyes flashed with ambition. Eugene affirmed to Marin that both their destinies would completely change from the moment they stepped into this quagmire. The neighing of horses and the grinding of wheels on the road signaled that the convoy had reached its destination after a long, calculating journey. The towering Rose Castle appeared before them, its massive gates intricately carved, seemingly waiting to swallow any weak prey that entered. The spirit Miriam excitedly flew around, chattering away, urging her master to quickly climb the ranks so he could later acquire such a huge castle to enjoy. Eugene coldly snatched the noisy creature and stuffed her into his cloak, ordering her to shut up before the boy Felid could notice anything unusual about the mysterious guard. The entire convoy was stopped at the gate by an arrogant noble who loudly questioned their purpose of visit with a condescending attitude. The mercenary captain quickly put on a fake smile, fabricating a story that they were a troop dispatched from the Palin Company to bypass the guards. The noble haughtily introduced himself as Verl Tierwin, the eldest son of the family, crossing his arms with a disdainful look at the commoners below. He confirmed the goods were safe, then imperiously ordered the mercenaries to unload immediately, treating them no differently than cheap laborers. Kamara frowned in annoyance when he saw Eugene still standing stiffly in his full-body attire, then shouted, asking who he was to dare be lazy and not work. Eugene stepped forward confidently, loudly declaring himself Knight Jan Eugene, preparing to publicly reveal Felid's illegitimate status to stir up this murky water. Before he could finish, a loud shout echoed from behind. Verl Tierwin, leading soldiers, aggressively approached, questioning what his esteemed older brother was doing at the gate. Hearing the familiar voice of his old enemy, Eugene's eyes flashed with sharp calculation, while Kamara openly showed his displeasure at being interrupted. The clang of armored footsteps on stone, Verl Tierwin coldly stepped forward, cutting off his older brother with a loaded question about who truly held authority here. He pulled back his cloak to reveal the family crest, warning Kamara that controlling strangers entering and leaving the castle was the exclusive duty of the gatekeeper, like himself. Hearing the chillingly familiar voice, Eugene's red eyes behind his mask narrowed as he recognized his sworn enemy from his previous life. Humiliating memories flooded Eugene's mind, recalling how he had once been a worthless wretch, constantly hiding, and it was this very commander of the vampire hunting squad who had dragged him out. He could never forget that stormy night when Verthel and Jungdert had hunted and tortured him to the point where he wished for death, like a wild beast. Returning to reality, Verl Tierwin stood tall with the imposing demeanor of a high-ranking knight, his eyes sharp enough to pierce anyone who dared to defy him. Verthel looked up at his useless older brother with a stern expression, directly questioning what Kamara was up to in front of the city gate. Kamara smirked provocatively, sarcastically retorting that Verthel was acting ridiculously as if he were the sole heir of this family. Verthel frowned, annoyed by his brother's taunting, and growled, explaining that he had no intention of vying for power, as his narrow-minded brother thought. Not letting the two noble brothers continue their affectionate charade for another second, Eugene coldly interrupted, making both of them startle and turn to look. Eugene calmly presented a letter from the village chief of Gev, like a first-class travel pass, to silence the two nobles. Hearing the name Broadwin, Verthel reacted extremely quickly, snatching the letter with an incredulous expression. Kamara stood bewildered, not yet understanding anything. When his arrogant younger brother snatched the letter from him, Verthel glared suspiciously at Eugene, while Kamara behind him began to eavesdrop with an amused expression. Reading the report that the entire mercenary squad had been torn apart by wolves, Verthel was deeply shocked and then shifted his sharp gaze to Felid. Felid hastily bowed in an innocent greeting, while Kamara chuckled mockingly, full of sarcasm. Upon recognizing his long-lost younger brother, Verthel quickly regained his cold demeanor, announcing in a condescending tone that Lord Tierwin was awaiting this illegitimate child. He clicked his tongue in disdain, ordering the soldiers to drag Felid away for a bath and a change of clothes to make him look a bit more presentable. The soldiers immediately obeyed, dragging Felid away roughly amidst the boys' bewilderment, while Eugene and Kamara merely watched the scene unfold. Verthel's footsteps suddenly stopped. He spun his head around with a suspicious gaze, as if he had just caught a whiff of danger from Eugene. Eugene directly demanded his rights first and requested an immediate audience with Lord Tierwin. Verthel glared, flatly refusing with a murderous expression, as if he wanted to devour the person in front of him alive. He coldly declared that his father was gravely ill, intending to use gold coins to politely send Eugene away immediately and settle the debt. Eugene narrowed his calculating red eyes, reminding Verthel of the effort he had put into bringing Felid back, hoping to exert reverse pressure. Verthel furiously growled, his eyes flashing as he warned Eugene not to make him repeat his dismissal a second time. Kamara unexpectedly intervened, shouting loudly at his younger brother with a challenging and annoyed attitude. The pampered young master chuckled, reasoning that since a new member had to be introduced anyway, a brief meeting wouldn't hurt anyone. Verthel tried to suppress his anger, explaining that Lord Tierwin couldn't stay awake for more than an hour, and strictly forbade strangers from approaching. The two brothers snarled at each other, sparks flying, as Kamara mocked Verl for deliberately trying to control their father's schedule. Kamara whistled teasingly, then turned to apologize to Eugene, conveniently taking a jab at Verl as someone deluded by power, wanting to play the heir. Kamara patted Eugene's shoulder in farewell, with a fake smile, uttering hypocritical words, wishing him a safe journey home. He turned and slung an arm around Felad's shoulder like a close brother, intending to immediately take the boy on a tour of the castle to distract him. Eugene narrowed his eyes, seeing through this old fox, realizing that he had never intended for them to meet the Lord from the very beginning. Suddenly, the sound of heavy objects repeatedly thudding to the ground made both Verl and Eugene startle and turn to look. Galfredic appeared arrogantly, carrying a corpse on his shoulder as if it were a light toy. He casually tossed the battered mercenaries onto the ground, calmly fabricating a story about them being thieves and lazy to legitimize his violent actions. Galfredic flashed a savage smile, suggesting they kill one of them as an example for the others, making the atmosphere as tense as a stretched bowstring. Verl broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that the half-dead people who had been beaten were the temporary mercenaries hired for the dungeon. Galfredic pushed Verl inside for a private conversation to avoid prying eyes, his demeanor completely overwhelming the bewildered second young master. Eugene turned to quietly ask the person next to him and received the answer that the madman from earlier was Sir Galfredic. Galfredic was introduced as a promising knight, ranking third in the prestigious Evergrow family tournament, not someone to be underestimated. He possessed monstrous strength and supreme skill, having single-handedly swept through over 1,000 opponents to assert his dominant position. Eugene observed from a distance, wondering why a monster of such caliber would appear in this godforsaken place. It turned out that successfully conquering a dungeon was a great achievement that could change a knight's life, even if the price to pay might be their own. Partek stated that Galfredic intended to use this dungeon as a stepping stone to climb higher. Eugene merely noted the information coldly. Eugene suddenly turned to call Partek's name, confirming that the captain's current task was complete, in preparation for the next move. Eugene's red eyes flashed with calculation behind his mask. He gave a cunning smile, hinting that he wanted to become Partek's next client. The silent night enveloped the massive castle, concealing the power struggles and schemes for succession simmering within its cold stone walls. Verl stood beside Galfredic, looking at the bound mercenaries on the ground, telling himself that he absolutely had to conquer this dungeon at all costs. He sat in the dark room, bitterly realizing that Kamara was openly vying for the inheritance, and that Kamara himself had brought the monster Galfredic here to intimidate him. Verl bitterly realized that if the muscle-brained Galfredic managed to open the dungeon, the balance of power would heavily tip towards the enemy's side. He was tearing his hair out in the room, unsure where to find skilled personnel to turn the tide, when a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. A servant entered, reporting that Eugene was requesting a meeting, which momentarily surprised and suspicious Verl. After a few seconds of piecing together events concerning the knight who had escorted Felad, Verl decided to take a gamble, ordering him to be invited in immediately. The door opened, and Eugene entered with a chilling aura, his all-black attire and full-face mask exuding an unpredictable mystery. Verl quickly switched to a fawning mode, warmly inviting his guest to sit and reassuring him that Felad was absolutely safe. He continued to paint a rosy picture of generous rewards from his comatose father to buy Eugene's loyalty. Verl tried to build rapport by bringing up the letter from earlier, expressing deep gratitude to create an allied atmosphere. The polite smile on Verl's lips suddenly stiffened, as he felt an unusual pressure emanating from the person opposite him. Eugene shed his polite facade, his red eyes flashing with a sharp glint, as he smirked and declared that he only worked with those who held true power. Eugene brushed aside the matter of meeting the Lord and went straight to the main point. He wanted to make an attractive offer. Without beating around the bush, Eugene made a specific demand. He wanted a spot in the upcoming dungeon conquest team. He let out a sigh of exasperation, as if he were deigning to speak with those not on his intellectual level. Eugene suddenly burst into provocative laughter, causing veins to pop on Verl's forehead due to his insolent attitude. Verl regained his composure, resting his hand on his temple, smirking and admitting that the masked man was more interesting than he appeared. Eugene maintained his relaxed sitting posture, his cloak concealing his body, exuding a mysterious aura that made it difficult for his opponent to gauge his true strength. Verl narrowed his eyes suspiciously, beginning to intensely question the knight identity Eugene had claimed earlier. The commander brought up a few trivial bandit slaying achievements to taunt Eugene, challenging whether he was skilled enough to be allowed to participate. Eugene leaned back in his chair with a confident half-smile, asserting that this was a sweet deal that would cause no harm to the Tierwin family. When Verl Asked for his intentions, Eugene named a shocking price, only 100 silver and half of the common spoils, generously relinquishing all valuable mana stones. Verl frowned suspiciously, finding the deal too good given the current economic situation, but Eugene immediately cut off his thoughts with a challenging final question. Eugene smirked arrogantly, pointing directly at his opponent, and declaring that the one cornered right now was Verl, not himself. While Verl was still bewildered and clueless, Eugene delivered another psychological blow by reminding him of the paltry price of 100 silver if the dungeon was successfully cleared. Even though Verl was still hesitant about the reward being miles below market price, Eugene maintained a superior attitude, pressuring him to make an immediate decision. The commander began to concoct a story in his head, firmly believing that the masked man before him was a wandering knight who valued honor more than money. In Verl's eyes, at that moment, Eugene's image suddenly transformed into a radiant holy knight, living and dying for noble ideals, not caring for mundane material possessions. Verl rested his chin in his hand, deep in thought with a serious expression, beginning to piece together the information he had heard earlier to reinforce his mistaken hypothesis. Eugene continued to corner his prey with a sinister smile, confidently stating that he had plenty of time, while the one running out of it was Verl. Verl's eyes widened in horror as he realized the deeper meaning. The shadow of his older brother Kamara appeared behind him like a ghost threatening his position. Eugene smirked triumphantly, seeing that his prey had taken the bait. He secretly praised this commander for having some brains, unlike the other trash knights who only knew how to use their muscles. Verl immediately fell into the trap, jumping up to shake hands and finalize the deal with Eugene, his face beaming as if he had struck gold. Eugene continued to create a smokescreen with an economic argument, boasting that he only needed the monster byproducts to sell for profit, and had no interest in competing for expensive mana crystals. He even enthusiastically introduced a reputable buyer for the goods, the familiar, bearded mercenary captain with a cunning smile. Eugene delivered another fatal blow by using Kamara as a shield, asserting that his arrogant older brother wouldn't dare refuse such a lucrative deal. Verl gripped his sword hilt, letting out a cold, contemptuous snort upon hearing his opponent's last-minute request for additional personnel. The commander turned to complain to Galfredic, who was training behind him, stating that the dungeon was a death trap, not a nursery for leading novices to play in. He painted a grim picture of a brutal place, where the line between life and death was as thin as a thread, where the weak ones who fell behind would only become monster fodder. Verl sheathed his sword with a snap, flatly declaring that he would kick out any amateur who dared to hinder the formation, regardless of whose subordinate they were. Galfredic, who was resting, was dragged into the conversation. He cast a suspicious glance when he heard Verl lamenting his family's poor network of connections. Verl gave a sly smile and clapped Galfredic on the shoulder, deciding to push the responsibility of rejecting the new burden onto the red-haired giant, leaving him utterly speechless. Kamara walked in with a nonchalant expression, apologizing for making his two subordinates wait while he was busy recruiting talent. He smiled triumphantly and gestured enthusiastically, solemnly introducing the new member who would carry the team on this hunting expedition. Eugene stepped into the light, introducing himself as Knight Jan Eugene, leading a formidable band of mercenaries behind him to assert his presence. Verl froze for a few seconds as he recognized the familiar face, surprised that the mysterious man had enough influence to lead an entire group. He sneered mockingly, intending to use the excuse of unknown background and skills to immediately dismiss Eugene from the team. Kamara crossed his arms and retorted sharply, staking his honor on Eugene's high-quality, hand-picked skills, which even startled Galfredic. He added another psychological blow by recalling Eugene's feat of single-handedly clearing out the border bandits' den to put Verl in his place. Verl's smile vanished completely when he heard about the bandits who had once given him such a headache, his expression turning serious. Kamara emphasized that Eugene had managed to dispatch the entire bandit gang with just a dull dagger, proving his supreme skill. Suddenly, a clang rang out. Galfredic lunged to test him, but Eugene deftly dodged the attack in a flash, causing the sword blade to cut through empty air. Galfredic's greatsword plunged into the wooden floor with terrifying force, cracking the ground and sending up thick smoke after the missed strike. Galfredic smirked wildly, his eyes burning with excitement like a predator who had just found new joy. Kamara placed his hand on the table, exclaiming in astonishment at the gunpowder-scented greeting that had just unfolded before his eyes. Galfredic closed in on Eugene, uttering words of contempt upon seeing his opponent's flawless fair skin, assuming he was merely a sheltered young master. The red-haired giant leaned his face close to Eugene, flashing an arrogant, challenging smile, and demanding to witness the young master's true skills. News of the showdown spread like wildfire, engulfing the entire castle in a fervent and tense atmosphere. The soldiers and villagers cheered loudly, unable to believe that Galfredic was demanding a duel right then and there, and rushed to watch the spectacle. The crowd pushed and shoved to get a glimpse of the tournament's third-rate knight, the rumored monster who could tear demons apart with his bare hands. The arena was ready. Galfredic stood tall like a volcano poised to erupt, while the crowd secretly pitied the unfortunate one who had to face him. Eugene calmly adjusted his gloves, his cold eyes reflecting pity for the big guy who didn't know his place. Galfredic stomped his heel hard on the arena floor, raising his greatsword upright with a confident and arrogant smirk. The red-haired giant's eyes were as sharp as blades, intensely focused on the small prey standing before him. Eugene stood perfectly still, his face hidden behind the black mask, revealing no hint of anxiety. He maintained a chillingly calm demeanor, silently observing and analyzing every minute gesture of his opponent. The referee stepped into the gunpowder-scented arena, raising his hand to signal both sides to prepare for battle. He shouted loudly, "Are you ready?" making the surrounding atmosphere explode with extreme excitement. The deafening opening bell rang from the guards, accompanied by the referee's decisive command. "Begin." Galfredic stomped the ground, charging like a wild beast, swinging his sword down at Eugene's head with terrifying speed, forcing him to react quickly. The two swords clashed, creating blinding sparks. Eugene timely raised his sword, fully parrying the madman's 1,000-pound strike. Galfredic gave a wild smile and beckoned contemptuously, causing Eugene to momentarily falter at the giant's overwhelming strength. The harsh clang of metal echoed repeatedly, sparks flying as the two swords intertwined in a high-speed dance of death. Raban gleefully thought Galfredic was being pushed back, but the mercenary captain immediately poured cold water on his assumption, saying he was only probing his opponent. The captain narrowed his eyes and flatly stated that Galfredic was intentionally allowing himself to be pushed back to lure his opponent into revealing an opening. Galfredic laughed like a madman, swinging his sword wildly, creating deadly streaks of light to crush the prey before him. Eugene dodged the attacks while coldly assessing his opponent's swordsmanship as crude garbage, lacking any proper technique to exploit. He realized that the red-haired man's fighting style reeked of savagery, more like a beast raised in the jungle than a properly trained warrior. Galfredic unleashed a thunderous blow while baring his teeth in a contemptuous smile, exposing Eugene's fake knight identity right in the middle of the battle. Having noticed the difference, he frantically mocked Eugene's loose stance and rootless swordsmanship, asserting that he was merely someone who relied on physical strength and had never trained hard a day in his life. Eugene kept a cool head, calmly retorting that while swordsmanship wasn't everything, a few moves were enough to see through each other's true nature. Stung by the remark, Galfredic roared, "You talk too much," then charged in a frenzy, forcing Eugene to retreat and evade the deadly blade. Galfredic bared his teeth in a challenging smile, flatly declaring that he would only shut his mouth if he were defeated. The two swords clashed loudly, sparks flying as both sides poured all their strength into the decisive strike. Taking advantage of his imposing physique, Galfredic pressed his greatsword down, forcing Eugene to strain himself to defend in a disadvantageous position, letting out a grunt of effort. Without letting his opponent catch his breath, the red-haired man delivered a thunderous kick to Eugene's stomach, sending him flying backward, sliding across the ground. Galfredic swung his greatsword high above his head, channeling all his strength into a downward strike, intending to cleave his disadvantaged prey in two. The sword blade struck the ground with a terrifying explosion, splitting the stone floor and sending up a thick cloud of dust that obscured all vision. Raban cackled gleefully, turning to the crowd to ask if the fake knight had already frothed at the mouth and fainted. Within the hazy dust cloud, Eugene's hand gripped his sword hilt tightly, veins bulging, signaling a spectacular comeback. One of Eugene's eyes glowed through his mask as he shot out of the dust, growling back at Raban, asking who was truly the one knocked out. Galfredic broke out in a sweat as he parried the blow, realizing Eugene was learning and adapting at an unnaturally fast combat speed. Eugene deftly dodged the attack at the last second as the red-haired madman, Galfredic, launched a relentless barrage of attacks. The two swords clashed, creating a deafening explosion, sparks flying like fireworks in broad daylight. Galfredic spun his greatsword into a whirlwind of death, but Eugene weaved and dodged with such flexibility that his opponent continuously missed. Both charged into a direct confrontation, Galfredic's wild grin meeting the sharp gaze behind Eugene's mask. Blades grated against each other, Eugene tensing his body to withstand the 1,000-pound pressure bearing down from his opponent. Galfredic laughed heartily with delight, wondering how this small man possessed such monstrous strength. Eugene gritted his teeth, admitting that if it were purely a contest of physical strength, he was completely outmatched by this monster. With Galfredic's arm clamped tightly, Eugene intended to use his seasoned combat experience to turn the tide. However, Eugene's stance was suddenly broken. He lost his balance and was thrown back by Galfredic's overwhelming power, witnessed by the crowd. Eugene's body slammed hard onto the stone floor with a shocking thud, dust flying up and burying him. Eugene smoothly dodged the attack, causing Galfredic's strike to cut through empty air by a hair's breadth. Seizing the opportunity, Eugene grabbed his opponent's arm and used a leverage technique to powerfully throw the giant over his shoulder. In the moment he was restrained, Galfredic was horrified to realize that despite his disjointed technique, this man's survival instinct and reflexes were on a monstrous level. Facing the surging killing intent from Eugene's punch, Galfredic could only wonder where this freak had come from. Seeing the death punch stop right before his face, Galfredic offered a resigned smile and opened his mouth to admit his own defeat. A terrifying surge of force exploded, sending Galfredic's massive body flying backward like a cannonball. The red-haired man flew uncontrollably, hurtling straight towards the city gate to the extreme horror of the surrounding crowd. Crash! The sturdy stone wall cracked and shattered as it bore the full impact of Galfredic's buffalo-like body. Galfredic lay motionless amidst the rubble with vacant eyes, completely knocked out, while Eugene stood proudly looking down at his defeated foe. The referee broke out in a sweat, his voice trembling as he declared the winner, while Felid and the villagers were still reeling from the unbelievable outcome. The name Knight Jan Eugene was officially announced in the dusty arena, marking the emergence of a new power. The crowd of villagers buzzed with discussion, no one believing that an unknown nobody possessed such absurdly overwhelming power. Raban immediately did a 180-degree turn at lightning speed, proudly thumping his chest and telling everyone that the monster was his side's knight. Galfredic lay flattened in the rubble, groaning in pain after taking the full force of the devastating counterattack. Suddenly, the red-haired giant's eyes snapped open, waking up terrifyingly fast as if he had never been knocked out. From the ground, Galfredic extended his powerful arms towards Eugene, with an aura that sent shivers down one's spine. He sprang up and charged like a wild beast, his eyes glowing brightly, accompanied by a threatening growl. Eugene flinched and turned, his eyes showing extreme vigilance at the defeated opponent's sudden action. Galfredic's pincer-like hand firmly gripped Eugene's wrist, and he loudly shouted the phrase one more time. Instead of seeking revenge, Galfredic excitedly raised Eugene's hand and roared, demanding everyone applaud the champion, leaving the protagonist bewildered with a million question marks. Galfredic enthusiastically raised Eugene's hand amidst the thunderous cheers of the crowd, who were wildly chanting the name John Eugene. Verl Tierwin stood frozen in place, drenched in sweat, his eyes wide with disbelief at the sight of that monster being celebrated. The scene shifted to a lavish, full-option banquet table with succulent roasted chicken and dessert cakes, as a loud noise drew attention. A line of servants, including a butler and maids, appeared with professional smiles, welcoming the esteemed guest with suspicious warmth. Eugene sat stiffly at the table with a speechless expression, wearing dark glasses that covered his eyes and showing little interest in the warm reception. The butler respectfully announced that this was a direct order from Kamara, requesting full service to ensure he had the strength to open the dungeon. The servants chattered about drawing the curtains for fear of damaging his skin, and offered wine, while Marin excitedly flew around the wine bottle with curiosity. Eugene raised a hand to flatly refuse, ignoring the water spirit laughing above his head about a vampire being afraid of a stomachache from eating too much. The servants looked bewildered and were about to plead, but Eugene coldly cut them off, ordering them to leave and relay his message to that troublesome Kamara. He removed his glasses, revealing his glowing red eyes filled with killing intent, enunciating each word to affirm his preference for solitude, a habit from years of living hidden in the deep forest. Raban shamelessly draped an arm over Eugene, claiming him as his talented knight, his attitude a complete 180-degree turn from before. Eugene walked away coldly, ignoring Raban's incessant chatter, while the servants behind them covered their mouths, chuckling. Galfredic unexpectedly poked his head down from the ceiling like a giant spider, making Raban jump in fright. The red-haired man rushed to embrace Eugene, claiming him as a comrade, unceremoniously tossing the unfortunate Raban out of the frame. The whole group gathered, Galfredic with an arm around Eugene, complaining that his face ached so much he couldn't sleep all night. He pointed to the bruise on his cheek and laughed heartily with pride, making Eugene suspect this man enjoyed getting beaten. Galfredic enthusiastically invited Eugene to have a friendly match right then and there, simply because the weather was so beautiful today. Eugene mused, realizing this battle-crazed man didn't care whether his knight identity was real or fake. The suspicious glances around gradually faded, just as planned. But Eugene was still unaccustomed to being surrounded by crowds. Felid smiled brightly, placing a hand on his chest with admiration and relief after everything had settled down. Eugene and the entire group simultaneously turned their heads at the sound of a call, their faces all astonished at the newcomer. The mercenary captain slowly walked up to Eugene and Galfredic, greeting them with a deceptively polite voice filled with the scent of gunpowder. Night fell, bringing with it desperate screams for mercy that echoed throughout the neighborhood, but no one bothered to pay attention. The shadow on the wall twitched wildly with each brutal club strike, making the victims scream in despair. The mercenary captain lay flattened on the floor, spitting mouthfuls of blood, listening to his superior coldly lecture him about the price of failure. Verl Tierwin appeared with a murderous scowl, bitterly blaming that if the soldiers had killed Eugene from the start, this trouble wouldn't exist. Verthel's eyes glowed brightly like headlights, as he furiously screamed because his perfect plan had gone off the rails. He stood towering, looking down with contempt, berating his subordinate that the mercenaries were just useless trash eaten by wolves. Before the opponent could even explain, Verl delivered a devastating punch to the captain's face, making him cough up blood for being so blind. Verthel's face was distorted with rage, his eyes wide and bloodshot, as if he wanted to devour the defeated man before him. Verl held his sword's blade close to the mercenary captain's eye, coldly threatening to gouge out his eyeballs if he remained useless. The subordinate soldiers' faces were drained of color, utterly terrified as they heard the sound of breaking bones and their leader's screams. Verl casually tossed the bloodstained knife onto the floor with a clatter, exhaled, and began to calculate his next move. He grimaced and thought, realizing he couldn't openly kill the person who had entered the castle, as it would be too obvious and troublesome. Suddenly, his eyes widened sinisterly, a cruel idea flashing in his mind to use a borrowed knife to kill. He decided to send Felid into the dungeon, killing two birds with one stone by getting rid of him and disposing of the body cleanly. Felid lay sprawled on the cold floor, his eyes lifeless, resigned and no longer wishing to live. Eugene, wearing his mask, appeared, sarcastically commenting on Verl Tierwin's unreasonable order for them to enter the dungeon right now. Eugene leaned against the window, analyzing the situation, while Felid sat blankly on a chair, despairing that he was being pushed to his death as a sacrifice. Eugene delivered another psychological blow, revealing that the insignificant mercenaries eaten by wolves earlier were actually assassins sent by Felid's brothers. Eugene coldly exposed the harsh truth. The enemy wanted Felid to die without a trace on the way, never to reach his destination safely. Felid's eyes flickered violently as he heard the monster before him declare that there was still a way out for an outcast like him. Eugene stood tall like a dark king, making an overbearing demand that Verl Tierwin become his subordinate in exchange for his life. He reminded Felid that, at 16, he didn't need anyone's protection. The boy had every right to decide his own path. Eugene concluded with a critical question, forcing Felid to choose between holding his breath and waiting for death, or struggling and fighting until his last breath. The day the dungeon gates opened had arrived. The colossal gates swung open powerfully, attracting a dense crowd of soldiers and adventurers. Galfredic explained the strategy to the entire team, predicting that small fry monsters like goblins or trolls would appear, and the goal was to clear a path to the mid-level area. While Galfredic ordered reconnaissance, a porter soldier gleefully boasted to Felid that being a runner wouldn't involve shedding blood. The cowardly soldier plotted to feign injury and hide in the rear, not foolish enough to rush to his death for a few silver coins. Raban suddenly appeared, interrupting the conversation, roughly grabbing the soldier's shoulder and arrogantly asking if Felid was there. Verl Tierwin appeared with a grim face full of killing intent, pressing the soldiers about where that good-for-nothing Felid was hiding. He paused when he saw Eugene deeply playing the role of a devoted protector, pressing a bag of provisions into Felid's hands with insincerely tearful advice. Incensed by the sight, Verl Tierwin roughly shoved aside a soldier blocking his way, scolding Felid as a pathetic mouse clinging to a lowly person. The commander stomped forward, yelling loudly, startling both Eugene and Felid, who were acting, making them turn to look. Verl Tierwin glared threateningly, reiterating his order and forcing Felid to drag himself back to the assembly point immediately if he didn't want a beating. Felid's face drained of all color, sweat pouring down like rain. He could only tremble and obey before the overwhelming authority of his cruel older brother. Seeing the boy dawdling out of fear, Verl Tierwin furiously lunged forward, grabbing Felid's shoulder tightly and roaring as if he wanted to devour him alive. While the noble was busy foaming at the mouth and showing off his power, Eugene's sharp eyes behind his mask had locked onto his target. A black steel hand suddenly gripped Verl Tierwin's wrist. Eugene coldly warned him not to lay a single finger on his person. Verl Tierwin stared wide-eyed at the one who dared to interfere in his family matters. Finding Eugene's words utterly ridiculous and unreasonable, Eugene didn't hesitate to expose his older brother's cruelty in pushing a child who only knew how to hold a kitchen knife to his death, bluntly asking if he had lost his mind. Slap! Eugene slapped Verl Tierwin's filthy hand away from Felid, ignoring the noble who was shamelessly trying to cover up by saying he only wanted to train his younger brother. Verl Tierwin ground his teeth, veins bulging on his face, as he was lectured by a mercenary about not manipulating a child like a mindless puppet. Eugene took a powerful step forward, his boots clanking loudly on the ground, asserting that Verl Tierwin was the one who didn't know his place in this area. To Felid's utter astonishment, Eugene loudly declared that the boy had become his servant since yesterday and was therefore under his jurisdiction. Galfredic immediately stepped out from the crowd with an overwhelming presence, crossing his arms and asserting that everyone here could bear witness to that agreement. The red-haired man glared threateningly, declaring that this bond was stronger than blood, and if Verl Tierwin dared to touch the boy, it would be considered a direct declaration of war against him. Eugene leaned provocatively close to Verl Tierwin, his hand on his sword hilt, ready to indulge the noble with a few warm-up moves before entering the dungeon. Verl Tierwin stammered in utter panic. He couldn't believe a trashy mercenary dared to talk back to him in broad daylight. Despite the noble's shouts about harboring a bastard ruining his future, Eugene stood firm like a fortress protecting Felid, a cold killing intent emanating from his black mask. The soldiers began to whisper and discuss. They fully trusted in Eugenus and Galfredic's power after their peak showdown last week, disregarding the current commander's empty title. Verl Tierwin's face turned purple, his eyes bulging as he heard the soldiers laughing behind his back, realizing his reputation was being mercilessly trampled by two outsiders. The noble was so bitter, his eyes twitched uncontrollably, as he heard the sarcastic remark that even if he cultivated for another lifetime, he would never reach the heels of those two monsters. Realizing the tide had turned, Verl Tierwin immediately changed his tune faster than flipping a rice paper pancake, forcing a fake smile and patting Eugene's shoulder, declaring he was very relieved to entrust his younger brother to him. He continued to play the cunning fox, using Felid's 16 years as an excuse to trap the boy with principles, forcing him to make his own decision in front of everyone, though his mouth spoke of principles. Inside, Verl Tierwin was grinding his teeth, trying to suppress the rage that threatened to explode from being cornered before the crowd. Eugene coldly observed the clumsy charade. He fully understood that Felid was merely a weak prey being driven into a corner by a hunter, forced to seek a pack to survive. Verl Tierwin continued to play the role of an exemplary older brother, putting his arm around Felid's shoulder to boast about his knowledge, while Eugene and Galfredic stood by, observing with eyes full of suspicion. A soldier rushed to report to Galfredic that the surrounding area was completely clear of monsters, ensuring absolute safety before the appointed time. Receiving the order to open the gates, Galfredic grinned excitedly, while Eugene maintained his cold, deadly demeanor behind his mask. Both were ready for the hunt. The colossal dungeon gates slowly opened with a rumbling tremor, revealing the pitch-black night within, filled with killing intent, making the soldiers look up in horror. Galfredic flashed a wild grin, his eyes burning with battle intent, as he declared that everyone was responsible for their own life, signaling that a massacre was about to begin. The soldiers gulped loudly, sweat pouring down like rain as they gripped their weapons, fear clearly etched on every face under the suffocating pressure of the dungeon. The charge command rang out. Galfredic led the way, plunging into the darkness like a wild beast, closely followed by Eugene and the troops, who were shouting to calm their own fears. Outside the gates, Verl Tierwin waved goodbye with a chillingly fake smile, while Felid anxiously shouted, warning Eugene to be careful. The heavy stone door slammed shut, trapping the reckless adventurers in the darkness, along with a fragile prayer that God would protect them. The clanging of metal and echoing screams throughout the dark cave signaled that the blood feast had officially begun. Green-skinned goblins poured down like a waterfall, using their overwhelming numbers to tear apart the weak soldiers, splattering fresh blood everywhere. A soldier lay flattened on the ground, screaming desperately for his life as a monster pinned him down, intending to devour him alive. Galfredic swung his greatsword, creating a clean slash that swept away the monsters, swarming the useless soldiers like trash. The soldier who had just escaped death was still gasping for breath, barely recovering, when Galfredic cursed him directly, calling them idiots for almost breaking formation. Galfredic's eyes bulged as he roared, ordering the useless soldiers to hold their formation immediately if they didn't want to die together. The archers in the center hastily shot arrows at the cave ceiling to stop the rain of monsters falling on them like ripe fruit. The front line struggled to block attacks with their shields, while the frenzied goblins charged into the formation from all directions like bloodthirsty moths. A cowardly soldier, scared out of his wits, broke from formation and fled for his life, regretting deeply having plunged into this suicidal mission. He intended to turn and run towards the entrance, but unfortunately, he ran straight into a pack of goblins grinning, waiting in ambush in the darkness. A goblin was impaled through the head by a sword, splattering fresh blood and saving the soldier who lay on the ground, waiting to die. Galfredic appeared abruptly behind him, eyes blazing, scolding the soldier directly, calling him an idiot for thinking running backward would escape the monsters. He grabbed the soldier by the collar, lifting him up, and roared into his face that only by sticking with the formation could he hope to keep his measly life in this hellhole. Galfredic pointed, giving a commanding order, forcing the coward to pick up his sword and drag himself back to his battle position immediately. Looking towards the cave entrance, the soldiers struggled to fend off waves of goblins as numerous as ants, the clanging of weapons echoing loudly. Galfredic clicked his tongue in exasperation, wondering how he could clear this dungeon with such a weak and exhausted group of mercenaries. Suddenly, a soldier shrieked, alerting Galfredic that another wave of monsters was approaching. Galfredic gritted his teeth, annoyed to hear that monsters were flanking them from behind, forcing them to split their forces to defend both ends. Before he could give the order, Eugene shot into the darkness like a gust of wind, coldly declaring he would handle the rear alone, despite Galfredic's warnings that it was too dangerous. Galfredic and the mercenary captain could only stare, completely astonished by the masked man's reckless actions and terrifying speed. Heavy footsteps pounded on the stone floor, leaving behind dark afterimages, proof of the terrifying speed of the one who had just passed. A shattered helmet lay abandoned on the ground, a clear sign that its owner had just been sent to the afterlife by a terrifying impact. Galfredic roared, ordering the soldier named Partek to stick close to him to cover their rear, determined not to leave their flank exposed to monster ambushes. Galfredic ran, sweating profusely, as he saw goblin corpses strewn throughout the tunnel, wondering how far that monster had gone, and how many lives he had slaughtered in an instant. Galfredic's eyes widened to their fullest, pupils contracting in astonishment at the unbelievable sight before him. Eugene stood there with a nonchalant expression, holding a glowing flower, asking if it was valuable after single-handedly clearing out an entire monster nest at the crossroads. Galfredic gasped for breath as he caught up, looking at his formidable comrade with a helpless gaze, unable to believe he was as strong as a dragon, yet completely ignorant of basic knowledge about glowing plants. While Eugene awkwardly withered the flower in his hand, Galfredic could only shiver, looking at the mountain of corpses piled at the feet of this monster in human guise. The chaotic scene after the battle unfolded with the groans of wounded soldiers needing aid, while a soldier rushed over, calling Eugene's name with deep respect. Two soldiers gleefully presented the pile of mana crystals they had just collected, obediently following Eugene's order to leave them in one spot for processing. The soldiers looked at the meager spoils in their hands, sighing in resignation that killing so many monsters only yielded a few tiny fragments. Eugene held the pile of blue stones in his hand, comparing them, and realized they were completely different from the high-quality ones he had previously obtained from the wandering monster. Marin flew around, explaining that mana crystal quality was directly proportional to the monster's size and strength, so these small fry only dropped junk. He wondered if the wandering outdoor monsters dropped better loot, while Marin explained the mechanism of monster evolution when they left the dungeon. The spirit affirmed that the crocodile he had absorbed was an extremely rare and powerful item, strong enough to even occupy his former territory. Eugene realized that the red stone he had found earlier was a stroke of luck, as working for nobles in this dilapidated dungeon would result in heavy losses. A sudden strong gust of wind whistled, startling Marin, while Eugene immediately spun around with his keen assassin's instincts. Just when he thought he could rest for a bit, Galfredic and the soldiers rushed over, interrupting him, making Eugene click his tongue in annoyance because break time was over. Galfredic roared at the trembling soldiers, calling them weaklings, and declared that he and Eugene would lead the charge and carry the team. The red-haired man pointed, ordering Eugene to the front line because the mercenaries were too useless, making Eugene freeze, as he was currently playing the role of a rookie on his first dungeon expedition. Galfredic stood proudly before the pitch-black cave entrance, warning that the upcoming monsters were on a completely different level compared to the small fry outside. He pointed forward, explaining to Eugene that these monsters had a proper military organization and used goblins as cannon fodder to deplete enemy forces. In the darkness, a colossal orc chieftain sat enthroned, commanding its subordinates, proving they were at least dangerous mid-tier monsters. The accompanying soldiers turned pale, swallowing hard, knowing that after clearing these, they would have to face even more formidable foes behind them. Eugene, however, paid no mind to the soldiers' fear. His gaze was coldly fixed on the deep core of the dungeon with a thoughtful expression. He recalled the moment he absorbed the red mana crystal from the swamp monster and realized he had unlocked an incredibly useful skill from it. Greed surged. Eugene's eyes flashed red with calculation, as he wondered if devouring another boss would yield any other overpowered skills. Activating his human radar, Eugene coolly stated that there were 50 enemies 100 meters away, and specifically, 3 heavy-class bosses lurking behind them. Upon hearing this, Galfredic's eyes glowed bright blue, and a smile of delight curved his lips, thrilled to have found a comrade with senses as sharp as a predator. The red-haired man generously offered his spear to Eugene, inviting him to open the battle with a high-quality javelin throw to greet their opponents. The spear tore through the air like a meteor, impaling the unfortunate monster's head, causing the ground to shake violently with a loud explosion. Galfredic roared the command to attack, leading the charge into the fiery cauldron with an eager spirit, wanting to flatten all obstacles. While the red-haired man ordered the soldiers to provide support, Eugene, alone, charged into the horde of monsters, his sword swinging to create a brutal rain of blood. Before the soldiers could finish offering support, Eugene had already glided away like a ghost, leaving them in his dust with unbelievable speed. With eyes blazing red with killing intent, Eugene delivered a fatal slash to the orc's neck. Before it could even comprehend what was happening, its head was severed. He moved like a dance of death, severing one monster's arm then skewering another, transforming the battlefield into a true slaughterhouse with his supreme skill. The soldiers, including the mercenary captain and Felid, could only freeze, mouths agape, witnessing this bloody massacre that was as beautiful as a painting. Though inherently a bloodthirsty monster furiously slaughtering, in the eyes of the observers, his swordsmanship was lauded as noble and refined. Eugene brutally crushed his enemies under his heel, yet this act of absolute dominance was mistaken for the righteousness and impartiality of a knight. A powerful finishing blow tore through the night, etching into everyone's minds an image of indomitable nobility, though in reality, it reeked of bloody violence. The soldiers stared wide-eyed at his dignified fighting style, completely different from the fake knights they had known before. Galfredic and the soldiers realized this was not mere admiration, but terror at the brutal fighting style of a true bloodthirsty monster. Eugene stood tall amidst a pool of blood, his blazing red eyes as cold as death itself, having just emerged from hell, making the surrounding air thick with the scent of death. The entire cave was filled with monster corpses. Eugene stood proudly, controlling the situation, while the soldiers behind him could only collapse to the ground, gasping for breath in utter shock. The mercenary captain and his comrades trembled uncontrollably, their teeth chattering, producing a clicking sound as extreme fear consumed their minds. The corpses of goblins and monsters lay scattered across the cold stone floor, blood flowing like a river, evidence of the one-sided bloody massacre that had just occurred. Galfredic observed that the team's combat strength had hit rock bottom and they couldn't advance further, not due to physical exhaustion, but due to an overwhelming mental shock. He understood that this depletion stemmed from the horrific massacre and immense psychological pressure that Eugene had inadvertently inflicted upon his allies. Galfredic considered a retreat, knowing that if he forced the soldiers to continue in this panicked state, it would only lead to a complete rout. Galfredic hastily shouted, suggesting a retreat as they had met their objective, while Eugene calmly sat perched on the giant monster's corpse like an uncrowned king. Eugene maintained a nonchalant expression, declaring that he wasn't tired at all and felt it would be a waste to turn back now. Galfredic cried out in helplessness, asserting that if their leader didn't return, the entire team would have no choice but to continue with him. A dry thud echoed as Eugene stomped his foot on the stone floor, preparing for a bold decision. He leaped to the ground and ordered Galfredic to lead the useless soldiers out of the dungeon immediately, leaving the red-haired man stunned. Eugene walked away coldly, concluding that from now on, only he and his private mercenaries would continue the perilous journey. The soldiers sighed in relief as if they had just escaped death, while Galfredic began to speculate that Eugene was intentionally acting cold to protect them. The red-haired man was lost in the illusion of a warm heart, caring for the weak, hidden beneath Eugene's rugged and sharp exterior. Galfredic watched the departing figure with utmost admiration, secretly thinking that this was the true knightly ideal that would make others ponder. Eugene led the way deeper into the dungeon's darkness, followed by Rewound holding a torch and the mercenary captain. Rewound was drenched in cold sweat, scared out of his wits, reassuring himself as he walked that Eugene was strong enough to take on a troll, so his own meager life would surely be fine. A dry crunch echoed as the pampered Rewound accidentally stepped on something beneath the damp stone floor of the dungeon. He flinched and looked down, his face drained of color as he realized the slimy mess under his feet was the corpse of a grotesque spider. Immediately, hundreds of glowing red eyes lit up in the darkness, as swarms of giant spiders rappelled down from the cave ceiling, surrounding the entire group in a deadly trap. These were giant cave spiders, pack-hunting monsters with acidic venom that could melt their victims' bones in an instant. Raban screamed hysterically, wildly swinging his torch and sword in extreme panic as the hideous monsters closed in from all sides. The mercenary captain broke out in a cold sweat, suggesting a retreat because the enemies were too numerous, but Eugene merely turned to look at him with sharp, challenging eyes, and questioned him back. Without another word, Eugene swung his sword, creating razor-sharp wind slashes at terrifying speed, tearing the spiders' bodies into tiny pieces before they could even touch the ground. With glowing red, murderous eyes, Eugene smirked and declared that this paltry number was nothing compared to his destructive power. Emboldened by his leader, the mercenary captain also charged into a frenzied slaughter, shouting orders for Raban to focus on fighting and supporting Eugene. Eugene spearheaded the attack, clearing all obstacles, while Raban and the commander struggled to keep up, sweeping away the remnants of the spider swarm. Raban screamed desperately for help as a giant spider lunged down from the cave ceiling and ensnared him, putting him in a life-or-death situation. The hideous monster bared its fangs and claws, lunging straight at his face, leaving Raban to only shriek in despair as death loomed. A razor-sharp sword strike tore through the air, slicing the spider's body into bloody fragments before it could touch its prey. Raban stared wide-eyed, drenched in sweat, as he saw the scythe of death flash right before his nose and then vanish. Eugene appeared like a savior, his red eyes glowing with killing intent, his demeanor cold after delivering the fatal blow that saved his subordinate's life. The spider's corpse fell to the ground with a heavy thud right next to Raban, who, having narrowly escaped death, was still dazed as he looked at his benefactor. Eugene stood proudly amidst the pile of monster corpses, while the mercenary captain was also struggling to deal with the remaining trash behind them. Raban looked at Eugene with extreme admiration, as if seeing a monster, then quickly flattered him, suggesting they turn back for safety, as they had done more than enough. He turned to seek agreement from the mercenary captain with an ingratiating smile, but was met only with a terrifying, chilling silence. The mercenary captain stood frozen in place, his eyes wide with horror, muttering in fear as he realized something terrible awaited them ahead. A gigantic, spiky leg crushed the ground, signaling the appearance of a high-level monster rarely seen by ordinary humans. The colossal spider lord revealed its true form with a mouth full of fangs and dozens of bloodshot eyes, leaving the mercenary captain below to look up in despair. The monster let out a piercing roar, asserting its status as the apex predator in this cave with an overwhelming surge of killing intent. Raban frantically screamed, advising Eugene to retreat and call Galfredic for reinforcements because they had no chance against this heavy-duty boss. Eugene coldly called out Partek and Raban by name, making both men jump in fright in their precarious situation. He ordered the two weaklings to retreat immediately, his red eyes glowing with killing intent, declaring that this monster was his personal prey. The mercenary captain broke out in a cold sweat, stammering his obedience while feeling a terrifying, invisible pressure weighing heavily on his mind. The two cowards ran for their lives as if their survival instincts were screaming, leaving Eugene alone to face the colossal monster. Marion hovered in the air, chuckling as she remarked that those youngsters had been subdued by instinct due to the immense power disparity between Eugene and them. Eugene calmly asked if this one was on par with the swamp monster, but Marion asserted that it was even stronger than the previous boss. Marion flew in front of the colossal monster, gleefully asserting that this boss's mana crystal must surely be a top-tier item. The Spider Lord let out a piercing shriek, baring its fangs and claws, intending to swallow the one who dared provoke it right then and there. Eugene smirked, his red eyes glowing, viewing the monster as merely a mobile treasure chest. And the harder it was to open, the more valuable the reward inside. The scene shifted to a quiet space. A small spider innocently spun a thread and lowered itself right in front of a steaming cup of tea. With just a light but lightning-fast flick of his finger, Eugene sent the tiny insect flying in an instant. He was currently enjoying tea in a dashing noble attire, exuding an air of relaxation and aristocracy after having taken care of everything. Eugene looked down at his hand, which was gradually changing color, revealing that the second skill he gained after consuming the Dungeon Lord's crystal was disguise. With his blue noble attire intricately embroidered with patterns and his arrogant demeanor, he looked no different from a true young master of a powerful family. He explained that by combining his enhanced skin with the disguise skill to mimic human skin, he could now confidently walk under the sunlight without fear of being incinerated. Just as he was feeling smug about overcoming his fatal weakness, Eugene cast a sharp, cold glance when he heard someone questioning why he wasn't wearing a mask. Galfredic burst out laughing as he entered the garden, one arm clamping Raybon under his armpit like luggage, while the surrounding nobles wondered why Eugene had hidden such a perfect face behind a mask. Eugene sat still as a statue, coldly receiving the admiring gazes of the young ladies who were excitedly discussing his feat of single-handedly defeating the Spider Lord. Marion hovered overhead, playfully teasing that Eugene was about to be drained of energy by these women, and urged him to quickly tell his heroic tale to entertain everyone. A young lady blushed crimson, unable to contain her curiosity, and hypothesized that Eugene's otherworldly beauty must surely be inherited from the noble elven race. Eugene froze at the sudden elven race designation, feeling the situation was becoming more complicated as he saw Galfredic aggressively charging from behind. Thudding footsteps interrupted his thoughts. Eugene suddenly realized that this disastrous misunderstanding had inadvertently rationalized all previous suspicions about his power. He recalled that in the dungeon, Galfredic had once wondered why he possessed eyes that could see through the night and hearing as keen as a wild dog's. Memories flooded back to the moment the red-haired man analyzed Eugene's agile movements and monstrous strength when he launched his spear to finish off the enemy. Galfredic, with sharp eyes at the time, had firmly asserted that Eugene could not possibly be a normal human with such overwhelming skills. Back in reality, Galfredic laughed maniacally, still clamping the foaming Robin by the neck, shouting out a confirmation that Eugene was indeed of elven blood, which startled the young ladies. Galfredic put his hands on his hips, wondering how someone with such a striking appearance as Eugene could have hidden so thoroughly all this time in this backwater region. Eugene subtly smirked, his sharp eyes preparing to deliver a half-joking, half-serious answer to gloss over the matter. He calmly replied that he had never intentionally hidden it. His natural demeanor, coupled with his charming looks, made the lie incredibly convincing. Galfredic stood tall behind him, holding a mug of beer, while the young ladies and even the serving boy around them were blushing furiously, speechless before Eugene's radiant aura. The red-haired man exclaimed that Eugene lied without batting an eye, while the women shrieked with delight as if they'd found gold at his cool, handsome demeanor. Eugene lightly stroked his black hair, secretly thinking that if people liked to delude themselves, then from now on, he would use the label of elf ancestor to legitimize all suspicions. Suddenly, he recalled the monocrystal he had just swallowed, realizing that what he had gained was not merely a new, powerful skill, but also something else. The moment the mark disappeared, his eyes flashed as a torrent of unfamiliar, non-existent memories suddenly flooded back, overwhelming his mind like a storm. In his subconscious, Eugene saw himself lying motionless on a bed in an unfamiliar place, his body cold as if he had fallen into an eternal sleep. The mournful tolling of a bell echoed, and a mysterious woman with disheveled black hair was clutching his hand in a dark, haunting space. A piercing tang sound pulled him back to reality, interrupting his thoughts as all curious eyes were fixed on him. Eugene wondered who the woman with the wild smile in that flashback was, and if it was truly his memory. For someone completely ignorant of his past, he felt utterly bewildered, unable to discern what was real and what was fake. Urgent calls, echoing from the void, jolted Eugene awake, his glowing red eyes wide with vigilance as he escaped the trance. He returned to the table with a bewildered expression to see Raban desperately crying for help because Lord Galfredic was taking good care of him. Galfredic had Raban in a headlock like a cricket, sneeringly scolding the kid as a good-for-nothing who only served as a burden, getting in the way of his big brother. Raban, with tears streaming down his face, cried out in defense that because Eugene was as strong as a monster, ordinary people like him had to flee for their lives. Hearing the word monster, Galfredic tightened his grip, making the victim yelp, then gleefully declared he would give the kid a hellish training course immediately. Ignoring the noisy comedic act of his subordinates, Eugene thoughtfully reaffirmed that the name Eugene was the only thing he truly remembered clearly. But thanks to the memory that had just flashed, he closed his eyes and began to form a strong intuition about his mysterious origin. Galfredic lifted Robin upside down like a chicken, despite the kid screaming for the mercenary captain to save him, but the mercenary captain merely turned away coldly, refusing to take on this difficult protection job. Eugene's glowing red eyes flashed with killing intent. He cast aside all distractions and determined that his sole goal now was to find his true self. The scene shifts to a bedroom reeking of medicine. Eugene and Galfredic, dressed smartly, stood before Lord Tierwin's sickbed to report their achievement of clearing the dungeon. Galfredic, in a flashy golden outfit, confidently boasted, introducing himself as Crema, the third son of the Galfredic family, with an incredibly convincing fake aristocratic demeanor. Eugene also played his role smoothly. He bowed politely and introduced himself as Jan, the eldest son of the Eugene family, in the presence of Kamara Tierwin. A servant approached and handed an important wooden box to the talented duo of actors, while Galfredic and Eugene maintained their cool, serious expressions. Inside the box was a valuable travel permit, specially prepared by Kamara Tierwin, which would legitimize Eugene's false identity, allowing him to operate easily. Holding the certificate, identifying him as Jan of the Eugene family, he expressed his gratitude, while the spirit Mirian flew around, cheering happily that the task was finally done. Suddenly, Lord Tierwin coughed violently, as if his lungs would burst, causing Kamara Tierwin to rush over in a panic to support his dying old father. The old lord lay bedridden, his breath weak, entrusting his eldest son with his deep concerns about the insane ambition for power of his accursed younger brother, Verl Tierwin. Kamara Tierwin clutched his old father's hand, swearing to lead the family in the right direction and protect the territory as his father wished. The old lord, with his last breath, imparted his final heartfelt words to his eldest son about the way of a ruler and responsibility to the people. Felid stood silently among the crowd, looking unusually clean, his eyes heavy with sorrow as he listened to his father's dying wishes. Lord Tierwin's frail arm fell limp onto the bed with a final exhale, signaling that he had officially departed from this world. The entire room was filled with mournful cries, lamenting the deceased, but some harbored entirely different intentions. While Kamara Tierwin was utterly grief-stricken, his younger brother, Verl Tierwin, stood right behind him with a face as cold as ice, not shedding a single tear. Verl Tierwin gnashed his teeth. His eyes held no pity whatsoever, only resentment and dark ambition seething within. Night gradually fell, enveloping the castle, marking the end of an era and ushering in new power struggles. Despite the chaotic funeral arrangements, Kamara Tierwin still politely escorted Eugene's group to the gate and apologized for the unexpected incident. Ignoring Galfredic's questions, Eugene smirked and declared he would return to thoroughly farm the newly opened dungeon, as he didn't want to waste such lucrative resources. Jung Dirt scratched his head regretfully, saying that Count Evergrow would surely be thrilled if he met someone as strong as Eugene. He extended his hand, offering a friendly handshake, causing Eugene to pause, full of doubt, at this sudden change of attitude. Jung Dirt laughed heartily, asserting that fighting a formidable knight like Eugene was the greatest honor of his life. Eugene replied with a sharp yet respectful gaze, hoping that their next encounter wouldn't involve bloodshed on the battlefield. The two strong individuals shook hands with a firm clasp, marking the recognition of strength between these monsters in human skin before going their separate ways. While Galfredic rode ahead, Eugene turned to order the mercenary captain to prepare the formation for immediate departure. Felid, bewildered, wondered why his big brother told him to stay while his disciple ran off, while the mercenary captain calmly watched the horse's shadow fade into the distance. The mercenary captain raised a finger, explaining a basic principle to the newbie, that a knight absolutely must have a horse to be proper. The mercenary captain smirked, sealing the deal to stop by the merchant guild to buy a horse for his big brother and sell monster corpses for profit. Felid clenched his fists, burning with enthusiasm, wanting to dedicate himself entirely to his master, even though his skills were still very green and immature. Eugene coldly stated a blunt truth that he didn't need Felid's assistance at this moment, making the atmosphere tense. Felid was stunned, stammering to ask what his big brother meant, as he hadn't fully processed the information he just received. Before he could recover, loud shouts from the loading area made Felid jump and turn, realizing his tragic fate. It turned out that young Felid had to play the role of a porter, being scolded relentlessly by the foreman for being slow and not acting like a professional. Before them was the kingdom of Kaler, home to the most bustling commercial city named Marin, with its magnificent castles. The bustling seaport with thousands of ships coming and going, the cries of seagulls echoing in the sky, signaled a land full of money and opportunities for wealth. Raban stood with his hands on his hips, full of self-satisfaction, his face arrogant, confirming to the crowd that the huge pile of spoils belonged to Sir John Eugene. The crowd buzzed with discussion, with expressions of both horror and admiration, about the feat of the mysterious knight, Jan Eugene, tearing monsters apart with his bare hands. While Eugene's reputation soared, Felid struggled, carrying heavy sacks, and was even scolded by Raban like a servant for touching things indiscriminately. Felid wiped the sweat from his brow, letting out a long, weary sigh, after experiencing the taste of strenuous manual labor under the scorching sun. The mercenary captain stood with his hands on his hips outside the Merchant Guild building, impatiently waiting for his big brother's lengthy negotiation inside. Inside, the broker named Billmore confidently thumped his chest and introduced himself, promising to handle all of the group's hot goods as the pride of Marin. Billmore prattled on endlessly about the company's scale, making Eugene tired of listening, secretly underestimating this half-baked grandeur. Anyway, for someone completely clueless about human social networks like Eugene, having a subordinate to run errands like this was acceptable to save him the mental effort. Powerful footsteps echoed, interrupting the bragging session. An old man with a monocle kicked the door open and stormed in with an arrogant attitude, asking who Eugene was. The mercenary captain was startled and vigilant, while Eugene still sat cross-legged, chin in hand, coldly eyeing the intruder with half-closed eyes. Sensing trouble, the captain whispered into Eugene's ear, warning him that things were about to get awkward. He explained that the arrogant old man was the deputy manager's direct secretary, a big shot who made the small-time broker Billmore turn pale with fear. In short, it's survival of the fittest. This old man came down here himself to definitely drive down prices and snatch the lucrative spoils from Billmore's hands. Hearing the advice to act cautiously to maintain business relations, Eugene's eyes flashed with a sharp, calculating gaze instead of fear. Grail, without a word, straight up pushed Billmore's face away, as if swatting trash, then warned the small-time broker not to dream of signing anything without a written agreement. Turning to Eugene, he adjusted his monocle, and in a superior tone, mentioned rumors about the knight who broke a troll's head with his bare hands, making waves all over the docks. However, with the shrewd mind of an old fox, he bluntly declared that it was just a baseless rumor spread by the rookies to inflate the value of their goods. He arrogantly invited Eugene to leave this dump to meet the deputy manager, chuckling inwardly, intending to strip this knight who only knows brute force completely bare. But before his triumphant smile could fade, he broke out in a cold sweat, his pupils constricting as he felt a terrifying wave of pressure suddenly wash over him. Eugene sat there, his aura radiating like a colossal mountain crushing the opponent's mind, his sharp, cold gaze making the old man realize he had just poked a hornet's nest. Grail immediately did a U-turn, sweating profusely as he hastily apologized for his rudeness and introduced himself as Grail, promising a lucrative opportunity. Eugene rested his chin on his hand, his remaining crimson eye seeing through the opponent's heart, as he coldly asked what this opportunity he had just mentioned truly was. Overwhelmed by the aura, Grail stammered an explanation that it was an opportunity to sell the spoils of war under terms far better than the market rate. Hearing the phrase better terms, Eugene's eyes flashed with a sharp, calculating gaze. It seemed the lucrative prey was leading itself to him. Grail broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling as he mentioned the deputy manager, hoping to alleviate the suffocating pressure radiating from Eugene. He hastily bowed and apologized for his disrespect, but Eugene merely glared with crimson eyes and retorted threateningly, leaving him speechless. Billmore suddenly shrieked an apology and tried to make a quick escape, creating a resounding crash that broke the tense atmosphere. The petty merchant cried profusely, deluding himself that Eugene had rejected a lucrative contract just to protect his honor. Billmore knelt down and swore absolute loyalty, while Eugene smirked with satisfaction at unexpectedly gaining a free pawn. No sooner had he finished crying than Billmore changed his tune in a flash, rubbing his hands together excitedly as he asked when the main business would begin. Eugene stood up abruptly with an air of authority, ordering them to start immediately and politely dismissing those not involved. In the luxurious office, Grail bowed his head and reported his failure to the deputy manager, admitting that the knight was a formidable opponent. The red-haired deputy manager calmly looked through the window, commenting on the inherent stubbornness and pride often seen in knights. She smiled calculatingly, asserting that she would use the power of money and goods to teach her opponent a lesson he'd never forget. The red-haired deputy manager stood behind the window, her hand adorned with rings lightly touching the glass as she observed Eugene below, mocking the penniless knight who didn't even have a decent horse. She narrowed her sharp, calculating red eyes, ordering her subordinates to send a special gift that the ragged knight couldn't refuse, to put him in his place. Felid's eyes widened in surprise, his face taking on a dumbfounded expression when he heard his boss tell him he had to stay here just to sell goods instead of fighting on the battlefield. Eugene stood tall with an air of authority, coldly reiterating the mandatory order for the attendant to stay and get rid of all the spoils to the unscrupulous merchant Billmore. The young man's resentment was clearly visible on his face, his hands clenched in helplessness as he asked why he was being left behind once again like a useless person. Eugene looked down with a cold, impassive expression, while Feld's pride was hurt, thinking his skills were too useless and demanding to go train his swordsmanship immediately so he could join the team. He interrupted the boy's negative thoughts with a sharp question about the true role of a retainer, making Feld flinch. Eugene began a masterful display of psychological manipulation, explaining that a disciple's duty isn't just fighting, but also providing comprehensive support for their master's life. Feld listened with his head bowed, his eyes filled with sadness, but he began to grasp the weighty lessons from his boss about true duty. Eugene concluded with a supreme command, entrusting him with the important task of earning money from the spoils, transforming selling goods into a sacred and noble duty of a retainer. Eugene coldly entrusted Feld to the unscrupulous merchant Billmore, who was standing behind, smiling obsequiously, demanding that the boy learn every business trick by hook or by crook during his stay here. Feld bowed his head in self-reflection, realizing that this life was granted by Eugene, and thus throwing a tantrum and making demands like a brat was an ungrateful and shameful act. As soon as he saw the boy start to relent, Eugene delivered a fatal psychological blow, with a promise to personally teach him swordsmanship once the group's coffers were full. He stood proudly amidst the brilliant sunset, firmly asserting that a true retainer must know how to support their master on all fronts, not just blindly rushing into battle. Feld stared in astonishment, his eyes wide as if enlightened by the truth after hearing the weighty and far-sighted golden words of his boss. The young man placed his hand firmly over his left chest, smiling with satisfaction and confidence, for he had finally found his true purpose in life, to dedicate himself to. Amidst the city bathed in the majestic twilight, Feld swore to obey all of Eugene's commands without another word, accepting his role on the home front. After finishing their business at the bustling market, the group departed amidst the eager calls of the merchants who had just gotten a good deal. Eugene crushed the deflated leather purse in his hand, his face grimaced with exasperation as he realized money vanished like wind, even though he had only bought a few essential items. Marion hugged the empty pouch and cried profusely, lamenting the cost, while Eugene could only sigh heavily, asking if there was any way to quickly replenish their budget. Eugene stood silently, his sharp gaze fixed on the displayed item as if appraising the value of a rare treasure. Before him was a gleaming full-body knight's armor set, exuding an aura of authority and class that any novice who saw it would drool with envy. Galfredic, standing behind him, also had his eyes wide in astonishment, his mouth agape as he asked if this dream of steel came with an exorbitant price. Eugene glanced with a knowing look, asserting that this was a family heirloom of supreme quality that even the wealthiest knights would cherish. Suddenly, Raban rushed over like a whirlwind, his thundering footsteps and a frantic shout calling his boss's name disrupting the peaceful neighborhood. His eyes wide, his mouth stretched from ear to ear, he shouted out bad news about a horde of giant wandering monsters that had just appeared right on the city's doorstep. Raban leaned his hands on his knees, panting like a dog, and reported breathlessly that the local guilds were being crushed by the monsters and were about to be routed. Galfredic, eager for battle, suggested joining immediately, but Eugene kept a cool head, asking in return what benefit it would bring him. Raban suddenly struck a dramatic pose, pointing dramatically to the sky, preparing to unleash the most convincing reason to appeal to his boss's psychology. He painted a vision overflowing with gold and silver, asserting that this was an open-pit gold mine because there were no brokerage fees and item prices were sky-high in this merchant land. Raban's eyes wide and bulging, he firmly asserted that this meant a massive mountain of money was waiting for them to collect. As soon as he smelled money, Eugene closed the deal immediately, ordering them to depart, leaving even Galfredic astonished by his boss's decisiveness. Before they could even move, a loud shout rang out along with thundering footsteps, making the whole group stop and turn to look at the audacious person who dared to block their path. It turned out to be Grail, gasping for breath, leading a horse by the hand, his disheveled appearance making Eugene wonder why everyone he met seemed to be out of breath. The old man quickly regained his composure, declaring loudly that the deputy manager had sent a magnificent warhorse as a delivery gift. This horse was truly a top-tier specimen, with a coat as black and smooth as silk, and muscles rippling as if sculpted by gods, truly of noble lineage. Eugene narrowed his eyes suspiciously, pressing him again to confirm if that deputy manager had willingly offered this fine item. Seeing his boss's sharp gaze, Grail broke out in a cold sweat, hastily waving his hands in denial that his boss had no ulterior motives or demands in return. Eugene, without a word, walked silently forward, his glowing eyes full of pressure, making the surrounding air suffocating, as if a murder was about to occur. The old man, scared out of his wits, shrieked that this was just a small token of goodwill, while the horse beside him also neighed loudly from extreme tension. Eugene tugged the reins, making the warhorse rear up majestically, then uttered a polite but insincere thank you, making the old secretary turn pale with fear. Both man and horse shot off like a whirlwind, dragging along the spirit Marin, who was excitedly screaming about soon, raking in money. Seeing Eugene disappear from sight, the young mercenary turned blankly to ask the captain what the hell to do next, with a clueless expression. The mercenary captain, furious, yelled loudly, ordering his idiotic subordinates to run like hell and chase after them immediately. The old secretary stood alone in the street, adjusting his monocle and watching the departing group with a deep, calculating gaze. In the eastern outskirts forest, a filthy goblin was greedily gnawing on the corpse of an unfortunate soldier in the bushes. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed, startling the monsters, who were bewildered and didn't yet understand where death was coming from. The pitch-black warhorse charged, crushing everything in its path, as Eugene swung his sword, decapitating the goblin, sending fresh blood splattering. Marin flew close beside him, assessing the grave situation and guessing that the guild members ahead must have been mostly wiped out. Eugene gave a cold smile, his red eyes blazing with killing intent, considering the complete annihilation of his allies as good news for his monopolization plan. Eugene spurred his horse to fly, with only one thought in his mind. He utterly hated having to share spoils with others. The entire forest seemed torn apart by the terrifying speed, leaves scattering wildly with the strong gust of wind. The thudding hooves pounded the ground, crushing the earth and sending dirt and rocks flying into the air. Blazing sunlight pierced through the dense foliage, signaling that they were about to escape the dark forest and enter the war zone. Eugene reined in his warhorse, his black hair fluttering in the wind as he observed the situation with sharp, cold eyes. Tattered family banners fluttered amidst the chaotic battlefield, where green-skinned monsters were completely overwhelming the guards. Verl Tierwin roared with vigor, glaring and shouting at the monsters that they could only pass over his dead body. The dungeon monsters paid no heed to the threat. They bared their fangs, roared, and charged like fleshy tanks. As soon as it saw the enemy charging, the white horse neighed in terror, while Verl Tierwin shrieked, his face contorted with fright. Immediately, both man and horse turned 180 degrees and fled for their lives, leaving a cloud of dust in their wake. Madrika lay flattened on the ground, trying to gasp out the resounding title of Knight of Justice, but was cut off before she could finish. A thud shook her eardrums as the enemy's weapon plunged into the ground, making her eyes widen and her mouth gape in terror. The green-skinned dungeon monsters lumbered into view, looking down at their weak prey with hungry eyes, as if wanting to devour her alive. Madrika abandoned all dignity, crawling backward and screaming desperately for help as the scythe of death descended towards her head. Just as the scythe of death touched her nape, a sword unexpectedly shot out, blocking the fatal attack. Vampire, riding his black warhorse, soared over Madrika's head like a god, his sharp, cold eyes locked onto the target below. He swung his sword in a clean, swift arc, dispatching the monster and causing fresh blood to gush like a fountain before the female knight. Vampire landed coolly in the middle of the battlefield, surrounded by scattered monster corpses, while Madrika was still recovering from her shock. Having just escaped death, she excitedly smiled and asked her savior's name, while Vampire was still busy slaughtering the remaining monsters. Another monster tried to ambush them, but Vampire's sword swiftly blocked its claws right before Madrika's nose. Madrika still hadn't given up her infatuation with men. Having just escaped death, she was beaming, ready to introduce herself amidst the stench of monster corpses. Vampire coldly splashed her with a bucket of cold water, bluntly telling her that her small life was more important than meaningless pleasantries at this moment. Verl Tierwin stood in the square, guffawing, and began to boast wildly about the horrific battle with the green-skinned monsters. He gestured wildly, acting out the moment of earthly hell with a falsely heroic expression, as if he were the main actor. The nobleman pointed at the crowd, exaggerating that hundreds of goblins had swarmed in like ants. But they had stopped them all. He boasted and struck a cool pose, shamelessly claiming credit for slaughtering the monsters and protecting the city of Marin. The crowd of villagers grew annoyed, clamoring to interrupt the flamboyant speech and ask for the true identity of the mysterious knight. Verl Tierwin put on a dramatic, serious face, gave a thumbs up, and loudly announced the name John Eugene to all the people. The people immediately buzzed with discussion, recognizing him as the living saint rumored to have single-handedly ripped out a troll's spine in the Tierwin territory. The entire square erupted in joy, chanting Jan Eugene's name in unison, as if welcoming a savior hero who had just descended. Louis Palin stood on a tall tower, looking down at the crowd shouting the hero's name, the old man's calculating gaze beginning to sweep across the chessboard of power. As the mayor of Marin, Louis Palin well understood that the greater one's fame, the harder they were to control, and he was concerned about the rise of this new name. He turned to ask for the opinion of his beautiful but cunning granddaughter, Priscilla, and she immediately confirmed that everything was still firmly in their grasp. Priscilla gave a sharp, ambitious smile. She wanted Eugene to fly as high as possible, because the higher he flew, the more shattered his bones would be when he fell, exactly according to her script. In her investigative recollections, her subordinates had dug up information about the true identity of the attendant Felid, who was always by Eugene's side. Priscilla laid her cards on the table with sharp, confident eyes, asserting that the boy was indeed the hidden, illegitimate son of the noble House Tierwin. Upon hearing this, Louis Palin's eyes lit up like headlights. The cunning old man immediately recognized the crux of the matter and a golden opportunity unfolding. Priscilla painted a scenario where Eugene was using mountains of gold to empower Felid, paving the way for the boy to seize control of House Tierwin for mutual benefit. The mayor guffawed, praising his granddaughter's shrewd mind, and finalized the plan to use money to crush and bribe the one protecting the illegitimate son. Louis Palin stood before the glass door with a triumphant smile, deciding to immediately send a generous gift to begin setting a trap to manipulate our hero. Priscilla bowed, receiving orders from her grandfather with a triumphant smile, vowing to fully exploit this golden opportunity to manipulate her prey. Outside, the Palin Trading Guild headquarters loomed majestically in the night, where a sophisticated trap had been laid, waiting for the enemy to step in. A hand adorned with gold rings raised a teacup. She whispered the philosophy that the thirsty must seek the riverbank themselves to quench their thirst. Priscilla took a sip of dark red tea, asserting that the sole duty of a cunning merchant was to grasp the opponent's needs. She gave a sly, calculating smile, deciding that she must dig the well before the thirsty person even realized they were parched. Heavy footsteps echoed. The red and black armored boots of the hunter were steadily approaching the tiger's den, exactly as she had predicted. The door swung open. Priscilla, along with her two subordinates, Billmore and the secretary, were already seated, exuding an air of superiority, without a hint of suspicion or resistance. Priscilla's expression changed in a flash, offering a practiced smile to welcome the hero of Marin with feigned friendliness. Jan Eugene stepped out of the shadows, clad in formidable red and black armor, exuding an overwhelming aura that seemed to compress the very space around him. He cut straight to the chase to express his thanks, while Priscilla maintained her composure, inviting the esteemed guest to be seated to begin their intense battle of wits. Eugene sat silently, his overwhelming presence forcing his opponent to secretly admit that he was on an entirely different level compared to the petty knights she had encountered before. Priscilla launched into flattery, boasting that the armor he was wearing was a custom-made piece from Marin's finest forge, personally gifted by the mayor. This red and black armor was forged from Elsic steel mixed with ogre bones, creating an overwhelming hardness that even dragon fangs would struggle to pierce. To the cunning merchant's probing question, Eugene calmly confirmed that the durability of this toy was sufficient for him to tear apart the upcoming dungeon. He also didn't forget to thank them for the generous hospitality regarding food and lodging, thanks to which Galfredick and the mercenaries had recovered to their best physical condition, ready for battle. Priscilla smiled slyly like a fox, believing the time was ripe to lay her cards on the table and offer a lucrative cooperation proposal to bind him. Just as she was about to make her offer, Eugene unexpectedly stood up, cutting her off, and declared that he had urgent business and had to leave immediately, leaving her stunned and outmaneuvered. Priscilla frantically jumped up to hold him back, but Eugene merely gave a cold, polite promise that he would visit again after clearing the Tierwin dungeon. He added a blunt final blow. The contract was limited only to dungeon byproducts, so this might be a permanent farewell if there wasn't a sweeter deal. Priscilla bit her lip in vexation at being outmaneuvered, her eyes flashing with calculation as she decided to focus all her efforts on collecting mana crystals in this gamble. Eugene turned his back and walked away decisively, ignoring Priscilla, who was frantically screaming and clinging to him like a loser. He stopped, glancing back with a challenging smirk, as if toying with a mouse in his palm. Priscilla quickly composed herself, her sharp eyes pressing him about the unpaid debts of gratitude between them. Eugene put on an innocent face, pretending not to understand what the woman was subtly implying or planning. Percella's face darkened, and she growled a warning for him to stop acting, as her patience had run out. She began listing a series of VIP perks, from high-quality armor and war horses to luxury hotels, that her faction had invested in for Felid and him. The old secretary and Billmore chimed in with meticulous calculations, asserting that the trash he sold back wasn't even enough to cover half the cost of their 5-star services. Percella crossed her arms proudly, pulling out the apprentice knight label to lecture him about the cruel law of quid pro quo in this world. She delivered a killing blow, threatening to expose him as a shameless ingrate, biting the hand that fed him, before all the cheering people of Marin. The title Hero of Marin was uttered with such sarcasm that the killing intent around Eugene began to rise terrifyingly in the shadows. Percella stood with her arms crossed, arrogantly questioning if he intended to just walk away after having drained all her resources. Instead of fear, a contemptuous, arrogant smile curled at the corner of Eugene's mouth. He burst out laughing, throwing a blunt statement in her face that her reasoning was utterly ridiculous. He exposed her for arbitrarily giving orders, and then foisting off a pile of unsellable gifts on him, only to now demand money like a cheap merchant, making Billmore sweat profusely. Killing intent erupted, Eugene's crimson eyes boring into his opponent's soul as he growled, reminding her of the insignificant status of a petty merchant who dared to threaten him. Percella and the old secretary froze before his overwhelming aura, while Felid and Galfredic stood beside him, smirking defiantly as if ready to devour the corrupt merchants. Eugene turned his back and walked away decisively, declaring that he only worked according to the contract signed with Billmore and didn't care about the gossip of the common folk of Marin. He glanced back with a cruel expression, challenging her to run her mouth all she wanted, because just as she said, everything had its price. Terrifying pressure weighed heavily on Deputy Manager Percella's shoulders as he promised to let her experience the true, exorbitant price of angering a monster. Eugene and his companions swaggered away, leaving a curse that if Palin dared to play dirty with a hero, next time no fool would step up to save this dilapidated city. Felid turned back to add a deeply sarcastic remark about the deputy manager's pathetic failure before the group intended to leave. Percella gritted her teeth in regret, realizing that if she hadn't acted so arrogantly from the start, she might have established a good relationship with them. The tension was so thick that Billmore, standing behind her, trembled like a leaf, stammering his superior's name in utter panic. Just as Eugene's dark, killing, intent-filled silhouette was about to disappear, Percella quickly lowered her voice and called him back with an urgent plea. The arrogant lady from earlier now had to bow 90 degrees, casting aside her pride to apologize to Eugene for her foolish disrespect. All the corrupt merchants bowed their heads in unison, admitting their greed for dominance had blinded them, and begged for a chance to start over. She quickly offered to keep the lucrative contract with Billmore, but wanted to add a few supplementary clauses to retain him without causing any damage. In Percella's mind, she fully understood that the knights out there were just money and fame-hungry hounds, but Eugene was on an entirely different level. The pressure from Eugene's crimson eyes made her shiver, realizing he was too dangerous to toy with or manipulate like other pawns. Though sweating profusely from fear, her merchant's instinct told her she absolutely could not let this living goldmine slip away, regardless of the risks. Percella plopped into a chair, drenched in sweat, and let out a long sigh of relief after escaping the suffocating pressure from the monster before her. Eugene sat regally in the chair with the demeanor of a superior, coldly declaring he would grant his opponent one last chance to present their case. His crimson eyes bored into the soul of the person opposite him, sternly warning that the price for forgiveness had to be extremely appealing for him to even consider it. Percella placed a hand on her chest to calm her racing heart, hastily thanking Eugene for his rare mercy with a relieved and submissive expression. On the way, Marin flew around, praising his cool armor, while Eugene asserted that fine equipment and war horses were what truly made a knight's aura. Marin cheered, praising Eugene to the heavens, while Felid's eyes twinkled with a smile as he held the lucrative contract they had just extorted from the corrupt merchants. Felid rattled on about the terrifying scale of the Palin Trading Company, and Eugene had to nod, acknowledging their undeniable influence. The attendant pointed to the intricate trade map, asserting that this unlimited brokerage privilege was even more valuable and profitable than being granted a noble title. Felid gave a thumbs up, praising the masterful negotiation strategy, but Eugene grimaced, admitting he only did it because their obnoxious attitude annoyed him. A stranger suddenly blocked their path, stomping his foot on the ground and uttering sarcastic, provocative remarks about the flashy knight's title Eugene was wearing. A bald mercenary rushed forward to taunt, mocking Eugene's youthful face, and doubting he even knew how to properly wield a sword. Marin angrily called the man a rotten potato face, while Eugene maintained an icy expression, ignoring the calls of his name from behind. Kamara appeared with his signature smile, waving to welcome Eugene as if he had timed their meeting to the second. Eugene dismounted decisively, ignoring Kamara's teasing remark about whether he should change his address to Lord. Kamara got down to business, explaining that his younger brother had hired a new group of mercenaries, but this time something felt very wrong. He compared these new soldiers to the group that had been wiped out by black wolves last time, asserting that they exuded the same disgusting and dangerous aura. The mercenaries revealed their grim and aggressive demeanor with scarred faces, truly embodying those who would kill for hire without fear of heaven or earth. Eugene's crimson eyes flashed with a sharp gaze, silently assessing and scrutinizing the people before him with suspicion. Kamara smiled calculatingly, officially inviting Eugene to take on the position of commander for this dungeon-clearing operation to clean up the mess. Eugene didn't hesitate, coldly inviting Kamara to enter the monster's lair with him, his overwhelming aura completely tensing the atmosphere. The old bald mercenary glared and sneered, brazenly demanding the right to inherit the commander position if Eugene unfortunately died in the dungeon. The entire crowd was stunned by this insolence. Kamara's jaw dropped, while Eugene stood still as a stone statue before the provocation of the old-headed youth. The bald man flexed, his bandaged, scarred biceps to intimidate, his tone reeking of threat that this trip was no children's stroll. Eugene walked past him with the demeanor of a superior, coldly retorting that lives in the dungeon were as cheap as flies. Eugene glanced back arrogantly, while the bald man bared his white teeth in a sneer, uttering commander with sarcasm and challenge. Eugene turned his back and walked away, not forgetting to throw back a sharp retort. If he died, the bald man could take over as leader. Marin hovered overhead, angrily cursing the scoundrel, but Eugene calmly confirmed that he had figured everything out. Verthel's cunning face appeared in Eugene's mind. He knew this was a trap, a borrowed knife to kill, set by that nobleman to eliminate him. The mercenaries aggressively entered the dark cave entrance as planned, but Felid's worried expression and Eugene's sharp eyes signaled an ill omen. Eugene flashed an evil, excited smile, his crimson eyes glowing as he thought of a spectacular reversal, while Marin chuckled gleefully, echoing her master. Eugene plunged into the horde of goblins like a whirlwind of death, his flashing sword sending the monsters to their demise so quickly that the naked eye couldn't follow. He walked, arrogantly swinging his sword, each step felling a goblin corpse, clearing the battlefield completely. A sharp sword strike tore open the unfortunate monster's chest, green blood gushing out and staining the dark space red. The goblin's head was instantly crushed, demonstrating the vast power difference between the hunter and the prey. The bald man stood rooted to the spot, drenched in sweat, as he realized Eugene's true reputation was not something to be trifled with. Eugene flashed a wild, bloodthirsty smile, his face covered in green fluid as he single-handedly carried the team, turning his accompanying soldiers into reluctant spectators. He erected an overwhelming wall of aura like a giant shield, drawing all the monster's firepower so the dead weight behind him would be absolutely safe. The mercenary leader gnashed his teeth, his eyes burning with resentment as he still tried to find the smallest opening to carry out his dirty scheme. He brandished his poison-coated sword, just waiting for Eugene to let his guard down to plunge the blade of death into the back of the man he envied. Eugene turned back with a serious expression, bluntly declaring that ahead lay a mid-level monster's hell, and the lives of these small fry would no longer be guaranteed. Eugene narrowed his blood-red eyes, filled with killing intent, and coldly issued a final warning that only those capable and courageous enough were allowed to follow him. While the mercenaries were eager to charge forward, the mercenary leader flashed a sinister smile, seeing Eugene's solo departure as a golden opportunity to carry out his own agenda. Felid and his comrades intended to follow Eugene but were immediately stopped by the mercenary leader, who claimed he wanted to observe the situation a little longer. The two young soldiers were stunned, mouths agape, realizing that Eugene had decided to split from the group and handle everything his own way. Solitary footsteps echoed through the pitch-black night as the figure of the leader gradually disappeared behind the dungeon's sharp rocks. Eugene advanced alone into the darkness, clicking his tongue in annoyance, because this trip lacked the entertainment and madness that Galfredic usually brought. The image of the red-haired warrior with an arrogant smile appeared in his mind as a benchmark for reliability and strength. As he walked, he pondered Galfredic's dominant leadership, a man who always knew how to rally his comrades' spirits and charge into certain death first. Eugene asserted that if Galfredik were here, he would easily carry this dead weight through the trial safely without breaking a sweat. His footsteps suddenly halted, curiosity beginning to rise as he sensed something interesting awaiting him ahead. Eugene narrowed his blood-red eyes, filled with killing intent, and clicked his tongue regretfully as he recalled the madness of his old comrade, Galfredik. In his memory, Galfredik was laughing like a madman while sweeping through enemies, a true style of brute force. Eugene shed his fake mask, standing opposite the mercenary leader and the mercenaries with a scornful smile reserved for the soon-to-be dead. He arrogantly unleashed surging water magic around himself, declaring that he would send them all on their way if they were tired of living. The mercenaries gaped in horror as they saw Marin reveal her true form as a water monster with sharp fangs. A storm of water combined with a fireball exploded amidst their formation, sending the mercenaries flying in all directions, screaming in chaos. Darkness enveloped them, the mercenaries in extreme panic from losing their vision, yelling at each other to shoot wildly and relight their torches. Fiery yellow eyes flashed in the night, accompanied by the curses of the mercenaries as they began to trample and accidentally slash each other. A mercenary hadn't even grasped what was happening before Eugenie's sword tore through him from the darkness with a chilling swish. The entire formation completely broke, desperate screams echoing everywhere as Eugene turned the place into a slaughterhouse with terrifying speed. A mercenary screamed in despair as a sword tore through the night. He still naively thought their own men were attacking each other in the chaos. Eugene, like a phantom of death, glided through the formation with blood-red eyes, leaving behind desperate screams and severed limbs. Darkness swallowed everything, leaving only the sound of swords cutting flesh and screams gradually fading, signaling the annihilation of the entire squad of mercenaries. The bald mercenary leader trembled as he struck two flint stones together, sweat pouring down him as he realized the darkness was death's playground and he was in deep trouble. He frantically struck sparks in extreme panic, muttering curses, hoping to find a glimmer of salvation amidst the deadly night. Suddenly, he froze, his eyes wide with horror, cold sweat streaming down his face as he sensed an abnormality in the air. His face changed color as he realized his surroundings had become eerily silent. His comrades seemed to have been completely wiped out. Steady footsteps echoed from the darkness, the red and black armored boots tapping against the ground in rhythm, like a countdown to the last one's life. Eugene suddenly appeared right behind him with blood-red eyes like a demon's, whispering a chilling question into his prey's ear, asking if he needed fire. Eugene's armored hand gently took his to help strike a spark, as he uttered a sarcastic remark, full of killing intent, about the inconvenience of human eyes in the dark. Eugene whispered into his prey's ear about the cruel reality, forcing him to clearly see who the true hunter in this darkness was. The bald mercenary leader froze, sweat pouring down him as he faced Eugene's smile, full of killing intent, and his blood-red eyes. He trembled, cursing his opponent as a monster before a sharp, cracking sound rang out, ending all resistance. The scene shifted to a magnificent castle, weathering a storm as lightning tore through the night sky. Verl Tierwin flinched, turning back in a panic, and calling out Eugene's name as the door unexpectedly swung open. Eugene strode into the room, his cloak drenched with rainwater, but his overwhelming aura made the space seem to freeze. Under the flickering lightning, Eugene's cold face and sharp eyes exuded undeniable authority. Verl Tierwin eagerly asked about the news they had just received, while Verl Tierwin also rushed over with a bewildered expression. Verl Tierwin grumbled, asking about the commotion, but the answer was right before their eyes. A heavy thud echoed as the battered body of the bald mercenary leader was thrown onto the floor like a sack of garbage. Verl Tierwin's eyes widened in astonishment as he recognized the bruised heap on the floor as none other than the once-renowned Knight Maverick. Maverick clutched his face, trembling uncontrollably, stammering a confession in a panic that he had dared to attempt to assassinate Eugene. As soon as the mastermind Verl Tierwin's name was revealed, his dear younger brother immediately broke out in a cold sweat, forcing a laugh and accusing his opponent of going mad to deny his guilt. Verl Tierwin strained his neck, manipulating his older brother, asserting that no one would believe the nonsensical words of someone whose mind was clearly troubled. Verl Tierwin could no longer hold back, yelling directly at his ambitious younger brother, asking how long he intended to sink deeper into this mire of sin. Cornered, Verl Tierwin leaned down and threatened Maverick in a voice reeking of death, forcing him to rephrase his words to suit his own narrative. In the eyes of the defeated one, the image of the vampire appeared as a supreme evil god, making him realize he had committed a grave sin by daring to defy his lord. Unable to bear the terrifying psychological pressure, Maverick screamed, calling himself trash, then suddenly lunged straight through the window to find a way out. The body of the fallen knight plummeted through the stormy night, the shattering glass marking the end of a life. Verl Tierwin rushed to the balcony, screaming Maverick's name in vain, while Verl Tierwin stood behind him with cold eyes, as if he had just discarded a broken item. Maverick's body hit the ground with a horrifying crash, leaving the surrounding servants stunned in extreme fear. Verl Tierwin immediately seized the opportunity to clear his name, pointing outside and manipulating Kamara by claiming the mercenary had gone mad from sheer terror. A cold voice rang out, exposing the truth, and making Verl Tierwin break out in a cold sweat. "What I find stranger is that you seem relieved someone died." He gnashed his teeth, his pupils contracting as he was cornered by his opponent's undeniable sharp reasoning. With no way out, Verl Tierwin strained his neck and screamed, accusing Eugene of slander and insulting his knightly honor. Eugene maintained a terrifying composure, looking directly into his enemy's eyes and issuing a challenge regarding his innocence. Despite his face drenched in cold sweat, Verl Tierwin desperately forced out 2 words, asserting his false innocence. Clang! Eugene threw his iron gauntlet onto the floor, the metallic sound signaling that a death match was about to begin. Before Kamara's astonished gaze, Eugene boldly declared a challenge to Verl Tierwin in a trial by combat to determine the truth. Eugene flashed an arrogant smile full of killing intent, his blood-red eyes piercing deep into his enemy's heart as he sealed this life-or-death wager. Verl Tierwin gnashed his teeth, his face contorted with resentment as he realized he had no other retreat than to fight. News of the trial by combat spread like wildfire, everyone stunned that the second young master was involved in a cowardly assassination attempt. The servants and commoners rushed over, chattering excitedly about who the unlucky target of the cruel young master was. Eugene appeared with arrogant confidence in his formidable red and black armor, his imposing aura making the crowd hold their breath, knowing he was the one who dared challenge authority. Without a word, Verl Tierwin swiftly drew the sword from his hip, his eyes sharp as if wanting to slice his opponent into 100 pieces. He arrogantly tilted his head, trying to appear as the one in control of this battle for justice and truth. Verl Tierwin declared loudly that the sword would be the scale of justice, and the victor would have their purity, even if false, witnessed by God. Eugene calmly held his sword upright before him, performing the knight's salutation with a cold and deadly demeanor. Without waiting for the referee's signal, Verl Tierwin roared his enemy's name and plunged from the balcony like a bloodthirsty beast. He poured all his strength into the diving slash from above, shouting loudly, intending to use his overwhelming momentum to finish Eugene in an instant. Eugene glanced at the incoming blade with contemptuous red eyes, not bothering to take the attack seriously. He casually raised his hand to block the 1,000-pound slash, sparks flying, yet the vampire stood firm as a rock, to his opponent's astonishment. Verl Tierwin gritted his teeth, putting all his strength into his arm to try and crush his opponent, but it felt like striking a mountain. The power gap was too vast. While Verl Tierwin strained until his veins bulged and sweat poured, Eugene maintained his cold, challenging expression. Eugene sighed in exasperation, his eyes revealing extreme disappointment at the pathetic skill of the one trying to take his life. Realizing he had kicked an iron plate, Verl Tierwin screamed in panic, "I've found the vampire. Report to Sir Jung Dirt immediately." Eugene bared his fangs and sneered bitterly. Thinking back, I was hunted by trash like this for over a decade. The cryptic remark stunned Verl Tierwin, his face changing drastically, as if he had just heard something unbelievable. Without letting his opponent recover, Eugene unleashed a lightning-fast flurry of sword strikes, making Verl Tierwin cry out in agony, unable to defend himself. With a single, powerful flick of his hand, Verl Tierwin's sword was sent spinning high into the air, revealing a fatal opening. Eugene stood tall like a harbinger of death, plunging his massive sword into the ground right before the defeated foe lying shamefully on the dirt. He glared with murderous red eyes, coldly ordering his prey to pick up his weapon to continue the game. Pick it up. Verl Tierwin gritted his teeth, his face contorted, and his eyes bloodshot from the extreme humiliation he had never experienced. Though the pampered young master's face was indescribably pathetic, to be fair, his swordsmanship was not bad either. However, this time, even the servants ignorant of martial arts watching could easily discern the vast difference in skill. Verl Tierwin stood frozen, his entire body trembling under the invisible yet 1,000-pound pressure emanating from his opponent. He let out a desperate cry, realizing the harsh truth that Eugene possessed power completely overwhelming his own. Without mercy, Eugene swung his arm down in a punishing blow, his eyes flashing with a deadly red light. The armored arm struck with a harsh clang, brutally sending his opponent flying. Just as Verl Tierwin was about to be incapacitated, Kamara Tierwin frantically rushed down from the balcony, shouting, "Enough!" to save his foolish younger brother from the scythe of death. Eugene glanced with murderous red eyes, coldly asking the one who just interrupted if he had finished his act. Kamara Tierwin panted after rushing onto the arena, shielding his worthless younger brother, who lay on the ground. He hastily declared Verl incapacitated and acknowledged Eugene as the victor, hoping to save his brother's life. Verl Tierwin roared like a mad beast, adamantly refusing to concede defeat and demanding to fight his opponent to the bitter end. Kamara Tierwin shouted loudly with a serious expression, ordering his stupid younger brother to stop this farce immediately. He gritted his teeth, lecturing Verl to accept defeat and repent in prison like a true knight, instead of acting like an immature brat. Verl Tierwin went mad, brushing aside the advice, desperately screaming that he had done nothing wrong while Kamara tried to restrain him. He frantically snatched the sword from the ground, roaring Eugene's name with extreme hatred. Ignoring everything, Verl Tierwin charged straight at Eugene with mad killing intent, blaming his opponent for all his misfortunes. His blue eyes widened with resentment, asserting that if not for Eugene, he wouldn't have suffered this utter humiliation. Eugene tilted his head, narrowly dodging the madman's sword, his red eyes glowing with a chilling deadliness. He glanced at his opponent with razor-sharp eyes, completely disregarding the desperate attack attempt. Verl Tierwin froze, realizing his body was completely paralyzed, unable to move under the terrifying pressure from his opponent. The defeated foe collapsed onto the arena floor, staring blankly up at the red and black armor standing tall like death itself before him. Kamara Tierwin looked at his younger brother with pained eyes, uttering a final judgment about the sole chance of survival he had thrown away. Fresh blood splattered. Eugene coldly sheathed his sword, standing beside Verl Tierwin's motionless corpse after the cruel finishing blow. Kamara Tierwin and Felid stood stunned, their faces pale as they witnessed the steep price paid for ignorance and arrogance. Eugene walked with arrogant strides, the sound of his armored boots echoing on the cold stone floor, leaving behind the weak immersed in fear. The victor's silhouette faded behind the large gate, leaving Kamara Tierwin to whisper a bitter farewell to his foolish younger brother. The clear blue sky, with seagulls circling above the weapons sign, the world continued to turn despite the recent death. Eugene walked, his boots echoing on the floor, uttering a cold rhetorical question about regret for the defeated. Marin hovered beside him, wondering why he had mercilessly discarded the first pawn he had ever created. He recalled the moment he bared his fangs and turned old Lord Tierwin into a vampire, but because the old man's mind was too weak, he was only fit to be a sacrificial decoy in the duel. Eugene affirmed his principle of eradicating any who dared oppose him, making Marin shiver and admit his truly vampiric cruelty. The spirit whined that vampires needed a cool retinue of slaves, but Eugene brushed it off, saying he had no need for such useless frills. He reached for the doorknob, thinking that turning worthless individuals into kin would only bring more trouble, as he'd have to clean up their messes. The door opened, as Eugene pondered finding a worthy individual, but a shout mentioning Galfredic's name from inside interrupted his thoughts. Priscilla, who was excitedly discussing the chaotic situation outside, jumped when she saw Eugene's figure suddenly appear at the door after 2 weeks of absence. Billmore and Priscilla simultaneously turned, their eyes meeting the one who had returned from the dead, their faces filled with extreme astonishment. The merchant Billmore hastily ran over, rubbing his hands obsequiously to congratulate him on clearing the dungeon, while Eugene merely responded with his usual calm demeanor. Eugene gripped the old servant's shoulder tightly, gruffly demanding to know exactly what had happened to Galfredic. Priscilla froze, her eyes flickering intensely as the sudden bad news hit her. Memories flooded back to 2 weeks prior, when Galfredic was fighting fiercely in a dungeon-clearing operation in the Evergrow domain. Eugene spurred his horse into a gallop through the forest, determined to find the whereabouts of his subordinate, reported missing alone in the labyrinth. Killing intent flared in Eugene's eyes when he learned the search party had scoured the mid-level monster zone without finding any clues. It was highly probable that Galfredic was trapped in the high-level monster zone, where death always lurked, waiting for an opening. Crash! Eugene kicked open the mansion door mercilessly, storming in with an overwhelming aura that made everyone wary. Jevon Evergrow stood on the balcony, looking down arrogantly, offering a welcome and scrutinizing the uninvited guest's appearance. Eugene bowed a quick greeting, being in a hurry, but the nobleman shrewdly noticed the urgency in his demeanor. Jevon Evergrow smiled calculatingly, inviting Eugene inside to discuss the rescue as the eldest son of the Evergrow family. Jevon Evergrow stood with his back turned, feigning regret, blaming Galfredic's ambition as the reason he recklessly rushed into certain death on the higher floors. Eugene narrowed his eyes suspiciously, his voice low as he confirmed the information that his subordinate had independently separated from the group. The blonde nobleman turned back, asserting firmly that the area was a dangerous forbidden zone that the Evergrow family had not dared to approach for over 100 years. The image of a dark dungeon appeared, with flickering torches lining the corridors, a place rumored to be the domain of the entity known as the Lord of the Labyrinth. Eugene frowned, asking again about that title, while Jevon explained that it wasn't just a mere monster but the absolute ruler of this entire labyrinth. Lugates sat sprawled on the sofa with a sneer, sarcastically remarking that Galfredic, greedy for immediate fame and fortune, had caused trouble for the entire group. Jevon Evergrow suddenly remembered and introduced the person sitting there as Lugates, the domain knight and leader of the subjugation squad alongside Galfredic at that time. Lugates smirked a condescending greeting to Eugene, bringing up the rumor that Eugene had once defeated Galfredic in a duel to strike up a conversation. He boastfully proclaimed himself the champion of the Evergrow tournament and claimed to have also defeated Galfredic, deliberately creating a ridiculous commonality between them to belittle his opponent. Eugene coldly cut short the meaningless bragging with a sharp gaze, directly questioning what that cheap achievement had to do with the current urgent situation. Jevon Evergrow lowered his voice, apologizing on behalf of the family, asserting that Galfredic was a rare talent they did not wish to lose. He curiously inquired about the relationship between Eugene and that boorish fellow, having heard rumors that the two were extremely close friends who pushed each other to improve. Eugene broke out in a cold sweat, recalling Galfredic's gleeful face, claiming him as a best friend, reluctantly nodding while Marin rolled with laughter behind him. Seeing that the other party had confirmed, Jevon bowed, pledging his full support out of respect for Eugene having traveled such a long distance to get here. He began to seriously explain that for the past 100 years, all of the family's attempts to conquer the upper floors had ended with the entire squad vanishing without a trace. Because of that danger, the unwritten rule here was that anyone missing for over a month was considered dead, and the search would be terminated. Jevon emphasized the core of the problem, announcing that Galfredic had been out of contact for exactly 3 weeks now. He concluded with a chilling statement that if the person wasn't found within the remaining week, all hope would be lost, causing the killing intent around Eugene to begin to leak out. Eugene immediately stood up, demanding to leave right away, startling Jevon, who had to dissuade him, explaining that the labyrinth wasn't a market where one could just come and go as they pleased. Jevon held up 3 fingers, setting a limit, asking Eugene to rest and wait 3 days for him and Lugates to prepare a proper subjugation squad. Jevon concluded the conversation with a polite thank you, and offered one more crucial piece of information that made Eugene stay and listen. He announced that he had hired an additional mage to support the squad, making the spirit Marin dumbfounded at the prospect of someone competing for the magic support position. Stepping out of the mansion, Marin still couldn't swallow her anger, continuously cursing the arrogant attitude of that spiky-haired knight from earlier. The water spirit somersaulted through the air, firmly asserting to Eugene that those nobles, including their leader, were all boastful liars and swindlers. Eugene ignored the buzzing of his subordinate, busy piecing together the inconsistencies and recalling Galfredic's promise before they parted ways. In a memory at the tavern, Galfredic had once thumped his chest, declaring he would monopolize the credit for exploring the dungeon to officially receive his investiture from Count Evergrow. The red-haired man had then grinned ambitiously, even enthusiastically inviting Eugene to come along to bask in some of his glory, but was flatly refused. Back in reality, Eugene's expression turned cold as he realized that the appointment had already been decided. There was no reason for Galfredic to risk his life taking another test. He believed that a cautious person like Galfredic would never rush into certain death without thorough preparation, when suddenly the surrounding crowd gasped and pointed in one direction. Fanatical shouts about the savior rang out, making both Eugene and Marin startle and turn sharply, their eyes keen and full of suspicion. The cult leader stood on a high platform, preaching about the prophecy of the Red Moon Day, threatening that the goddess of victory would become enraged and purge this land. The prophecies of disaster had begun to come true, as continuous earthquakes caused monsters in the mountains to die in droves. Hearing that a skilled knight had gone missing in the labyrinth, Marin immediately turned to ask Eugene if it was that fellow they knew. The cultist fanatic screamed maniacally, instructing the crowd to sprinkle fresh calf's blood before the gate to perform a gruesome sacrificial ritual. The cult leader spread his arms wide, proclaiming that the savior would descend to save the world, while the crowd below began to panic intensely. Marion pouted, scoffing at this nonsensical theory, while Eugene frowned, noticing the air here reeked of danger. A villager believer rushed over, thrusting a flyer into Eugene's hand, muttering frantically, and urging him to believe in God, while there was still time. Eugene picked up the crumpled paper to read, his sharp eyes scanning the news report about monster corpses strewn everywhere due to the earthquake. He quickly pieced things together, suspecting that a part of the labyrinth had collapsed, causing wandering monsters to spill out through the cracks. Without another second of hesitation, Eugene spun around, ordering an immediate move to the labyrinth, leaving the female mage accompanying him dumbfounded and confused. The purple-haired mage, staff in hand, sneered arrogantly, scoffing that 3 days was too long and demanding to clear everything immediately. She suddenly appeared right behind Eugene, uttering a deeply sarcastic remark as she recognized the presence of a vampire in this place. Eugene's eyes widened, his pupils contracting in shock as his secret identity was exposed by the stranger in an instant. The hooded mage scoffed, recalling how the vampire species had been hunted down and exterminated by the Holy Knights. Eugene spun around, his eyes glowing red with killing intent, while Marion listened in alarm as the other person mocked her master's recklessness for daring to walk in broad daylight. The mage's triumphant smile vanished as Eugenie's red-armored hand shot out like lightning to grab her. In the midst of the chaos, the fanatic still ran wildly through the streets, shouting for everyone to believe in the savior who was about to descend. A thud echoed as Eugene roughly pinned the mage against the wall, using overwhelming force to block all her escape routes. Eugene growled, demanding her identity, but she merely grinned mockingly, asking in return how he had been discovered so quickly. He lifted the mage, threatening to break her neck, which made her turn pale with fear, quickly begging for her life, and promising to reveal everything. The mage's face turned purple, sweat pouring down her like rain, as she struggled to force out each word while Eugenie's iron hand squeezed her throat. Eugenie's glowing red eyes froze, his pupils contracting with extreme caution as he heard the 2 words blood shadow escape the enemy's lips. Marion hovered behind him, scratching her head thoughtfully, as the name Blood Shadow sounded familiar, as if she had encountered it somewhere in her memories. The little spirit suddenly gasped, letting out a loud shriek as her brain finally processed the crucial information. Marion rushed forward to intervene, screaming desperately that Eugene mustn't kill this person because it was a girl, not a man at all. Eugene stared blankly, releasing his grip in bewilderment, upon learning that the mage he had just been about to break the neck of was a delicate woman. While the victim foamed at the mouth and rolled her eyes, Marion quickly explained that this was a member of the Blood Shadow faction, a sect that had served vampires for generations. Utterly terrified, the female mage collapsed to the ground, unconscious, making the atmosphere incredibly awkward. As soon as she regained consciousness, she pointed directly at Eugene and screamed, scolding him for roughly choking her before she even had a chance to explain. Eugene sat with his arms crossed, avoiding her gaze, mumbling an apology but still stubbornly arguing that she had spoken like a villain first, which was why she got hit. She cleared her throat, regaining her composure after nearly checking out, and formally introduced herself in a proper manner. Identifying herself as Cyrano Romari of the Blood Shadow faction, she expressed her honor at meeting the Supreme Dark Race. It turned out that young Master Jevon had asked her to find Eugene, making him realize that this was the important lead he had been waiting for. Hearing Cyrano ask about his close friendship with Galfredic, Eugene's face darkened, and he inwardly swore to sew that guy's mouth shut for gossiping. Cyrano revealed a shocking secret. She was also part of the subjugation squad when Galfredic went missing. Eugene immediately switched to serious mode, asking her to recount the entire incident from back then in detail. The female mage began to reminisce, explaining that she had joined Count Evergrow's campaign solely to farm monster materials. In her memory, the entire subjugation squad ventured deep into the Evergrow labyrinth, overconfident that the place had been thoroughly cleared. Suddenly, a terrifying earthquake struck, sending the soldiers into extreme panic, screaming hysterically. The ground beneath her feet crumbled, and Cyrano flailed helplessly as she plummeted straight into the abyssal chasm. Cyrano shuddered, recalling the moment of death as her hand slipped from the cliff face, her fingernails clawing desperately at the empty air. At that critical moment, Galfredic rushed forward like a guardian deity, using all his strength to push her to safety on the edge, while he himself accepted a freefall into the dark abyss. The female mage narrowly escaped death, collapsing onto the ground, clutching her chest and gasping for breath, filled with endless remorse for letting her benefactor sacrifice himself for her. While she was still recovering, the ignorant soldiers around her clamored, blaming and shouting that Galfredic had audaciously opened the forbidden door, causing this disaster. Back in reality, Cyranoir looked directly into his eyes, asserting that she had come here solely to repay her debt of gratitude and to tell the unvarnished truth to her benefactor's close friend. Eugenie's face turned cold upon hearing this. His mind began to piece together the events, realizing that young Master Jevon's story reeked of fabrication. He narrowed his glowing red eyes, full of suspicion, wondering if Jevon dared to deceive him, or if someone else had skillfully twisted the information midway. Suddenly, Cyranoir hesitated, then revealed another crucial detail she had witnessed firsthand, making Eugenie jump in surprise. In the horrifying memory at the bottom of the deep chasm where Galfredic fell, she had seen a gigantic, glowing, eerie eye symbol etched into the ground. Eugenie's eyes widened at the mention of the eye symbol. He seemed to have caught the familiar scent of danger from this valuable clue. Cyranoir sternly reminded him of the trashy flyers the cultists had distributed in the square earlier, to verify his memory. Eugenie froze as memories flooded back. The grotesque eye symbol on the cult's flag perfectly matched the clue he had just heard. In his mind, a scene unfolded. The frenzied cultists kneeling before the blood-red eye symbol, screaming a welcome to their descending savior. The deranged fanatics believed that only fresh blood and flesh could buy salvation and guide their god. The hooded cult leader flashed a sinister smile, reeking of death, as he declared that the monster was about to awaken to sow disaster. Logistics were complete. All mercenaries and knights had fully assembled, ready to sortie and sweep the target. Young Dirt strode at the head of the procession out of the gate, turning to taunt Eugenie, asking if he was excited to reunite with an old friend. Eugenie retorted coldly, his face displeased, bluntly stating that he absolutely hated having to carry corpses home, so it would be best if the other guy didn't die. Young Dirt smirked at this, admitting that the tough guy certainly wasn't the type to easily kick the bucket. He burst into hearty laughter, teasing that Galfredic truly had a reputation, trusted by his comrades for his leech-like tenacity for life. Ignoring Young Dirt's obnoxious laughter, Eugenie fell into thought, as he had long wanted to infiltrate this labyrinth to investigate its dark secrets. Looking at the blood-red eye symbol, he realized Galfredic's disappearance was an elaborately staged trap, and resolved to closely monitor every move of the mastermind. He reassured himself that with Galfredic's brute strength, enduring another 3 days would be like a mere scratch, as long as his old life was still there. Unexpectedly from behind, a group of hooded figures appeared, interrupting his thoughts and respectfully greeting Sir Eugenie with utmost deference. These people introduced themselves as Templar Knights of the Evergrow family, expressing immense honor to fight alongside such a devout knight as him. The commander prattled on about faith and friendship, making Marin choke with laughter because these fools were inviting a bloodthirsty vampire to wage a holy war in the name of God. Young Dirt observed from a distance and remarked meaningfully, for these Templar Knights, usually arrogant and only obeying God's command, were now admiring a heretic. He added a powerful jab, advising Eugenie to switch professions and become a holy knight, leaving the victim speechless at life's cruel irony. Young Dirt flashed a sinister smile, his sharp eyes clearly showing amusement at seeing Eugenie put in an awkward position by the uninvited fanatical crowd. Eugenie responded with a cold, emotionless face, utterly speechless and helpless against the absurd antics of his reluctant ally. The entire army advanced into the colossal stone gate, while the commander ordered his subordinate, Partek, to clear the way and prepare for battle formation. Inside the flooded Grand Hall, the soldiers quickly refilled their water and took a brief rest, following their superiors' strict curfew orders to ensure safety. Marin let out a delighted hum as she flew around the water column, her eyes glowing brightly as she sensed an incredibly abundant source of water elemental energy in this place. Eugenie glanced around, analyzing the map, realizing this artificial labyrinth had minimal survival conditions, but still reeked of lurking monsters. In his mind, he began to consider the worst-case scenario, whether he would have to hide in this godforsaken labyrinth forever just to stay alive. The Templar leader unexpectedly approached, a meaningful smile on his face, remarking that this place was indeed an ideal paradise for evil to hide. He praised Eugenie for single-handedly carrying the team and preserving their forces, but Eugenie ignored him and pressed, asking when they would find Galfredic's location. The captain chuckled condescendingly, telling Eugenie to rein in his impatience if he truly believed in his comrade's brute strength. Eugenie narrowed his eyes, unleashing a chilling surge of killing intent towards the opponent, as he began to smell deceit and complex schemes from this man. The commander concluded with an arrogant tone, asserting that his Evergrow family was in charge here and had every trap in the palm of their hand. The leader cackled savagely, nonchalantly viewing the deaths of his comrades as an inevitable occurrence. He revealed the true face of a fanatic, seeing other people's lives as mere sacrifices to gain illusory hope. Eugene glared with glowing red eyes full of killing intent, utterly stunned to realize that this monstrous labyrinth was, in fact, a living organism. A violent rumble echoed, shaking the entire area and leaving the soldiers bewildered, not understanding what was happening. The leader shouted, ordering everyone to prepare, his face filled with excitement as he announced that the labyrinth structure was beginning to change. Eugene narrowed his eyes suspiciously, staring at the leader as he called his name with a meaningful and calculating tone. The entire area revealed itself as a colossal machine with rumbling, rotating gears, crushing and altering all old pathways. Rocks and debris rained down. Cyrano frantically screamed, warning Eugene about the earthquake tearing apart the ground. The leader stood proudly on a high cliff, looking down, while Eugene pressed him for the exact location of the damned shortcut. He bared his teeth in a savage grin through the closing gap in the stone wall, asserting that right there was the shortcut he had promised. Eugene glared with his glowing red eyes through the crumbling gap, memorizing the enemy's position before the passage was completely sealed. The deafening sound of metal gears grinding together echoed. This entire damned labyrinth was operating like a colossal machine, devouring everything. Rocks and debris rained down like a torrent. Eugene stood firm as a rock, observing the situation while Cyrano behind him struggled to maintain her balance amidst the earthquake. Eugene clicked his tongue in annoyance, realizing this earthquake was a meticulously orchestrated trap to ensnare Galfredic, not a natural phenomenon at all. Cyrano suddenly pointed frantically into the distance, her voice faltering as she called Eugene's name to warn him of a horrifying sight that had just appeared. Eugene's glowing red eyes widened, his usual cold expression replaced by utter shock at what met his gaze. Galfredic was tightly bound to a colossal stone cross, his entire body drenched in fresh blood and covered in wounds, looking utterly miserable. Without a second's hesitation, Eugene launched himself forward like a black arrow tearing through the wind, heading straight towards his endangered subordinate. He landed on the stone platform, gently yet decisively, his cloak fluttering wildly right in front of his gasping comrade. Eugene quickly reached out to check Galfredic's pulse on his neck, his face hardening with worry for the life of his loyal subordinate. Eugene breathed a sigh of relief, confirming Galfredic was still alive, and mumbled, calculating how to quickly get his tough companion to urgent care. The atmosphere suddenly grew taut as Marin appeared, shouting Eugene's name, signaling that grave danger was approaching. The water spirit pointed straight down at the ground with a serious expression, firmly stating that something was terribly wrong, rising from below. Before they could compose themselves, a fierce gale carrying dark energy suddenly swept through, blowing everything away and forcing the group to struggle for balance. The whirlwind enveloped the sacrificial altar area, creating a chaotic scene, signaling the emergence of an evil entity about to outplay them all. From the abyssal depths, shadows condensed, and two fiery red eyes suddenly burst open, accompanied by a spine-chilling killing intent. A gigantic skull engulfed in violet flames emerged from the ground, letting out a roaring display of power that violently shook the space. The skeletal minotaur boss revealed its true form, colossal like a building, exuding an oppressive aura that crushed the will to fight of the weak. Cyrano's face drained of all color as she recognized the legendary monster, but Eugene coldly ordered her to protect Galfredic while he handled the rest. The monster wasted no words, immediately unleashing a thunderous stomp, intending to crush the small fry who dared to trespass its territory. The monster's earth-shattering sword strike cracked the ground, forcing Eugene to retreat at full speed to avoid being crushed into paste. The aftershocks from the terrifying blow made Eugene grit his teeth and endure immense pressure on his body, even though he had dodged it. Both Eugene and the female mage Cyrano were mercilessly blown away by the shockwave, tumbling amidst the storm of violet energy. The Minotaur boss roared wildly, its entire gigantic skeletal body ablaze with magical flames, completely overwhelming the tiny figures at its feet. It continued to raise its gigantic bone sword high, accumulating a massive amount of mana, preparing for its next finishing blow. Eugene managed to grab onto the wall to steady himself, but his face changed color as he realized the monster's attack direction. "Wait, what the hell are you doing?" Without letting him react, the monster brought its sword down, creating a column of destructive energy that ravaged the target below. The attacked location was precisely where Galfredic was bound. The brutal strike shattered both the stone platform and the chains in an instant. Galfredic's motionless body was flung into the air amidst the rubble, completely defenseless against this destructive power. Eugene was utterly panicked. He lunged forward, extending his clawed hand in desperation, shouting his subordinate's name, Galfredic. Eugene shot forward like an arrow, but was suddenly blocked by a pink magical formation with a heavy impact sound. He spun around with fiery red eyes, baring his fangs and roaring furiously. "What the hell are you doing?" Cyranoir Romari strained to maintain the protective barrier, shouting an explanation that their opponent was a minotaur, a formidable monster even among the high ranks. The female mage frantically warned that such overwhelming power was enough to send even a vampire to their grave if they made a single mistake. Eugene gnashed his teeth, his face hardening with surging killing intent, as if he wanted to devour alive the one blocking his path. A sharp blade suddenly pressed close to Cyranoir Romari's face, making her flinch violently, cold sweat pouring down her like rain. Eugene growled a threat, his razor-sharp eyes boring into his companion. "You've crossed your limit, Romari." Cyranoir Romari trembled in apology, but firmly asserted that she couldn't just watch him rush headlong into death with zero chance of winning. She tried to convince Eugene that, to save Galfredic, he needed to keep a cool head and assess the situation instead of fighting to the death in vain. After stopping Eugenie's rampage, Cyranoir Romari finally recovered her senses and lamented the labyrinth's difficulty, thinking the worst she'd encounter was a cyclops, not this terrifying boss. Eugene clicked his tongue in annoyance, his fiery red eyes sweeping over the rubble with clear displeasure. He turned to give Romari a backhanded compliment, feigning surprise that this mage also knew how to use earth magic effectively, not as useless as he'd thought. The Templar leader suddenly spoke with a sneer, claiming they only survived because Galfredic carried them on his back, while Eugene was just a freak who knew how to create abominations. His sinister face was revealed in the light, as Eugene roared the name Lugates with hatred. Lugates stood defiantly among his men, continuing his psychological attack by asserting that Eugene didn't actually want to save his companion, despite appearances. Without wasting words, Eugene lunged forward with blinding speed, his glowing red clawed hand gripping the leader's throat right in front of his men. Eugenie's eyes were bloodshot. He growled, asserting that Lugates was the mastermind behind Galfredic's miserable state. He lifted Lugates like a chicken, smirking that he merely brought him along because he saw how desperately the man wanted to reunite with his old friend. Even as he was choked, Lugates maintained his twisted smile, and casually remarked that Eugene was even ruder than the rumors suggested. Eugene's demonic hand trembled violently, his claws digging into his opponent's gorget as he struggled to suppress the urge to tear his enemy apart immediately. Lugates' eyes widened to their fullest, his pupils contracting in horror as he felt Eugene's iron vice grip on his throat. A purple shockwave erupted from Lugates' hand, flinging Eugene's choking arm away and forcing him to retreat. The leader, still gasping for breath, glanced at the purple-haired mage with a look of doubt. He hadn't expected Eugene to possess such immense strength. Lugates smirked, raising his hand with its glowing magical sigil, and sneered that Eugenie's recent display of power probably wasn't his own. The purple-haired mage, standing nearby, hastily explained to Eugene that the sigil on Lugates' hand was a magical formula allowing him to inherit power from others. She broke out in a cold sweat, asserting that this was the ultimate forbidden art, originally sealed permanently because these madmen dared to assimilate the power of non-human species into their bodies. Lugates scoffed at the hypocrites, seeing the label forbidden art as merely a cowardly excuse for the weak who wished to monopolize power. He spread his arms wide before his fanatic subordinates, grandly declaring that when the world collapsed, only the chosen few like them would deserve to exist. Eugene's eyes were razor-sharp. He realized this trash had used borrowed power to defeat Galfredic, and still dared to proudly boast as if it were his own achievement. Fiery red killing intent erupted around Eugene. He bared his fangs and snarled, declaring he would teach this delusional fool his true place at the bottom of society. Lugates froze as he saw Eugene's fiery red lightning violently erupt, tearing through space and completely overwhelming his aura. Romari broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe her eyes as she witnessed a vampire capable of unleashing such overwhelming power. Eugene flashed a murderous smirk, his eyes glowing brightly as he realized his opponent was just an empty barrel making a lot of noise, trying to put on a brave front. He lunged forward, unleashing a powerful blood-infused punch, roaring that pathetic leader wasn't the only one who knew how to hold back. Lugates frantically raised his hand to block the blow, but the immense weight of the punch shook him to the bone, his face visibly paling. Without letting his opponent catch his breath, Eugene followed up with a thunderous kick from above, flatly declaring that he would fight to the death and show no more mercy. The powerful kick sent both Lugates and Romari free-falling into the abyssal chasm amidst the chaotic, crumbling debris. Lugates unexpectedly landed safely on a rock ledge. He sneered, asserting that he had known all the traps in this labyrinth inside out from the start. The leader's sinister face was fully revealed. He looked down with a contemptuous gaze and sarcastically wished Eugene a pleasant fall into hell. Eugene shouted his companion's name, while Romari gritted her teeth and activated a purple magic circle to salvage the dire situation. Eugene shot into the air like a black arrow, carrying his wrath directly towards the leader standing above. Lugates glared down, his fiery yellow eyes meeting the blood-red killing intent from his sworn enemy. The leader flinched violently as Eugene's death blade pressed against his face too quickly for him to even blink. Lugates gritted his teeth and blocked the attack, his eyes turning cold as he realized his opponent was truly a monster. He hovered in the dark space and admitted that the power Eugene displayed had far exceeded all his initial calculations. The old fox smirked, confessing that if they fought fair in a one-on-one, he would surely lose, which made using Galfredic as bait a perfectly accurate move. The Templar leader grinned maniacally, his eyes wide with excitement as he declared the final sacrifice was about to be offered. Romari collapsed in pain as the magic circle shattered, helplessly apologizing to Eugene for her depleted strength, unable to hold on any longer. Eugene paid no mind to the apology, landing and dashing away like a gust of wind, causing Romari to frantically call out after him. The female mage's face paled, sweat pouring down her as she stammered, asking where Eugene was going, abandoning her in this dangerous place. The purple mage struggled to climb over the rubble, muttering curses for getting caught in this damned mess. He walked with regret, blaming himself for not playing dumb and fleeing quickly, instead of sticking his head into this death-wreaking place. The purple mage froze when he saw Eugene emerge from the shadows, carrying Galfredic's mangled, blood-soaked body. Eugene coldly ordered him to heal Galfredic, but the purple mage scratched his head, hesitantly declining, saying healing wasn't his forte. Eugene's eyes darkened with killing intent, cutting off his opponent with a threatening remark that it wasn't the answer he wanted to hear. The purple mage broke out in a cold sweat, his face drained of color, silenced by the suffocating pressure from the monster before him. He sighed in helplessness, then hastily swung his staff, casting a healing spell on Galfredic, pouring all his strength into saving him to preserve his own life. Marin flew back to report the situation, her tiny spirit face showing clear gravity as she announced that no exit could be found. Eugene frowned, asking about breaking through the wall, but Marin extinguished all hope, asserting that this was a completely sealed boss room with no escape. Marin hastily warned of the dense flow of water energy, while Eugene casually walked across the crimson blood lake, as if taking a stroll. Eugene cast his gaze across the vast sea of blood and heard Marin admit that even as a water spirit, she was utterly helpless against this monstrous liquid. He squinted down at the eye-carved stone blocks submerged beneath his feet, realizing this was what Romari had once seen. Marin explained the crucial principle. She could only control the blood of the dead, meaning the master of this blood was still very much alive. No sooner had she finished speaking than the blood lake reacted violently, erupting a pillar of crimson energy into the air as if to confirm Marin's words. A black, viscous mass began to emerge from the pool of blood, twisting and transforming into grotesque tentacles. The colossal blood monster revealed its true form, enveloped in a flow of dark purple energy, letting out a deafening, powerful roar that shook the space. The purple mage was terrified, screaming hysterically under the monster's pressure while pouring all his mana into sustaining Galfredic's life. Eugene calmly drew his greatsword, ordering Marin to find an escape route while he prepared to charge in and make mincemeat of the monster. The Minotaur boss revealed its true form, a colossal skeleton encased in purple flames, standing like a mountain of death, exuding pressure that threatened to crush the tiny Eugene. Eugene glanced back to see the purple mage, still sweating profusely, healing the unconscious Galfredic, realizing he had to carry the team alone this time. His eyes flashing with crimson killing intent, Eugene shot forward like an arrow, swinging his sword directly at the monster's lower body to immediately neutralize its mobility. He wildly brandished his sword, creating a series of crimson slashes that tore through the air, moving so fast that afterimages lingered on the retina, giving the enemy no time to react. The sharp sword strikes continuously bombarded the target, creating a storm of dark red energy that ravaged every obstacle in its path. Eugene roared as he was thrown back by the energy's aftershock, gritting his teeth to endure the pain in the chaotic storm so as not to lose his fighting momentum. The monster unleashed colossal blood tentacles in a relentless assault, forcing Eugene to narrowly dodge with divine reflexes. A deafening clang echoed as Eugene's sword directly collided with the opponent's 1,000-pound strike, sparks flying everywhere, demonstrating terrifying power. He clicked his tongue in annoyance upon seeing the colossal skull accumulating a destructive fireball in its mouth, then swung his sword to create a massive crescent slash to counterattack. Eugene's eyes widened in shock as the crimson surge of power crashed down, immediately forcing him into a defensive stance against the immense pressure. The impact was so strong it sent him flying backward, his body losing control in midair like a puppet with severed strings. He quickly regained his balance, flipping to land gently on a crumbling stone pillar, and looked down at the boss blazing with purple flames below. Eugene looked at the sword in his hand with disappointment, realizing this ordinary weapon was so useless it couldn't even leave a scratch on the enemy's armor. Without hesitation, he decided to enhance his equipment by coating the blade with fresh blood, forming a crimson, spiky blood sword to pierce the armor. Eugene's eyes turned cold with killing intent as the new weapon was complete, locking onto his target and ready for the next bloody round. He swooped down from above like a hunting crow, swinging the blood sword to deliver a fatal slash that tore through the air, aimed at the enemy. Eugene gritted his teeth in frustration, realizing the previous attack was still too shallow, not strong enough to penetrate that tough defense. Immediately, the boss retaliated with a destructive purple flame-infused slap, slamming Eugene against the wall, making him groan in pain. The monster's devastating slap pinned Eugene to the stone wall, creating a powerful impact that sent up clouds of dust. The Minotaur boss stood towering amidst the sea of purple flames, exuding terrifying pressure as if to crush any living creature that dared to challenge it. In the rear, Romari was sweating profusely from tension, her hands continuously casting green healing magic to salvage the critical situation. She desperately shook the unconscious Galfredick, yelling into his ear that his best friend was in mortal danger to stimulate his fighting will. Eugene slowly got up from the rubble, muttering an admission that Romari's warnings about the monster's power were absolutely true. Fresh blood streamed down his face, and he bitterly gritted his teeth, realizing that the power level of high-tier monsters was truly a completely different realm. Giving its opponent no chance to catch his breath, the colossal monster continued to swing its bony arm, delivering an attack imbued with overwhelming death energy. Eugene only had time for a helpless curse before being engulfed by the crimson energy and mercilessly blown away. Romari screamed hysterically in extreme panic as she witnessed Eugene lying motionless, face down on the blood-soaked arena floor. Eugene gasped heavily, his face drenched in fresh blood, but his eyes still struggled to maintain consciousness even though his body had reached its limit. Facing the overwhelming power of the Minotaur boss, the familiar feeling of helplessness from his 10 years as a good-for-nothing rushed back, engulfing his mind. An attack carrying the fires of hell descended, and Eugene bitterly admitted that he should have been hardened to this kind of torment by now. Yet, his eyes gleamed with conflicting doubt, wondering why this feeling was so different. He was thrown away in extreme pain, realizing that the current agony tore at his insides even more than anything he had endured in his solitary past. Eugene fell freely through the air, his battered body limp amidst the crimson streaks of blood spurting from his wounds. He fell miserably onto his back, his lifeless eyes staring backward, completely losing his ability to fight. On the other side, Romari screamed in despair beside Galfredic's motionless body, unable to understand why things had become so terrible. Suddenly, Galfredic's blue eyes snapped open, glaring with killing intent, marking the awakening of the true monster. Romari's face was drained of all color, her eyes wide with horror, as she witnessed the terrifying catastrophe unfolding before her. Amidst a sea of crimson blood, Galfredic awoke with bitter thoughts of the warning Eugene had ignored. The monster's fierce roar made Romari despair, believing that even a vampire stood no chance against such overwhelming power. Romari dragged Galfredic's battered body along with heavy footsteps, bitterly realizing there was no escape left. The Minotaur boss opened its massive mouth, gathering a sphere of glowing purple energy, ready to send them both to their demise. Romari squeezed her eyes shut in resignation, trembling as she apologized to her master and Eugene for being too useless to do anything more. Suddenly, Galfredic lunged forward to shield her, enduring the monster's immense pressure and coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. He opened one eye to look at her, a wry smile of regret on his face for inadvertently dragging her into this deadly quagmire. Romari frantically urged him to flee, as it would soon be their turn to be slaughtered. But Galfredic firmly dismissed it, asserting that escape was impossible. He gritted his teeth, revealing the truth. That bastard Lugates had used him as bait to trap Sir Eugene in a death trap. That scoundrel Lugates revealed his cunning true colors, admitting he had exploited their friendship to ensnare Eugene from the very beginning. Galfredic knelt in a pool of blood, laughing bitterly as he blamed himself for being too weak, thus becoming such a burden. Memories flooded back. He recalled the relationship that should have been fleeting between himself and Eugene in the early days. But it was Eugene's overwhelming power and dominant aura that had completely captivated him from the very first glance. He didn't want to miss that chance, yearning to become strong enough to stand proudly beside Eugene as a true comrade. Returning to the harsh reality, Galfredic stood up to face the boss, who was gathering glowing purple energy, accepting that the game would end here. Romari was utterly panicked, reaching out to stop his reckless act, but it was too late. Galfredic forcefully threw Romari out of the danger zone, shouting his final apology to his master, Eugene. Dark spikes rained down on him. Galfredic calmly looked up, entrusting his wishes to the next life. In the moment death arrived, he smiled contentedly, wishing to be reborn as a knight, fighting side by side with his friend. A blood-red eye suddenly burst open, signaling the return of the apex predator at the decisive moment. Eugene appeared with a blood-soaked face, his gaze as sharp as a razor, piercing straight into his enemy. He clenched his pointed fangs, rage boiling within him that someone dared to touch his people. A cluster of glowing red energy beams tore through space, descending to halt death, accompanied by an emotional call to his dear friend. Eugene's black-armored hand easily, almost unbelievably, seized the monster's deadly attack. A deafening crash echoed as he unleashed a thunderous punch, crushing his opponent's move. Eugene gracefully dodged the attack amidst a rain of blood, preparing for a devastating counterattack. The blood magic sigil glowed brightly in his red eye, activating forbidden power to finish off the target. Gigantic black blood claws tore into it, completely suppressing the purple flames of the Minotaur boss. Eugene let out an earth-shattering roar, using his overwhelming power to sweep away and crush the monster in a sea of flames. Eugene let out a wild roar, his eyes glowing devilishly red, and his sharp fangs revealed amidst the surging storm of blood energy. Romari collapsed to the ground, her face drained of all color, stammering in horror as she witnessed Eugene's body undergoing an abnormal transformation. The Minotaur boss let out an earth-shattering roar, purple energy exploding around its gigantic skeleton as if to challenge the entire world. Eugene bared his fangs with an excited grin, his glowing red claws tearing through the air, ready to crush everything in his path. Romari ran, horrified to realize that all the surrounding pools of blood were boiling and obeying Lord Eugene's absolute command. The sorceress broke out in a cold sweat, a wry smile on her face as she realized she had just become a witness to an unprecedented historical event. Eugene swung his arm skyward, summoning a colossal, inky black pillar of blood that tore through space with destructive power. A gigantic stone eye suddenly opened wide, emitting a deadly red light accompanied by a dry, cracking sound. Romari stared dumbfounded at her feet, realizing that the blood level in the pool had dropped incredibly fast, completely drained by Eugene. The monster recovered at an astonishing speed, making Romari exclaim that someone was continuously using magic to pump blood into it. Romari paled as she pieced together the events, realizing the boss was cheating by using the labyrinth itself to drain blood from the environment and heal its fatal wounds. Eugene said nothing, his glowing red eyes locked onto his target before he shot off like a black arrow tearing through the wind. An earth-shattering explosion rang out as Eugene slammed directly into the gigantic stone eye on the wall, determined to smash the enemy's mobile blood vessel. The purple-haired sorceress gasped in horror as she watched the inanimate stones suddenly gush fresh blood after the impact. Eugene glided across the ancient architecture at light speed, turning the vertical wall into a death racetrack to approach his next target. He delivered a brutal finishing blow, plunging his claws directly into the eye's pupil, causing it to explode in a sea of crimson blood. Deprived of its blood buff, the Minotaur immediately took the full combo of Eugene's glowing red slashes, getting torn to shreds before it could even react. Eugene stood proudly amidst the bloody battlefield, a smirk on his face as he declared that the bony bull was merely a pawn, The true master of this lair was someone else. He coldly exposed the truth. This labyrinth was actually a gigantic stomach that had completely digested hundreds of missing people to sustain itself. The entire space violently shook, signaling that the god of the labyrinth had officially erupted in fury, angered by these insignificant beings. The cultists prostrated themselves, praying, believing that the impending destruction was the salvation of the supreme being. Eugene roared with indignation as he sensed the terrifying surge of evil energy about to erupt. The Templar Knight leader strode arrogantly towards the Gate of Light, calling for the savior to manifest. He revealed his twisted face with a grin stretching from ear to ear, his wild, glowing yellow eyes begging his god to unleash its fury. The purple-haired sorceress flinched in horror, discovering that all the pools of blood on the floor had been completely sucked into the ground. The colossal magic sphere at the center began to spin violently, unleashing black and purple lightning bolts that tore through space. The magical eye at the center glowed blindingly, marking the moment the most evil entity officially awakened. A gigantic black shadow broke its seal and shot into the air, its demonic wings obscuring the entire view. The sorceress fell backward in terror, only managing a few choked sounds as she saw the colossal monster fly away, completely disregarding her. The skull-headed demon with a fiery eye in its chest plunged down like a black arrow, carrying destructive killing intent aimed directly at its target. The labyrinth structure crumbled to pieces, gigantic stone blocks falling and crushing the divine eye machinery below. Romari paled in horror, unable to believe that a high-level monster could break the rules and escape the dungeon. The situation became worse than ever, as the monster's trajectory was aimed directly at the nearby densely populated town. Marian hurriedly flew over to inform Eugene that she had found a safe exit. However, the spirit was immediately astonished to see that the cave ceiling had been pierced with a large hole leading directly to the surface. Sharp rocks continuously fell, accompanied by panicked screams as the entire area violently collapsed. Eugene stood motionless amidst the hailstorm, his dark killing intent surrounding him, startling Marian into silence. Galfredic collapsed completely, his body covered in wounds, leaning against a mass of black thorns, blood profusely staining his armor red. Eugene stood silently before his comrade, who had sacrificed himself for him, a mournful atmosphere enveloping the ruins. Romari stood rooted, observing, a question forming in her mind. Could an arrogant vampire truly grieve for the life of a mere human? Eugene silently looked down at Galfredic's mangled body, his crimson eyes gleaming with determination to save this stubborn comrade at all costs. Romari was stunned, admitting she had never seen a vampire impersonate a knight and cherish a connection with humans to this extent. Without hesitation, Eugene bent down, baring his fangs and plunging them into Galfredic's neck, beginning the audacious blood transfusion ritual right in front of an outsider. The sharp fangs pierced the flesh, fresh blood oozing out, marking the moment the muscular man's life was regenerated by the immortal bloodline. Meanwhile, the Waldine demon let out a piercing shriek, then shot up into the sky like a black arrow, carrying a dark purple aura. Giant footsteps echoed with heavy thuds, signaling that the calamity had truly escaped its cage and begun to move. Its colossal black shadow plunged straight down towards the brightly lit town below, bringing with it a deathly pressure that enveloped the space. The monster growled maniacally, its gigantic eye in the center of its chest glowing like a headlight, ready to incinerate everything in its path. Under the blood-red, deathly moonlight, the villagers still wandered aimlessly, unaware of the impending catastrophe hanging over their heads. Back in the cave, Romari sternly questioned Eugene about the origin vampire, asserting that he possessed that supreme royal bloodline. Romari seriously added another crucial piece of information, causing the atmosphere to grow heavy. Eugene froze in surprise when he heard the sorceress mention the power of an origin vampire to resurrect the dead as their subordinates. Romari looked him straight in the eyes with certainty, asserting that Eugene knew full well the procedure for performing this forbidden ritual. Eugene coldly confirmed the procedure was to bite the victim's neck and then inject his own blood. But he also warned of the terrible risks involved. He recounted past failures where the chosen one's mind shattered, unable to withstand the overwhelming bloodline, asserting that most of humanity was too weak. However, Romari immediately retorted and placed her trust in Galfredic, citing knowledge she had heard from her master. Theoretically, someone with an iron will, upon receiving the Origin's blood, would retain their sanity and all their combat skills from when they were human. The only difficult problem was that a true knight's pride might cause Galfredic to view rebirth as a vampire as an insult and turn to attack his comrades. Romari anxiously turned to ask Eugene's opinion, placing the power of life and death in his hands. Eugene gazed thoughtfully at his comrades, blood-soaked back, admitting he had never revealed his identity and was completely unaware of the big man's attitude towards bloodsuckers. He quickly scrolled through heroic memories, where the unbreakable bond of brotherhood was forged through blood and smiles. Eugene finalized his decision, his sharp eyes accepting to stake everything on this fateful gamble. There was no more time for hesitation. He lunged forward, intending to awaken his comrade with the most direct method. Fangs bared, Eugene plunged them into Galfredic's neck, and fresh red blood began to flow, mingling with the darkness. A frantic heartbeat echoed like war drums, pupils contracting from the extreme biological shock. Eugene cried out in alarm, realizing the blood was flowing too quickly, trapping him, unable to withdraw his fangs. The space trembled, and a crimson notification appeared, signaling that the inheritance ritual had officially activated unexpectedly. The overwhelming blood pact declared that the host's soul and all its power now belonged entirely to the Lord. A surge of dark red energy violently erupted from the host's body, flinging Eugene far away in astonishment. Galfredic screamed in extreme agony as a pillar of crimson light shot straight up into the sky, tearing through the night and shaking the entire land. The entire town was engulfed in a sea of crimson flames, the villagers frantically fleeing for their lives, while shouts of, "Get out of here!" echoed everywhere. Two men turned pale as they realized the wandering monsters had escaped and that damned labyrinth had completely collapsed. A gigantic monster's foot crushed the ground, sending the crowd scattering like a disturbed beehive, their screams drowned out by the terrifying sound of destruction. A gruesome scene unfolded before their eyes, as the monster ravenously devoured an unlucky man, leaving a mother and child to stare in utter despair. The winged demon, with its gigantic crimson eye in the center of its chest, descended like a plague, spreading terror that left a man crying out for help in vain. Amidst the thick smoke and fire from the monster's landing, the Templar leader stood on a high balcony, observing with sick satisfaction that the moment he had awaited had arrived. He grinned wildly, declaring this was the time he would receive his rightful reward for the pile of sacrifices he had thrown into the labyrinth's maw all this time. Standing on the bell tower, looking down at the dying ants below, he smugly asserted that the disgusting secret alliance between him and the labyrinth would be buried forever. The sick plan was revealed. Wait for the monsters to rampage, pushing despair to its peak. Then he would appear, destroy the final boss, and become the great savior. The scoundrel's face contorted with extreme exhilaration, his golden eyes wide and glaring, cursing the common folk to die, clearing the way for him to ascend the divine altar. A hodgepodge of monsters descended from the sky like a flood, bearing fangs and claws, ready to make short work of any living creature in their path. A woman screamed her husband's name in despair as he was crushed, while her son could only shriek for his mother as a gigantic wolf monster loomed into view. The monster opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and lunged, intending to swallow the mother and child whole, leaving the mother to only hug her baby tightly and close her eyes, awaiting death. A black shadow shot past at the speed of light, creating a powerful shockwave that blew away the beast's intention to devour them alive. The dry sound of bones shattering echoed as a red and black armored hand crushed the wolf's jaw and then brutally tore its head apart. Monster blood splattered, forming a red rain, and from within that bloody mist, Eugene emerged with a cold expression, like a harbinger of death. Lugate's eyes widened and his mouth gaped as he screamed, "Jan, Eugene!" unable to comprehend why the man who should have been absorbed by the Minotaur boss was standing right there, ruining everything. He bit his nails in panic, trying to find a reason why the final sacrificial prey had survived and become so absurdly powerful. The leader's pupils contracted in fear, a horrifying question forming in his mind. Was the one standing below truly human, or a demon? Standing proudly on the monster's corpse, Eugene looked up, mocking Lugate's pathetic face and threatening to tell Lord Jevon about this mess. Eugene smirked coldly, declaring that his enemy would pay for their sins right here, then darted away like a gust of wind. A terrifying crash echoed as his earth-shattering attack pulverized the stone tower into rubble. Eugene laughed heartily with delight, and immediately after, Galfredic appeared with an arrogant smile, asking if their opponent remembered him. Galfredic stretched and cracked his neck, his claws growing long and sharp, boldly declaring that it was time for Lugates to pay back his debt from the tournament, principal and interest. He pressed his face close to the screen, his eyes blazing and fangs sharp, growling Lugates' name, calling him a heretic. The winged demon swooped down, creating a terrifying impact that made the villagers shriek and scatter in panic. The monster let out a painful roar as a crimson sword energy cut across its body. Eugene narrowed his crimson, murderous eyes, focusing all his blood magic power into the next attack. A gigantic blood blade shot high with destructive power, tearing apart the space around the monster. Amidst the chaotic scene, the villagers stared in awe, pointing at the sky, where the red-eyed, black-armored knight was fiercely battling the monster. Eugene smirked arrogantly, his crimson eyes flashing with amusement, as he heard the common folk below recognize his knight identity, Jan Eugene. The naive villagers cheered, believing their savior had come to protect them, but Eugene immediately doused their hopes with a harsh denial. A fanatic clasped his hands, hailing him as the savior, making Eugene freeze with a huge question mark above his head at such delusion. Ignoring the crowd muttering about prophecies and salvation, Eugene focused, unleashing a crimson blood magic attack that tore through the sky. The colliding energy stream created a terrifying explosion, crushing its target in the blink of an eye, with destructive force, accompanied by a deafening blast. Eugene swung his sword down decisively, the blood-red blade slicing through space with overwhelming killing intent, as if tearing the air in two. He landed coolly in the posture of a superior being, his cloak fluttering amidst the surrounding sea of crimson flames. The villagers below cheered wildly as if celebrating a bountiful harvest, while Eugene merely turned back, his crimson eyes filled with cold authority and indifference. Lugate's hand suddenly burst into fierce flames with a pinkish-purple magic sigil, making him shriek in agonizing pain. Lugate's collapsed to the ground, clutching his smoking hand, while his Templar subordinates behind him panicked seeing their god crumble. The Templars completely broke ranks, shrieking desperately about the impending doom and trampling over each other as they fled. Lugates fell face first to the ground, sweat pouring down like rain, yet he still struggled to get up, muttering about having inherited divine power. He shrieked wildly, his eyes wide and bloodshot, declaring that he would become the supreme god of the new era. Galfridic suddenly appeared, blocking his path with overwhelming killing intent, making Lugates gasp in utter confusion. Galfridic looked down with contempt, wondering where the monstrous power Lugates had just boasted about had gone. Lugates was sweating profusely, his face drained of all color as he realized his opponent's overwhelming power, wondering if he had always been this strong. While the leader trembled at Galfredic's feet, Eugene approached with the demeanor of a true ruler, making the very air seem to thicken. Galfredic turned to look at his master with absolute reverence, ready and waiting for a command to finish off the enemy. Eugene, his crimson eyes filled with cold killing intent, ordered them to kill every last one. Eugene's casually delivered death sentence made Lugate stammer in utter horror as he realized his fate was sealed. Galfredic lunged with terrifying speed, giving Lugates just enough time to curse in helplessness. The commander shrieked desperately, unable to believe that his grand ambitions were crumbling right before his eyes. A devastating stomp from Galfredic sent Lugate sprawling, giving him no chance to resist. Galfredic bared his fangs in a sneer, blocking Lugates' escape and demanding he pay dearly for all the dirty tricks he had pulled. Lugates lay flattened on the ground, laughing wildly like a madman as he realized both opponents before him were monsters in human skin. A crisp crack echoed, ending the commander's life just as he was about to finish his curse. The nightmare ended, and news of Lugates' heinous crimes quickly spread throughout the devastated land. Eugene strode proudly amidst a shower of flowers and resounding cheers, revered by the villagers as a living saint. Despite the boisterous praise around him, Eugene maintained a cold expression, not caring in the slightest for the empty title of hero. For him, seeing his loyal subordinate Galfredic alive and standing beside him under the new dawn was the most meaningful victory. Galfredic cried desperately like a child, whimpering and scolding Eugene for making him worried sick, thinking his boss had turned into orc barbecue. He wondered about the crying nuisance on his head, and Eugene calmly confirmed that his subordinate could now see spirits. Eugene coldly introduced it as merely something tagging along, making the water spirit shriek in indignation at being belittled. Amidst the luxurious tea party, Marin puffed out her chest, proudly declaring herself a great water spirit, not an object, while Galfredic still stared blankly. The tiny girl flew up to Galfredic's face, lecturing him with a haughty chin that as the first one to sign the contract, she was naturally the senior of the other two. Before she could finish showing off, Miriam was mercilessly snatched by Eugene's hand, making her shriek loudly. Eugene held the struggling spirit tightly, while explaining to Romari that despite its noisiness, it had some uses, and also clarified why ordinary people were starting to see spirits. Eugene's gaze turned serious as he affirmed that Galfredic had now officially become his subordinate, and thus his senses had also changed. He began to impart survival knowledge to his new recruit, instructing Galfredic to drink animal blood to sustain himself, while he himself needed monster blood periodically. Galfredic stared at the sharp claws on his hand, pondering his new life as a vampire. Galfredic wondered if he needed to hide and sneak around from the sunlight, immediately being teased by Miriam, who flew in front of him, calling him a fool, because all vampires feared the sun. Ignoring the warning, Galfredic boldly walked straight to the door to test his resilience, causing Miriam to shriek desperately that even Eugene had to avoid the sun like the plague. The water spirit covered her face and shrieked in horror, while Eugene also flinched at his new subordinate's recklessness. Contrary to predictions of a barbecue, Galfredic stood proudly under the scorching sun, staring blankly at his intact hand, and confirming he was perfectly fine. Romari and Eugene both gaped in shock, Eugene realizing with dismay the truth about his origin vampire bloodline. Eugene regained his cool demeanor, explaining that only petty vampires would be roasted, while origin vampires were a superior race, completely immune to UV rays. He confidently stepped out to sunbathe with Galfredic, asserting that a direct subordinate of an origin vampire would naturally share in this overpowering strength. Eugene stared at his transforming hand under the light, his face stunned as he realized he was truly unharmed. The harsh truth crushed Eugene. He clutched his chest, wondering why he had suffered for so long, hiding from the sun like an eccentric when he was inherently immortal. Galfredic seized the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, grinning mischievously as he recalled Eugene's bluff about being a half-elf to conceal his identity, leaving his boss speechless and sweating profusely. Galfredic slung an arm around Eugene's shoulder and laughed heartily, finally realizing why his old friend always wore a hood and constantly refused all one-on-one duels in the past. Eugene grimaced, trying to salvage some dignity as he explained that it was the best option to conceal his identity at the time. The new subordinate was visibly excited, declaring that Eugene had no more excuses and should prepare to face the consequences, about to call him AU, intimately. Eugene immediately glared, cutting him off, leaving Galfredic dumbfounded, not understanding what he had said wrong for his opponent's attitude to change so quickly. He pointed a finger, asserting his authority, and strictly forbade them from using his given name, ordering Romari and Galfredic to address him as master because the hierarchy had changed. Galfredic strained his neck to argue against this ridiculous rule, believing they were best friends, but Eugene maintained a cold, unyielding expression. The atmosphere grew heavy, as Eugene reminded Galfredic of the harsh reality that he was no longer human, and images of a bloody, pressured past resurfaced. In his memory, Eugene admitted that the bloodline transformation was the only and best solution he could employ to snatch his comrade's life back from the grasp of death. Eugene warned of the price to pay with a serious expression, stating that the immortal life ahead was fraught with shackles and dangers, and it might even be better to just die. He turned his back and walked away, coldly giving Galfredic the choice to leave if he felt betrayed, for this decision to revive him was entirely his own selfishness. Galfredic sat on the ground, stubbornly calling Eugene his friend with a tone of feigned disappointment and reproach. He bluntly declared that he didn't care if he was human or demon. The only thing that mattered was that he liked Eugene and was grateful for being saved. Eugene paused when he heard his subordinate assert that he wasn't foolish enough to forget his savior's kindness. Galfredic grinned widely, baring his fangs gleefully, accepting his subordinate status as easily as going to the market. Eugene turned back with a profound gaze as he heard the oath of lifelong loyalty, affirming that he would always stand by his side. Seeing Galfredic's carefree expression, Eugene was at a loss for words and secretly thought he should sew that talkative mouth shut to save himself a headache. The pink-haired man suddenly froze, changing the subject in a flash as he remembered another matter. He pointed, asking Eugene about the whereabouts of the blonde-haired man and Partek, while Romari stood nearby, listening in. Eugene calmly replied that he had instructed the others to carry out a secret mission and was waiting to see the results. Kamara appeared with a serious expression, announcing a letter of thanks from St. Legren Monastery, confirming the successful purge of the heretics. Eugene listened to how the Holy Knights had secretly used illegal anti-magic stones to sweep through labyrinths and expand their cult's influence. Kamara recalled the moment he discovered the illegal stash and sent mercenaries to raid and apprehend the smugglers on the spot. Eugene frowned in doubt. He knew full well that the Holy Knights always spouted clichés about acting on behalf of heaven, but their actual deeds reeked of sinister motives. The blonde young master thoughtfully explained that they had used absurd rumors about the apocalypse and prophecies from God to legitimize their plundering. He stood up to explain, stating that the Evergrow family had once sponsored this monastery out of trust, but now they were almost dragged into a swamp of disgrace by these cultists. Kamara offered a perfect diplomatic smile, clasped his hands together, and on behalf of the entire family, extended profound gratitude to the benefactor who had saved their honor. Eugene maintained a cold expression as he listened to Kamara implore him to accept the respect and warm welcome the local people offered to their hero. Indifferent to such empty titles, Eugene intended to take his leave immediately, which made Kamara suddenly remember something he hadn't finished saying. Kamara turned to greet Galfredic politely, congratulating the red-haired man on his safe return to his friend's side. As soon as their footsteps faded behind the door, the The smile on Kamara's lips vanished, replaced by a sharp, calculating, and dangerous gaze. Clinking glasses echoed loudly, beer foam splashing everywhere, marking the spectacular celebration of the red-haired man's return. The entire tavern was as noisy as a bustling market, the unknown soldiers eagerly recounting chilling rumors and openly rejoicing at seeing Galfredic return alive and well. Galfredic grinned, raised his beer glass, and didn't forget to flatter, saying he owed his intact life to his master's grace. Hearing this, the unknown soldier's eyes lit up, and they clamored to follow and serve Eugene, but he bluntly refused, leaving them crestfallen. Galfredic guffawed, teasing his stingy master, but immediately grimaced, complaining the beer was terrible because his tongue had already acquired a vampire's taste. A sharp-eyed blonde unknown soldier noticed Galfredic's unusual eye color, curiously asking if any horrific incident had occurred in the labyrinth. Galfredic paused for a beat, the smile on his lips becoming enigmatic as he ignored the sensitive question about his transformation. He quickly changed the subject by putting the mushroom-haired kid in a headlock, teasing him about daring to raid the monastery with Byrne. While the unknown soldiers were in an uproar, Byrne turned to praise Eugene for his feat of exposing the truth about the corrupt monastery, which even Lord Jevon found astonishing. Eugene smirked meaningfully, his sharp eyes wondering if that lord was truly shocked by the truth of the matter or for some other reason. Partek was no novice. He suspected the letter of thanks was merely a ploy to sacrifice a pawn to save the rook, turning Lugates into a scapegoat for the dignitaries. Eugene calmly admitted that he had deliberately left a way out for the abbess to avoid directly incurring the wrath of the entire large organization. He explained that if they directly touched the honor of the Evergrow family, they would all be hunted to the ends of the earth. Instead, Eugene created a loophole for them to tear each other apart, placing all the blame on the deceased Lugates to preserve their honor. Partek broke out in a cold sweat, realizing Eugenie's profound cunning, vaguely guessing Lord Jevon's role in this political chess game. Without letting his opponent recover, Eugene unexpectedly ordered Partek to prepare to leave tonight to avoid trouble. The plan was to retreat in absolute silence and secrecy under the dim streetlights of the town. The entire convoy sped away, the rapid hoofbeats shattering the night stillness as they tried to escape the dangerous zone. But there was no escaping fate. A squad of cloaked assassins suddenly burst from the dense forest, surrounding the convoy from all sides. Arrows whizzed past, embedding themselves in the carriage. Raban screamed in panic like a stuck pig, forcing Glard to shout to reorganize the formation. A mysterious assassin on a black horse pursued the convoy and confirmed that the main target was Eugene. He was resentful, thinking of Lugates, Lord Jevon's favorite knight, who had been unjustly killed. To them, Lugates' death was nothing short of a direct slap in the face and a stain on Lord Jevon's honor. The entire squad of assassins drew their crossbows, spurred their horses, and charged forward, determined to make the troublemaker pay with blood. Macaulay smirked grimly, vowing to slash Eugene's handsome face to avenge his master. Eugene sharply spun around, his eyes glowing crimson with killing intent, causing Macaulay to gasp in stunned surprise. A sharp sword stroke flashed in an instant, blocking the sneak attack and knocking the enemy's weapon away. Eugene shouted, ordering the convoy to stop immediately to switch to a defensive formation against the ambush. A harsh crashing sound echoed as the carriage braked abruptly, sending men and horses tumbling into each other. The mercenaries cursed once, then immediately drew their bows, firing back at the approaching assassins. Hoofbeats tore up the ground as the entire convoy braked sharply. A mercenary yelled, ordering his comrades to immediately huddle into a formation for a counterattack. Galfredic burst out like a wild beast with an arrogant smile, blocking the enemy's retreat and boldly declaring that no one would escape. The situation reversed in an instant. Eugene burst into hearty laughter as the assassins realized with dismay that they were the ones surrounded on all sides by their opponents. The assassins were rounded up and tied like chickens, trembling and kneeling before Eugene as he coldly ordered them not to move. Galfredic lavishly praised his master's brilliant tactics and increasingly sharp swordsmanship after the spectacular outplay. He grinned, asserting that the saber was king on horseback, then curiously asked Eugene from which master he had learned that skill. Eugene turned back with sharp eyes, calmly delivering a concise answer that froze his opponent. You. Galfredic was dumbfounded, scratching his head as he couldn't recall ever teaching him, but Eugene merely smirked, asserting that he was not lying at all. Memories flooded back to the moment Eugene performed the blood oath ritual, baring his fangs and plunging them into Galfredic's neck to transmit the transforming blood. The moment the blood flowed into his body, Galfredic's entire lifetime of combat experience and swordsmanship skills were absorbed and etched into Eugenie's mind. Memories of a mysterious voice echoed in Eugenie's head, reminding him of his status as someone's property. Macaulay, though kneeling, still ran his mouth, shamelessly lecturing Galfredek about honor and the crime of insulting Lord Jevon. He continued to babble, thick-facedly blaming Galfredek's weakness for almost dying in the dungeon, rather than being stabbed in the back by Lugates. Eugene began to get annoyed by the garbage lecture, while Galfredek recognized an old acquaintance, Knight Macaulay, and greeted him with sarcasm. Killing intent flared, Eugene drew his sword, intending to cut down the entire group, and declared he would only spare one life. But Galfredek hastily intervened with his hot-headed master. Galfredek began to spout rhetoric about knightly traditions, advising Eugene to respect the honor of his enemies, even though they had been utterly defeated. He placed a hand on his master's shoulder, signaling him to calm down, his tone completely changing as he prepared to deliver the most convincing reason. It turned out honor was just a facade. Galfredek's eyes shone like headlights as he held out gold coins, suggesting that extorting these guys was more satisfying than killing them. Eugene was speechless for a moment, then smirked sinisterly, confirming with his subordinate, "As long as they're still breathing, that's good enough, right?" The prisoners broke out in a cold sweat as Eugene agreed to spare their limbs, but his eyes signaled that a proper torture session was about to begin. Desperate screams echoed throughout the forest as the prisoners began to experience a new kind of civic education. Macaulay, with his swollen face and missing teeth, still had to force out an industrial smile full of gratitude. The red-haired merchant girl surprisingly asked Eugene about the rare 5-star prisoner treatment in the history of kidnapping for ransom. Eugene calmly finalized the deal, demanding ransom from Lord Jevon, which utterly shocked the merchant girl with his audacity. He pointed at the tattered armor, complaining that such a high-quality item was riddled with holes like Swiss cheese after just one poke. Eugene generously ordered repairs and even new armor for Galfredek, making the subordinate's eyes widen with joy. He patted his subordinate's shoulder, affirming his status, making Galfredek ecstatic that he had chosen the right civilization to pledge his allegiance to. The merchant girl watched him with sharp eyes, secretly praising her own accurate judgment of character. She hadn't expected someone like him to be able to subdue the renowned monster Galfredek and have him serve so obediently. Recognizing the potential of this walking goldmine, she decided to invest heavily in VIP customer service to extract long-term profits. The merchant girl seized the opportunity to inquire about their next itinerary. Eugene casually replied that his team only planned to level up in some high-end areas. The merchant girl winked shrewdly, stating bluntly that to dream big, one needed a lot of money, trying to entice her client. She hinted at a secret location, which even surprised Eugene with his partner's audacity. Thud! A fist slammed onto the wooden table, accompanied by the helpless curses of the one in a disadvantaged position. Lord Jevon tore at his hair, bitterly shouting that the entire Evergrow family's knights were so useless they let some guy capture them alive as hostages instead of fighting. He shivered as Eugenie's image appeared in his mind, realizing that this monster's power far surpassed Lugates's many times over. Jevon gritted his teeth, his eye twitching in fear at the thought of confronting or letting go of the one who had massacred his soldiers. Suddenly, he shot up, stunned as if he had just discovered an important clue overlooked amidst the messy pile of documents. His gaze was fixed on the geographical map, where a blazing red region appeared ominously, signaling danger. Jevon picked up the map, sharply deducing that Eugene had allied with the Palin Merchant Guild to enter the Demon Realm under contract. Jevon's eyes widened in intense focus as he pieced together the data to find the final answer to this perplexing problem. He smirked triumphantly, confident that he had pinpointed Eugene's travel route. On the old map, the name Karlsbagen Peninsula appeared like a death trap beckoning the reckless. The large ship cut through the waves as Eugene calmly discussed how this new land was completely beyond the church's control. He leisurely told Galfredek about the Marquis who ruled this land, who had fallen from power due to his tyrannical ways and involvement with heresy. Galfredek chuckled heartily upon learning that the cowardly bishops there had fled, causing the populace to lose all faith in the divine. Mirian suddenly flew over, interrupting the relaxed atmosphere with a shrill cry, signaling an urgent incident. The group turned around only to witness Romari throwing up violently into the sea, completely seasick and losing all composure. Galfredek stood with hands on hips, looking at the one clinging to the railing, teasing them mercilessly about being so weak, yet insisting on coming along as a burden. Romari, pale and green, tried to make excuses but was exposed, so she had to admit her true purpose was to gather monster materials to create a chimera. Romara's eyes shone like headlights as she prattled on about the guild's noble ideal, to research and create the hybrid monster chimera to contribute to the world. Eugene narrowed his eyes skeptically at the one making vows, while Galfredek scoffed, concluding that the mage was just making excuses to avoid being kicked off the ship. Marion also seized the opportunity to join in, dreaming of piles of glittering gold and declaring that her reason for following the vampire was simply to travel and get rich. Galfredic laughed loudly, teasing the greedy spirit. Marion sharply retorted, demanding payment for their bickering, which made Eugene admit that everyone here had their own agenda for following him. Eugene confidently asserted that even those mercenaries were subdued by his overwhelming aura, recalling a scene where he was arm wrestling with his subordinates on the ship amidst cheers. Cheers echoed as Eugene completely overpowered his opponent. He even arrogantly offered to fight with one finger, while the soldier groaned, helpless against such absolute power. Back on the ship's deck, Galfredic unexpectedly asked Eugene seriously about his true purpose in life, which he had never revealed to anyone. The sea breeze ruffled his hair. Eugene pondered for a moment, then calmly raised two fingers, declaring that he had two major goals to achieve. Eugene's eyes were as sharp as razors as he growled about recovering his lost memories and carrying out a bloody revenge for old grievances. Dark fragments of his past death flooded back. Eugene resolved to use mana crystals to become even more formidable, vowing never to repeat the fatal mistakes of his previous life. Eugene reminded himself to always be highly vigilant because the holy knights in the church were always lurking, hunting for the head of a vampire like him. Galfredic stood beside him, observing his master's pensive demeanor, then unexpectedly spoke, breaking the tense atmosphere. He asserted that he didn't care what Eugene's goals were, because this life was granted by Eugene, so neither the past nor the future mattered. The disciple chuckled optimistically, certain that the future would be extremely interesting, and asked Eugene about things greater than fame in life. The ship cut through the waves out to sea, while Galfredic philosophized about glory, sunlight, and the joy of being alive instead of drifting in a cold river like a soulless corpse. Both leaned against the ship's railing, gazing at the sea. Galfredic sincerely thanked his master once more for pulling him out of the dark mire. Galfredic flashed a radiant, trusting smile, declaring that Eugene's goals were supreme commands he was ready to fight to the death to fulfill at any moment. Eugene silently looked at his loyal subordinate, his usual sharp eyes seemingly softening at the genuine enthusiasm of his follower. Marion also flew over to flatter him, claiming to like Eugene more than gold, but anyone could tell the spirit was just spouting nonsense to curry favor with her master. The spirit turned to tease Romari about her dream of a golden castle, making the mage sweat profusely as she promised to help, while the mercenaries behind them also clamored to follow without pay. Eugene laid out blunt conditions for sharing materials, making Romari sweat profusely and forcing her to nod, committing to work her hardest. Standing on the ship's deck with Galfredic, enjoying the breeze, Eugene sighed as he realized the number of subordinates needing his protection was growing. His glowing red eyes showed a thoughtful expression, sensing something strange stirring in his mind. He smirked faintly, admitting that the feeling of having to carry the team and protect others wasn't bad at all. The ship docked at the bustling port city of Marin on the Karlsbagen Peninsula, opening up a new leveling map for the group. Byrne, the mercenary captain with gleaming armor, was already waiting with his subordinates to welcome Eugene on behalf of the Merchant Guild. Byrne urged the entire group to move immediately due to the tight schedule, and Eugene nodded in agreement without a single complaint. The entire group marched noisily into the forest. Eugene, now fully armored, rode at the front, silently appreciating the territorial management here. Byrne complained that the entire team couldn't even handle a mid-level monster, and Eugene immediately pinpointed the main reason: the wyverns. Byrne bitterly confirmed that these flying lizards were extremely cunning, specializing in using harpies to chip away at prey's health, exhausting them before swooping down for the kill. Eugene smirked, calculating, viewing the upcoming high-level monsters merely as mobile treasure chests for him to farm crimson mana stones. He casually advised Byrne to prepare bribe money for bandits, leaving the captain bewildered and unsure what was happening. Byrne suddenly shivered, recalling manager Pricella's stern warning never to provoke this night. The captain broke into a cold sweat, secretly judging Eugene as merely a spoiled young master and worrying that he would die prematurely before reaching their destination. Looking at the muscular Galfredic, Byrne became even more convinced that Eugene was the type of empty-headed noble who relied on his subordinates to take credit. Byrne tried to refocus on their destination, the Demon Land, while Eugene whispered to Marion that he was starting to get annoyed with this guide. Suddenly, something happened. Eugene yanked the reins, making his horse halt, his sharp eyes quickly scanning ahead with full vigilance. The area fell silent. Eugene glanced, signaling, clearly sensing the murderous intent lurking around the forest. Without bothering to explain, Eugene coldly ordered for a spear, and Galfredic immediately tossed the weapon to his master. Much to Byrne's dumbfounded expression, Eugene spun around and hurled the spear, which tore through the air with terrifying force, brutally pinning the enemy hiding in the bushes. The spear plunged into the ground, startling two assassins hiding in the bushes, who cursed in panic. A hooded assassin shrieked, exposed, and furiously ordered his accomplices to attack immediately. A swarm of assassins, armed with various crude weapons, burst from the bushes like a disturbed beehive, their battle cries echoing through the sky. Byrne's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to comprehend how Eugene could sense the ambush that he himself was completely unaware of. Eugene coldly ordered Byrne to guard the carriage, then turned away, ignoring the captain who stammered, trying to stop him. A mercenary, his face drained of color, trembled as he warned Eugene that engaging in battle would lead to casualties, hearing the enemy demand a toll. Eugene merely sneered arrogantly, uttering a dismissive remark about these soldiers being overly cautious. Without hesitation, Eugene spurred his horse forward with Galfredic, who was brimming with fighting spirit, leaving the bewildered soldiers behind. Byrne gritted his teeth and drew his sword, cursing as his bad premonition had come true from the very beginning. Watching Eugene charge straight into the encirclement, Byrne secretly scorned him, believing he was just an arrogant and irresponsible noble seeking death. Eugene meticulously examined the glowing red sword in his hand, acknowledging it was a fine piece, then coldly interrogated the defeated bandits about where they acquired such a splendid item. The bandits, who had been so fierce moments ago, now knelt on the ground, weeping miserably. The bald bandit confessed they had stolen it from someone else, and begged Eugene for their lives in exchange for the weapon. Hearing the worthless bunch beg to be slaves, Eugene merely sneered, calculating the pros and cons. He flatly refused, stating that feeding such a group would be too much of a drain on his resources. The panicked bandits swore they could starve, needing only water to survive. But Eugene still regarded them with eyes full of doubt and contempt. Byrne broke out in a cold sweat, witnessing this scene. He realized Eugene had cleared out 4 bandit hideouts in just 2 days, and secretly admired Palin's vice leader's judgment of character. The shopkeeper's eyes widened in shock, seeing the villains who once terrorized the village, now kneeling and weeping like children before the newcomer. Ignoring the trash prisoners and the villagers' admiration, Eugene turned and ordered Galfredic to prepare for departure immediately, as they were already behind schedule. The shopkeeper hastily called out, bewildered, asking Eugene how he intended to deal with these bandits, seeing his benefactor about to leave without a care for worldly affairs. He hesitantly asked Eugene if he hadn't come here to protect the villagers, while the crowd behind also watched with hopeful and confused eyes. Eugene turned back with a bewildered, questioning look. He completely failed to understand why these common folk deluded themselves into thinking he was a righteous knight who had come to save them. Galfredic slung an arm around Eugene, roaring with laughter. He gleefully stated that these common folk wanted to crown his boss as the lord of this god-forsaken village. A villager prostrated himself on the ground, his voice pleading, begging Eugene to stay and be their heroic savior. Eugene paid no mind, glancing at Byrne and wondering if the bandits who had been robbing around here hadn't already been completely dealt with. Byrne froze, realizing that a once-in-a-millennium opportunity to serve under a formidable knight like Eugene had arrived. The mercenary quickly stepped forward, gathering all his courage to ask permission to interrupt and present an important idea to Eugene. Byrne analyzed that no matter how notorious those bandits were, Eugene had either captured them or sent them to their graves. But Eugene coldly retorted, asking what that had to do with him. Byrne continued to elaborate on the advantageous geography of the area, where no troll lairs or fierce beasts dared to venture. Concluding the matter, Byrne firmly asserted that with his current power, Eugene could easily claim the Lord's seat, and no one would dare utter a word of protest. Upon hearing this, both Eugene and the spirit Mirian stared in surprise, not expecting the mercenary to be so quick-witted. While Mirian cheered enthusiastically, Eugene began to ponder whether the title of Lord would help him acquire mana crystals, or merely waste his time. A loud noise interrupted his thoughts, and Eugene's eyes immediately sharpened like a predator sensing trouble. The mercenary frantically kicked open the door and burst in, drenched in sweat, shouting an alarm to Eugene that something bad had happened. He breathlessly reported that the trash bandits Eugene had spared had turned on them, stolen horses, and fled far away. Partek knelt, explaining that those bastards had hidden weapons in their mouths to cut their bonds, while Eugene coldly surveyed the chaotic scene. Raban sat on the ground, clutching his bleeding leg, whimpering about how he had fed them only to be bitten back, begging Eugene to avenge him. Eugene didn't even glance at the whining noble. He tilted his head indifferently, considering whether it was worth the effort to chase after those little rats. Byrne anxiously turned to inquire about his fellow mercenary, but the man merely chuckled, saying it was just a scratch. Hearing that his soldier was injured, Eugene's eyes blazed with killing intent. He growled, cutting off the explanation, refusing to accept that the bandits dared to touch his property. Raban stared blankly at Eugene's back, which radiated deadly killing intent, wondering why he, who was more severely injured, was being sidelined due to such blatant favoritism. Galfredik stepped out majestically, spear on his shoulder, declaring simply that he was ready to join his master in eradicating the traitors. Eugene decisively ordered Galfredik to stay and protect the village, and to inform the village chief that he accepted the offer, also requesting treatment for the injured men. Galfredik smirked, spear on his shoulder, teasing his master about whether he should start addressing him as Lord to suit the times. Eugene coldly turned his back and walked into the night, radiating intense killing intent, determined to clean up this trash once and for all. Chaos erupted as alarm bells rang, and raging fires engulfed the houses, sending villagers scrambling for water to extinguish them. Meanwhile, Eugene recalled overhearing, during his capture, these bastards discussing going to Philia to hunt wyverns. The bandits rode wildly, throwing torches to burn houses and laughing hideously, believing the group from Marin would soon leave or die under the wyvern's claws. The bandit leader revealed a cunning expression, planning to seize this village and rule it as his own as soon as the guardian knight departed. The villagers indignantly blocked the horses, shouting questions at the strangers, asking if they were the ones who had set the church on fire. A bandit looked down with contempt, sneering that the villagers must have lived very comfortably since that night pacified the region. The bandit bared his teeth in a triumphant grin, boldly declaring to the trembling villagers that from now on, they were the lords here. The bandit leader imperiously waved his hand, threatening to take the head of anyone who displeased him, while the villagers screamed miserably. He was idly dreaming of seizing the silver mine when Eugene's glowing red demonic claw clamped tightly around his face, making his teeth clatter together. Eugene appeared like death itself right behind him, whispering into the bandit's ear about the chaotic situation in Karlsbagen to explain the presence of this trash. Before he could process the information, Eugene delivered a thunderous kick that sent both man and horse flying, making his subordinates scream in terror as they realized the night had arrived. Eugene stood proudly amidst the battlefield, radiating overwhelming killing intent, disdainfully asking if this was all these small fry could do. Eugenie's glowing red eyes shone with extreme contempt as he judged the foolishness of the bandits who dared to provoke a hornet's nest. The bandits broke formation and fled in disarray, shouting questions at each other about why that monster was here, scrambling for their lives like rats. A bandit prostrated himself on the ground, hands clasped, begging for his life, promising to surrender immediately with a pathetic expression. The belated apology was cut short by Eugene's cold blade. He sent his enemy to their ancestors with a swift, decisive slash, without a hint of hesitation. The remaining bandits screamed, calling Eugene a monster, before Eugene delivered a finishing blow with glowing red blood magic, tearing both space and enemy into pieces. The unfortunate bandit coughed up blood, ending his life as a mere backdrop with a miserable shriek as he took a fatal blow. The lifeless corpse collapsed to the ground with the sword plunged into its back. Even the horse neighed in panic and bolted away. Eugene swung his sword in a decisive arc, shaking off the dirty blood, his demeanor as cold as if he had just finished a trivial task. He glanced around sharply, assessing the situation after clearing out the troublesome trash. Standing amidst the battlefield littered with corpses, Eugene turned his gaze towards the raging fire engulfing a distant building. The utterly panicked villagers, running frantically to put out the fire, froze when they heard a powerful, reassuring voice. Eugene declared loudly that he was Knight Eugene and affirmed that the bandits who intended to occupy the village had been completely wiped out from this world. He stood tall, like a guardian deity, radiating immense killing intent, firmly declaring that no one had anything to fear now that he was here. Before his vow to protect the village was even finished, Eugene had to display his divine reflexes, catching an extremely fast sneak attack arrow with his bare hand. He stared at the crossbow bolt in his hand with a suspicious gaze, realizing that there was still an enemy lurking, playing a hidden game. Marin appeared with a tense expression, warning Eugene that an extremely dangerous situation was approaching from the forest. Eugene immediately went into high alert mode as he sensed the thick killing intent of a high-level monster lurking nearby. The mysterious enemy hidden in the treetop clicked his tongue in annoyance, declaring that he had claimed this hunting ground beforehand. The silver-haired man swooped down like an arrow, a divine crossbow clutched in his hand, while his mouth continuously insulted Eugene as an uncivilized barbarian pig. Eugene displayed his superb dodging skills, leaning aside as the bolt whizzed past with a sharp tearing sound. He paused in astonishment when he saw the red eyes and genuine vampire fangs of the sneak attacker. The two dark figures clashed in a flash. Eugene swung his sword to parry a fierce blow, creating bright sparks that illuminated a corner of the forest. The other man landed powerfully and spoke with disdain, wondering why Eugene seemed so shocked when they were both blood-sucking kin. He theatrically smoothed his hair with a noble air, judging Eugene to be merely an unknown wanderer, which explained his shabby appearance. Calling himself Del Mondo of the Nofris family, he activated his red eyes and arrogantly ordered Eugene to kneel like a stray dog. The fake noble now prostrated himself on the ground, weeping pitifully and apologizing for not recognizing the true power, while screaming to be punished with silver stakes to the heart to atone for his mistakes. Eugene stood tall like the Grim Reaper, making the brat realize he had just encountered a genuine origin wielding a silver sword. He was scared out of his wits, thinking of his entire family facing annihilation. Eugene looked down with disdain, questioning whether his father had taught him the habit of recklessly attacking his own kind, which made him utterly terrified and quickly deny everything. He flailed his limbs wildly in a panic, taking all the blame upon himself, and admitting his own foolishness to avoid implicating his father. Seeing the vampire crying pitifully for his life, even Marin was speechless at his shameless audacity. Eugene recalled Romari's words from a book, and confirmed that these vampires highly valued hierarchy and family lineage. He radiated overwhelming killing intent with his glowing red eyes, coldly cornering his opponent with the question of why he should trust someone who had just tried to kill him. Del Mondo's mouth hung open, his face drained of all color, letting out a desperate cry as he felt the pressure of death weighing heavily on his shoulders. In extreme panic, he repeatedly slammed his head against the ground, swearing on the honor of the Nofris family and promising to do anything to be spared. Eugene's eyes flashed with a sharp, calculating gaze as he caught the important keyword. He asked again to seal the deal immediately. Marin flew around, wondering why Eugene would let that worthless vampire go back to spread rumors instead of just killing him to be done with it. The group rode their horses through the stream, while the spirit continued to grumble, doubting whether a coward would truly keep his word. Eugene confidently asserted that an oath sworn on one's father's and family's honor was absolute, but Marin poured cold water on him by reminding him that the dark folk were notoriously arrogant and cruel. He turned to gently remind her that he was also one of the dark folk, and Marin nonchalantly admitted that it was perfectly true right in front of her master. The spirit covered her face, lamenting a bad premonition, while Eugene secretly calculated whether he should give that guy a beating he'd never forget if he dared to pull any tricks. His eyes sharply affirmed that only if that guy was tired of living would he dare to defy orders, making Marin exclaim that her master was too cruel. While deep in thought, Eugene was interrupted by the respectful call of the guide riding beside him. The guard pointed forward, announcing that they had arrived and politely inquired about their arduous journey. Eugene looked up in the direction indicated, his face maintaining its usual unreadable, cold expression. Baron Beogalen's majestic castle appeared towering before their eyes, signaling that a new act was about to begin in this land. Baron Beogalen's castle stood majestically under the sunlight, exuding the solemn and cold aura of a formidable military fortress. A secret letter was opened in hand, its content mentioning that the 3rd Assault Unit would have its reinforcements cut, signaling a mission with more peril than promise. Baron Beogalen sat in his study, his face pensive as he awaited his partner's answer in the dire situation. The old man stroked his beard, admitting the situation was extremely complicated, and began his lament about the burden of managing the territory to set the stage. Eugene, along with Galfredic and Romari, entered with an overwhelming presence. He coldly remarked that this news was too sudden, while the Baron continued to drone on about financial difficulties. The old man continued his manipulative tone, using the reputation of a talented knight to push all responsibility and risk onto Eugene's group without wanting to commit more troops. Eugene showed no deference, cutting short the tearful presentation with a bluntly practical demand that left the old man agape. Understood. Now, pay up. He exposed the truth that the old man had failed twice, and this time was harder. Without more troops, increasing their remuneration was the minimum price to pay for their lives. Baron Beogalen stared at the person opposite him, completely surprised by the young man's toughness and seasoned calculation. He was not easily intimidated. Instead of getting angry, the old man burst into hearty laughter, his eyes flashing with amusement, as he admitted that Eugene was indeed as audacious and capable as rumored. The Baron nodded sharply, accepting the demands, then turned to order the butler to immediately draft a new cooperation agreement. The lucrative contract was presented with terms to split the monocrystals equally and yield all monster spoils to Eugene's side. Eugene smirked in satisfaction, not forgetting to offer a few polite compliments on his partner's generosity to maintain harmony. With the agreement settled, the Baron chuckled, finalizing the start date for the work as early as tomorrow, his face full of smug satisfaction. The old man promised to arrange a guide and comfortable lodging, while Eugene bowed politely in thanks before withdrawing. The group proudly departed the mansion, leaving the Baron sitting there, stroking his beard, contemplating with great interest this audacious young man. Partek rushed over to inquire about the situation, but his face fell when he heard Eugene bluntly state that there would be no additional reinforcements. While the mercenary was in utter confusion, Eugene calmly reassured him that, in return, the bounty would increase, truly befitting a professional money grubber. Partek was about to complain about the unfairness and risks when a hand as hard as steel gripped his shoulder, choking off his words. Galfredik smiled with oppressive force, using the logic of trust to silence and compel the mercenary to obey his master's arrangements. Galfredik sneered confidently, asking in return if there was any reason to fret when he was here to protect the entire team. Partek gave an awkward laugh to cover his embarrassment, hastily explaining that he had never dared to doubt his boss's abilities to maintain harmony. The entire contingent began to move, departing the fortress to head straight for the perilous land of Philia. Partek observed the formation ahead and determined that it was indeed the 3rd Assault Unit gathering. The mercenaries began to whisper and gossip, scrutinizing the black-armored knight from Marin with suspicious eyes. A female mercenary secretly admired Eugenie's cool demeanor, but was still concerned that he was an outsider who didn't understand the terrifying nature of the wyverns. Eugene rode at the front with a cold demeanor, ignoring the comparisons about their meager numbers, equivalent to the 2nd squad. The large gate opened, and the soldiers behind continued to worry about the chances of success, no matter how strong their commander was. Partek bent down to check his weapon one last time, trying to regain his composure before stepping into the real battle. Seeing Eugene dash off like the wind, Partek frantically ran after him, calling out, afraid of being left behind. Marion flew on his shoulder, reminding Eugene that someone was calling out from behind, making him turn his head to see what was happening. Partek breathlessly sprinted to block the horses of Eugene, Galfredik, and Romari, declaring that there was an important matter that needed to be discussed immediately. The commander panted, drenched in sweat, urgently pleading with Eugene to spare some precious time to hear him out. The scene shifts to Baron Biogalan's castle under the crimson sunset, signaling impending schemes. A close-up of the old Baron's magnificent lair, where a glamorous facade concealed dirty machinations within. A large, blood-soaked sack was thrown heavily onto the floor with a thud, fresh blood seeping out and making the air reek. The guardian knight Oleg stood tall, reporting to Baron Biogalan that this was a special gift he'd extracted from a stray monster. Baron Biogalan stroked his beard smugly, praising Oleg as the most loyal and useful hound under his command. Oleg guffawed with delight as he boasted of his troll-hunting feat, his gleeful face a stark contrast to the bloody sack at his feet. The old Baron's expression turned stern, as he directly ordered Oleg to deal with a brazen individual who dared to disrespect him. The old Baron pointed out the target, Eugene, who was leading the 3rd assault team, causing Oleg to widen his eyes in surprise. Baron Biogalan ordered his hound to set up an ambush outside the dungeon, to clean up if Eugene miraculously survived. Oleg clenched his fists, knuckles cracking, hot blood rushing to his head upon hearing that his master had been insulted by an outsider. The guardian roared in fury, vowing to personally send the insolent one to hell to avenge his master. The old fox Biogalan stroked his beard with a smug smile, praising his subordinate's foolish loyalty while his hand rested on a treasure chest. It turned out this deal was lucrative, as Lord Jevon had offered an additional 100 gold coins if this thorn in his side was removed. The old Baron's face stretched with greed, his eyes gleaming, as he reaped all the benefits from this purge. Ignoring the dirty schemes behind them, Eugene and his comrades proudly rode straight into the Deadlands. The sharp eyes of the wyverns, the true rulers of the ancient Philia ruins, had already locked onto their prey. Even though the wyverns and harpies held absolute aerial superiority, Eugene stood calmly before the grand gate, a countermeasure already forming in his mind. The shrewd mercenaries erected barricades as soon as dusk fell, knowing they couldn't leave the main unit exposed in the Deadlands. Eugene gave an ironclad directive that the entire group would remain inactive and only advance into the enemy's lair when the sun began to rise. The proud cavalry troop advanced towards the ruins of the ancient, dilapidated church amidst the haunting rustle of flapping wings. Galfredik and Eugene led the army with overwhelming momentum, followed by the disciplined, thudding advance of the shield formation. A mercenary grumbled irritably about being pricked by thorns while clearing the area, revealing the weariness of the small fry. 2 soldiers wondered why they had to bother building a fence only to abandon it later, showcasing the limited thinking of hired hands. Galfredik secretly thought about his false vow of loyalty, made only to escape slavery, as he personally disliked taking orders from an outsider knight. Galfredik's keen ears suddenly twitched, his pupils contracting as he caught a dangerous signal in the air. He turned to call his master, his face serious yet tinged with excitement, signaling an impending incident. Eugene immediately drew his sword and ordered them to prepare for battle. The entire Iron Shield formation swiftly locked into defensive positions. The subjugation squad's shield wall formed a sturdy line at the forest's edge, the tension so thick that the rustle of wind through the trees was clearly audible. The mercenary drew his bowstring taut, but his eyes darted around, searching for a target, muttering complaints about seeing no sign of the enemy. Partek broke out in a cold sweat from tension. Just as he mentally cursed his commander as a coward, he was startled by a bizarre cackle right next to his ear. The entire sky was suddenly obscured by a swarm of monsters raining down, their wild screeches sending the soldiers below into utter panic. A crimson harpy tore through the wind, diving down at terrifying speed, officially confirming the enemies were bloodthirsty bird-human monsters on a hunt. Eugene remained perfectly calm amidst the chaos, standing tall as he ordered the archer squad to draw their bows and lock onto aerial targets. The moment Eugene's sharp command to fire rang out, a volley of arrows tore through the air, embedding themselves directly into the enemy's chest, sending the monster into a freefall. The struck harpy shrieked tragically, revealing its demonic face with curved horns and jagged teeth full of murderous intent. Exploiting an opening, another harpy suddenly swooped down, seizing Eugene tightly and dragging him off his horse. To everyone's astonishment, Eugene was lifted into the air. He turned to look at the talons digging into him with sharp, calculating eyes instead of fear. Eugene tightened his grip on the monster's ankle, then used its momentum to swing himself up, making the harpy shriek as it realized the hunter had become the hunted. He spun in the air to build momentum, then slammed the monster violently to the ground with an impact that exploded flesh and blood, creating a terrifying shockwave. Landing gracefully on a high rock, Eugene shouted, ordering Romari to prepare for battle, and the female mage immediately responded with full confidence. Romari slammed her staff into the ground, activating a brilliant pink-purple magic circle adorned with ancient runes, preparing to unleash a destructive spell. While Romari was focused on chanting amidst the magical encirclement, a frantic harpy swooped down, intending to ambush her from above and cut off the source of magical damage. Partek rushed out like a guardian deity, swinging his sword to block the monster's attack, protecting the main mage from the enemy's claws. Partek's blade tore through the air, slashing upwards with a sharp stroke that made the monster spew blood and recoil instantly. Partek shouted, reassuring his comrade to focus on her chant while he handled the protection. Romari quickly thanked him and continued channeling mana into her attack. Galfridic roared, ordering the entire army to draw their swords and switch to close-quarters combat. He commanded while unleashing arrows at the monsters diving down like moths to a flame. Glard swung his sword, sending a charging harpy's corpse flying, cursing the persistence of these damned birds, while Galfredic provided cover from behind. Galfredic laughed heartily, nodding in acknowledgement that these new soldiers fought much better than he had imagined. Two alpha harpies exchanged sinister glances, letting out bizarre screeches to signal a change in hunting tactics. The sky suddenly darkened, as the entire swarm of monsters gathered into a black vortex, leaving the mercenaries below gaping in shock. From above, the crimson bird monsters frantically dove down like living arrows, their sharp talons tearing through the wind, aimed directly at the formation below. The entire aggressive swarm of monsters plunged towards Eugene's position, intending to overwhelm him with sheer numbers, the flapping of their wings creating immense pressure on the target. Eugene looked up with eyes colder than ice. He didn't flinch, exuding only the deadly calm of a supreme predator. Galfredic shrieked, calling his master as he witnessed the monster's wide-area attack descend, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Before the dust could settle, Eugene's figure emerged, standing tall, his hand gripping his sword hilt, ready to unleash a punishing blow on the insolent birds. A sword stroke tore through space, sweeping everything away. Fresh blood and feathers exploded into fragments as Eugene sent the harpies to their ancestors in an instant. Eugene stood proudly amidst the rain of blood and flesh that had just fallen, his long shadow cast upon the death-stained red ground, sending shivers down anyone's spine. Romari exerted all her power, activating the glowing red crystal in her hand, chanting to unleash a wide-area control skill called Binding. Streams of pink-purple energy erupted from the ground, shooting straight into the sky like hunting snakes, forming a colossal cage right before Eugene. The aggressive harpies suddenly became a joke, as they were caught and tightly bound by the magical energy ribbons, making them shriek in vain. The entire sky seemed to transform into a colossal spiderweb, the monsters bound together in pathetic dangling bundles. Romari let out a breath after completing her task, quickly reporting to Eugene that all monsters in the area had been completely silenced by her. Eugene praised his comrade with a brief remark, then coldly ordered the execution of the dangling meat shields to clear the battlefield. He lightly stroked his hair with a proud demeanor, declaring that the real hunt was just beginning and reminding his subordinates to only pick up high-value items. The mercenary stood dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes as the life-or-death battle ended so anticlimactically and easily. He looked up at the monsters hanging like laundry in the sun, and realized that Eugene had single-handedly carried the entire team, turning a difficult mission into a stroll for the strong. Eugene suddenly turned and called out the scar-faced mercenary who had complained earlier, asking if he had finally seen the light, making the man break out in a cold sweat from fear. Byrne stood tall before the scar-faced mercenary, his voice sharp as he reminded him that once he swore loyalty, he was forbidden from questioning the commander's orders. He leaned close to the other man's face, his cold green eyes warning that this was sincere advice to keep his small life intact on this brutal battlefield. The scar-faced mercenary broke out in a cold sweat, clicking his tongue as he suddenly remembered that Byrne was also a fellow Carlsbagen native, so he couldn't be fooled or tricked. He gave a resigned smile, telling himself that following Byrne might be more comfortable and profitable than his old life as a bandit, so he decided to obey. While the soldiers were fired up, eager to make mincemeat of the wyverns, Eugene coldly poured a bucket of cold water on them by ordering a retreat immediately after dealing with the harpies. Byrne and the scar-faced mercenary stared at each other in bewilderment, while Eugene calmly declared that he would hang the monsters' heads on the city walls to assert dominance instead of continuing the fight. Unable to suppress his questions, Byrne hurriedly ran after Eugene, asking why they were retreating when their morale was sky-high. Eugene turned back, his face stained with blood, and gave a mysterious half-smile, telling him to just wait, and he would understand why he did it. The entire troop began to retreat towards the valley in bewilderment, leaving behind a chaotic battlefield and huge question marks about their commander's inexplicable decision. A goat-bearded mercenary grumbled discontentedly to the scar-faced mercenary that they should have pressed their advantage instead of missing such a good opportunity, leaving the scar-faced mercenary to just scratch his head helplessly. The scar-faced mercenary scratched his head and gave a wry smile, telling his comrades that he would put his trust in this new commander and see what happens. He turned to look at the goat-bearded mercenary, emphasizing the undeniable fact that their side hadn't lost a single life. The scar-faced mercenary's eyes were filled with admiration as he recalculated their achievements. Over 100 monsters slain, yet their formation remained completely intact. He admitted that even though they were called bandits, Eugene hadn't used them as cannon fodder, which was much better than their worthless old leader. Watching Eugene and Romari's retreating figures, the two mercenaries nodded in agreement, thinking that while there were many strong knights, someone with such a brilliant mind was truly rare. Eugene exuded the aura of a true ruler, possessing both strength and wisdom, which made the soldiers bow their heads in respect. As they walked, Eugene suddenly stopped. He coldly asked Galfredic if the people ahead were reinforcements. Galfredic squinted, immediately dismissing the thought, as he knew the stingy Baron would never be so generous. He looked towards the cave entrance, confirming that those people were indeed mercenaries, but their background remained a huge mystery. A squad of fully armored soldiers emerged majestically from the cave with overwhelming killing intent. It was clear at a glance they weren't there to make friends. Felid, carrying his backpack, ambled out among the bewildered armored soldiers, who immediately recognized him as the young man who used to loiter around the Baron's castle. Galfredic turned to confirm with Eugene, and both their eyes showed interest at the unexpected reunion with an acquaintance in such an ironic situation. Eugene's crimson eyes narrowed calculatingly. He rummaged through his memories to assess if this kid had any exploitable value. Memories flooded back to his youth. Felid sat under a tree, poring over the sacred book that anyone embarking on the path of knighthood had to know by heart. The page depicted Night King Aiden, the legendary and formidable hero who unified the island of Vlantia, the absolute idol of every man who wielded a sword. Even as a scorned bastard son in a knightly family, Felid still smiled brightly, having found an ideal role model to emulate, nurturing his dream of rising up. He looked up at the sky with a fanciful dream, likening himself to a sparrow admiring an eagle, knowing he was too small to reach it, yet still yearning to be even a fraction like his idol. But life was not a dream. His smile vanished as he recalled the humiliating defeat on the battlefield a year ago, the moment that transformed him from a dreamer into a vanquished foe. His steps heavy on the gravel, he bitterly admitted that he had fallen on hard times and become a slave to a foreign power. His life had officially spiraled downwards ever since. His nightly dream shattered into dust. Felid collapsed miserably amidst the overwhelming encirclement of seasoned soldiers. Even though he was battered to the point of wanting to give up, the kid gritted his teeth and endured this harsh and miserable reality. Oleg pointed, ordering his subordinates to set up a formation right at the cave entrance, determined to ambush and send their opponent to his grave the moment he showed his face. The Guardian Knight roared in frustration, unable to understand why a legitimate army had to resort to such a cowardly sneak attack. Felid could only bow his head in humble obedience, secretly comparing this wretched reality to the noble image of the Night King in his mind. The entire formation cautiously crossed the slope, advancing into the target area with heightened vigilance for what was about to unfold. What met their eyes was an entire system of sharp wooden spike barriers surrounding the area, proving that the enemy had already prepared the stage to welcome their guests. Oleg wondered about the existence of such a man-made structure in the middle of nowhere, while also warning his comrades that the element of surprise was gone. Eugene and Galfridic stood proudly in the middle of the battlefield with an overbearing demeanor, coldly watching the small fry who had just led themselves to their deaths. The soldiers clicked their tongues in annoyance and then signaled to attack, deciding to fight to the death instead of standing rooted in place. A soldier growled a threat, saying he would chop off the head of any coward who dared not charge into battle. He pointed at Felid, muttering that he underestimated the target's intelligence, but acknowledged his skills. The knight said no more, kicking Felid squarely in the back and yelling at the slaves to go to the front lines as meat shields. Felid stumbled down the stone steps, scrambling to get up quickly, fearing another group attack from the soldiers behind him. Oleg screamed until his voice was hoarse, promising fair payment for each enemy life to inject courage into his subordinates. The entire troop charged forward like a waterfall, with Felid forced to lead, screaming in utter panic. Eugene still stood with his arms crossed, calm as ever, coldly observing the screaming crowd demanding to kill everyone. Despite the soldier behind him screaming for his life, Felid charged forward with his greatsword, but his mind was silently calculating. Felid desperately looked up at the sky, his mind clinging only to the image of Night King Aiden to escape the cruel reality. Eugene maintained his stone-cold expression, his sharp eyes unwavering amidst the chaos unfolding before him. Felid gritted his teeth, bitterly realizing that his idol would never use such a despicable tactic, throwing people as cannon fodder like animals. He trembled, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, fiercely battling with the thought of charging to his death or turning to flee from this slaughterhouse. Eugene immediately ordered Galfridic and the entire team to retreat behind the defensive barrier, preparing an ambush instead of foolishly charging to their deaths. The enemy assassins scoffed at this, sneering at their opponent's arrogance, unaware that death was approaching. The commanding soldier roared an order to slaughter everyone, leading the ragtag army to charge forward like bloodthirsty moths to a flame. Just as he was fired up, he suddenly froze, his face paling and breaking out in a cold sweat as his ears caught a deadly sound tearing through the wind. A crimson wyvern swooped down with a terrifying roar, followed by a swarm of harpies as numerous as ants, ready to turn the battlefield into a buffet. The crimson wyvern tore through the sky, soaring over the city walls, followed by a swarm of harpies as numerous as ants, making the space tremble with their piercing screams. The monster gnashed its teeth, its throat vibrating violently as it accumulated a destructive energy current, poised to erupt. A colossal pillar of fire erupted from the beast's mouth, sweeping across the ground, turning the soldiers below into screaming, living torches in despair. The armored soldier panted, cursing bitterly as he realized that death had knocked at their door at the most critical moment. The wyvern landed proudly amidst the sea of fire, its vast wings obscuring the sky, regarding the humanity below as nothing more than trash. Amidst the hellish chaos, Eugene still stood tall, his cloak fluttering in the wind as he coldly observed the colossal prey. His gaze didn't waver in the slightest. Instead, it exuded the sharp, highly focused intensity of a seasoned hunter. Eugene smirked, a thrill in his eyes, declaring that he had been waiting for these monsters to arrive for a long time, knowing full well they wouldn't spare any intruders. The wyvern's blazing golden eye glared with murderous intent, its gaping red maw opening wide as it roared, as if to swallow whole anyone daring to stand before it.